Hmm?
Welcome to the lair. How's everybody doing? Who's ready for the weekend? So, hey Arda, hey CTW, hey Wrench.
We got that Arto.
Yeah, I got Nardo. Hi Nick. How are all my loves?
I did hear from Patty. I don't know if you
Okay.
did. And that power is supposed to be back on where she is at noon, her time.
Okay. I did talk to Sod. I told you
So we got
yesterday.
to
He's good.
prioritize her work stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all good.
Okay.
Hey Debbie.
And of course, let's see. Frankenweenie is in the chat.
Hello, Frankie. Did you grab the stream from Scott? So, hey JLo. All my loves. Hey Danny.
Sandy, hi.
Hi Sandy.
And Danny. I saw Danny.
I got Danny. How's everybody doing? Who's ready for the weekend?
Oh, the weekend's going to be entertaining.
Okay.
Kind of, sort of, maybe.
Why?
Huh?
Why?
Well, I have to try and figure out. Next live stream's going to be a little strange.
Okay.
I like to try and pull things together in a theme, and I don't actually have one at this point. So there are several games to look at, and no, and no like connecting tissue here.
Okay. It's okay. You're good at random. Ugh. Hey Creed.
Who's got the rolled up newspaper for Creed?
I don't know.
Yes.
God damn it. My phone and I are fighting.
Daddy.
Debbie, some of it maybe what kind of energy drink you had. Some of them are worse than others. I can't do the ginseng and taurine and stuff. So the one I drink, the Alani New, is vitamin. It's got like biotin for your hair and your nails. It's got, it's healthier. It's not just straight chemical like Red Bull. And it doesn't have a lot of the weird chemicals in it. And the other thing I like is the Alani new ones also come in a crystal light kind of powder package. So you don't want the carbonated or you don't want all 200 milligrams of the caffeine. You can go easy on it. Generally, I drink like 3, but if you're sensitive to caffeine, it's one of the better ones because you can just use the powder stick kind and not go from 0 to 100 right away. I don't know what that noise was probably my phone alarm going off. You can't
Oh,
tell.
there's a noise kind of almost like paper against plastic breathing. That's
Oh, it was just my microphone moving as I moved.
oh, okay.
It was just my microphone. Yeah, my mic was moving as I turned my head to look at something.
Okay. So we have Yale hanging out today with CC.
Yes, I know. Yale's going to be hanging out with us when she's done being a cranky gardener. Yeah, I have a combination of a cold and um, live streaming all day, every day for how many weeks, taking its toll on my voice.
3 weeks.
Yeah.
It would be the end of 3 weeks.
We'll see. But yeah, I also kind of am getting a cold. Yeah. Yeah, Yale was out there buying tomatoes and everything yesterday.
Uh-oh.
Did you find this stream?
No, I have not.
Okay, let me grab one.
Yay, Debbie!
What?
She's been sick for over 2 weeks, but she's finally feeling human again.
Okay.
That's good.
It is. It is very good. And then you have me, who just sounds like a cracked out Fraggle or like a 4-pack a day smoker who belongs on The Simpsons.
Patty or Selma?
I don't know. Pick one at this point.
Oh. There we go. Day 12. I apologize for. I feel like I have to apologize for the subtitle of Wednesday's live stream. If I had thought for 2 seconds it was literally going to be phone calls all day.
I told you not to manifest that damn energy. Told you not to manifest that.
Yeah. I thought we were just going to have the last couple, and then it would fuck off into something else. And I mentioned that in the description. Not that it helped me.
Oh, Debbie, that sounds gross. Yeah, I have like 3 more pounds of them because my little person, for some reason, she always has loved fruits and vegetables, but she is on an especially, you know, an especially big kick. Like dinner was, 3/4 of a bag of them the other day.
Ugh.
She'll eat them breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
If you let her.
The problem is, no, because I was like, well, I just won't peel them ahead of time. I'll be fine. No, she didn't care. She just ate them with the peel. And she'll do it with grapes, too. She's all about it. But whatever makes her happy. As long as, it's not unhealthy, so, at least it's a high water vegetable kind of deal.
That would help matters, yes.
There was a period of time where she was eating like 3 bananas a day.
Oof.
Hey, Mean John. No, I don't peel grapes, cucumbers.
Anyway, I said,
Debbie, the Alani one that I drink, you can usually get at, well, I mean, I know you can get the single cans at GNC or the vitamin shop and some Targets. Yes, we missed CCW, our loves. Yeah, my little one. I saw the the Kim Kardashian thing. If that's what you're laughing at. Oh yeah. They were out of baby cucumbers one day, so I'd gotten like the seedless English cucumbers, and she was fine with that, but she won't eat the like standard American kind because she doesn't like the texture around the seeds. I'm the same way. I'm big with texture. So you can't fault her there. To me, it's like tomatoes. They have guts. Yeah. They do that, CCW. Yeah, Arto, it's Alani space NU. Yes, we all know. We all love Papa. Yeah, Mean John. Actually, he was here in Pittsburgh the other day. He drives me crazy. I hate his wife.
huh? Well, who? Oh, Fetterman.
Uh-huh.
Uncle Festerman is the junior senator from Pennsylvania.
Who looks just like Uncle Fester from the Addams Family, and the guy's like 6'7" anyways. Looks just like him. Recently had a stroke. His wife Giselle essentially got him elected, and then once he had his stroke, he checked himself in for mental health reasons, and she kind of played senator. But he ran on a platform of things like a livable wage for workers. His police chief makes $17 an hour. Not 17, sorry. 16.50. His police officers make $11 an hour.
And none of them full time.
None of them have more than 25 hours a week. But you're literally running a whole platform that minimum wage needs increase so everyone can have a living wage. He closed, yes, that's all. He also closed the only hospital in this low income neighborhood. So he's not a nice person. See, Creed, I love pickles. Love them. But I don't like the bread and butter weird sweet ones. They have to be the vinegary ones. Yeah, I just I'm a huge vinegar person, or like sour, the grapefruit, and I have been ever since the first time I had to do chemo. The only way I can get through like eating a lot of foods here or in general is vinegar. Everything has to be super vinegary. No, Creed, bread and butter pickles are vinegar ones too, but they're like sweeter. They're not, and they're not as crunchy. They're like, I don't know how to explain it. Give me, Jewish deli, you know, half sour, full sour dill, and I'm good. I can't do bread and butter pickles. Um, yeah, I don't like. I'm all about like really vinegary stuff.
Mm.
And I drive the people. I think you've heard me do this on the phone when we've talked. I'll go to Subway and get my sandwich made into a salad because I'm not a huge bread person. And they're like, what dressing? And like red wine and vinegar. Oh, you mean the vinaigrette? No, just dump vinegar on it. Straight vinegar. And I get the weirdest looks. Or I buy that Italian salad dressing powder that you can, make into your own dressing. The little glass thing they sell. But I don't use any oil. I just use vinegar, like white vinegar. Everyone's like, there's no oil. This is so. Yeah, I not vinegar, just lots and lots and lots and lots of vinegar. And being the good Czech child that I am, uh, my grandmother. There's more than one kind of stuffed cabbage, but the Czech and Hungarian style have sauerkraut in them. Yeah, they have a sour tomato, either not. It's not a sweet stuffed cabbage like some of the countries do. It's still tomato based, but it's not a sweet sauce. I dump in extra like sauerkraut and vinegar. Drive everyone crazy. I'm not a malt vinegar person. Hey, Muffin Rando. Yeah, Debbie, I used to love the Sour Patch cherries that you could get. Like just the cherries. I took it down.
Okay. I would
Just the cherries. But I actually burnt my tongue from the amount of citric acid in them.
Ow.
You're eating them all the time.
Oof.
So I haven't been a huge fan since then. But yeah, I'm not a malt vinegar person. But no, the only way I can eat a lot of foods is vinegar. Otherwise, they have a metallic taste. Yeah, Debbie, you can get just sour cherries. Oh. Okay, we're going to pull that down. Croc, please don't put stuff like that on the screen.
Okay.
I have no issue with discussions in the chat, but as I get closer to monetization, you'll get the channel yeeted.
Okay.
I'm not joking. They announced yesterday or today YouTube went after. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of him as a person, Matt Walsh, and they said if he does not start using the pronouns of the preferred pronouns of people, that they were demonetizing his. They already demonetized him over not using correct pronouns, but if he didn't uh, full stop what he was doing, they were deleting his channel permanently. So he went to the Daily Wire. So there's a big crackdown on that kind of comment. So you can have that discussion in chat. I don't mind it at all. That was a question that was asked of YouTube, and they said they don't care unless they get a complaint. But as creators, we cannot, especially at the beginning of a stream, put things like that on screen right now. Creed, I know you said Matt Walsh said YouTube did that. I don't know if you're questioning if it happened or saying that you know it happened, but Matt Walsh did post the actual Twitter and YouTube letters as proof.
He brought receipts.
Yeah.
And of course, realizing that Matt is much bigger than any of us as far as those things go.
Yeah, but I just would prefer not to, while it's still fresh, to not poke that bear.
I tend to agree, Debbie.
I don't. My theory at this point is, in all honesty, like it doesn't affect me. Do what you want to do to a degree, but I have one of my best friends from high school is trans and has been for more than 10 years. Well, for more than 15 years. And even she thinks it's ridiculous.
Definitely with you there, CCW.
Right, and that's how I feel, CCW. It's like you don't need to go rewrite things. You don't need to go rewrite everything. So we'll figure all that stuff out. And that's why I'm also in the process of mirroring all my content onto Rumble and Locals. Especially some of my firearms content, so we can run both of them. But, I mean, here we go.
We got movement
outside
back
the
there.
presence of the jury.
Not from those people, Your Honor.
Defense. Do we have everybody? Yeah, I didn't check.
Yes.
Okay. All right, then let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
And after a few short questions, we'll be playing another phone call from here, Judge, so make sure the is connected through podium.
Okay.
Yep.
Make sure everybody's got their nap
TV
supplies,
on too, so.
because instead of death by PowerPoint, we're gonna go with
I
death
know,
by
that's why
recorded phone call.
Yay.
Right, and that's, yeah, that's what I thought.
Which kills me.
So. Well, that's right. We're in day what? And I don't know any of these people.
And I joke with these guys about it.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letitcia Stout. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
Taking a minute here to make sure I have all of the right people, because I understand that there were two juries that sort of came in at the same time, and wanted to make sure everybody made it to the right place.
Are you the jurors that
all
have
right.
been here for 2 weeks?
Again,
3
I'm
weeks.
going to ask you the same question that I've asked you every day previously. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. With that, when we took our break, we were in the midst of some telephone calls, I believe it was. And Mr. Allen, how do you wish to proceed at this point?
So we were in the middle of, just so the record is very clear,
Exhibit 57.
57 we finished. Actually, I think 58 we finished, Judge. And we had also at the same time, former Special Agent John Grusing on the stand.
Yes.
He's here, so we were just asking him to retake the stand.
Okay, Mr. Grusing, if you would retake your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Good morning, Mr. Grusing.
Good morning.
So we've had an opportunity to listen to all of the phone calls we've got, still one more to go. How, in your experience, as you're working this particular
Death
case,
by
are you using
recorded
the
phone
information you're
call.
gathering from these phone calls to develop what you talked about on Wednesday, this pattern of behavior for this particular defendant to inform you of how you're going to interview her eventually?
Yes, we were working as a team and talking with Al after each call to determine exactly what happened on that call. And then before we would make contact with Letitcia the next day, we would compare what we learned that day to previous days to see maybe what our new strategy would be.
Did the strategy change like you're describing from phone call to phone call or from day to day sometimes?
Yes, and even in the middle of a phone call, it might change depending upon her answers.
I noticed in the, I think it was the last phone call, there was a change where you start using the word, or Al does at your direction, I think, start using the word murder as opposed to accident.
That's correct.
Why did that change happen?
It seemed to us that Letitcia was not accepting that this was an accident, even though we kept on posing that through Al. And since she was rejecting that, we encouraged Al to see what she would react to if we said, well, possibly this was a murder and possibly you were responsible.
In that last call also, People's Exhibit 58, I want to ask you about third person. In your life experience, have you encountered people that have referred to themselves in a third person?
At times, yes.
Would that be both professionally and in just regular everyday life?
Yes, most of it was outside of the FBI, actually.
Is that Can that be a hallmark of somebody that's self-absorbed?
It can be, yes.
Okay. Did you find Letitcia Stout during these phone calls and even during your interview with her that we're going to get to later this morning to also be self-absorbed?
Yes. Almost every call was centered around her and how she was feeling instead of us trying to get her to focus on Gannon.
Okay. As it relates to those last two phone calls, 57 and 58 that we listened to on Wednesday afternoon, was there any other important information in those phone calls that you used to develop that pattern of behavior in your mind going forward? And obviously this is a very open-ended question, but I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to explain those issues.
When Al posed to her about possible injuries to Gannon when he was talking with her about murder, she removed Gannon from the conversation and said, "You're saying words like, did I murder someone? And did I hit anyone over the head with a board?" And she basically took Gannon out of the injuries that Al was accusing her of doing. We were trained to look for gaps in a story, like hours missing in a day, as well as illogical use of pronouns, and that jumped out at me.
Why does that jump out at you?
Because it was very personal what they were discussing of Gannon, and then when she's describing the possible that she would be responsible for hitting him in the head with a board or possibly murdering him, she takes Gannon out of the conversation.
Okay. So basically depersonifying Gannon?
Correct.
Okay. This next phone call is the last one that we've admitted. It's People's Exhibit 59. It comes from February 21st, 1:44 p.m. It's 29 minutes long. At this point, Judge, I'd like to go ahead and publish that. It was previously admitted during Mr. Stout's testimony. And then when this particular phone call is done, we'll bring Mr. Grusing back up.
All right, Grusing, you can go ahead and step down.
Morning, Thomas.
Okay. So, hey, you said there was an emergency that you need to talk about?
Yes, are you okay? Because I sent you
Hello,
the message
Thomas,
about
my darling.
stopping searching, and I said, "Are you ready to
Hello,
work
Anubis.
together with me?" Yes, I sent that to you.
Okay, so what is it?
What do you mean? What is it? I'm telling you. Oh my God, I don't know how to clear to say this. Do you believe me now that I didn't do anything wrong?
I mean, I'm just trying to get you made it seem like there was some urgent news that you had to tell me, and this is.
And I sent you the link you were talking about with the landfill. That was old.
Oh, so there wasn't really anything urgent and pressing that would help me find Gannon.
I'm asking you, are you ready to work together with your wife to do it?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm going off your list. Number one, Gannon. So let's focus on that. Okay.
So you read my list. Why are people sending this about lies about airports and all this? Until
I don't
Hello,
know.
my darling
you
Thomas.
can't have a straight goal in common.
I don't know. I don't care about social media. Never have. Who cares what people are saying? I rode with my mom to the airport.
Okay, where are you?
Where am I? I
Yes.
told you I just stepped out of work on lunch break.
Like, as in the node?
No, as in the headquarters.
Okay.
I love that
Are
she's
you gonna
trying
be,
to.
like, able
say,
to, like,
"Oh,
stay
you're
with
not
your wife
here."
so we can work on this together?
Well, she's in South Carolina and is
I'm not
pretending
making any
she's from
promises.
Colorado.
I need to know, like, now, like, starting tomorrow.
Well, you're not even here. If you're telling me starting tomorrow,
With the dogs. I can't fly the dogs.
well, how did the dogs get
Yeah,
to where you're
I got
at?
to
if they
hear
couldn't
the
fly?
song, and I'm going to help him with it.
All I've been doing is the dogs can't get on that airplane.
What friends?
Only thing I'm saying, and they show us a different people. Some of
Yeah,
Jason's
I've heard
people
the
to
song.
me
He wrote the
that work
Beasties
too hard.
and the one he
we sit
wrote
at their
me.
house.
Okay.
And
We've just been staying
I'm
everywhere.
getting
The
him
dogs
set up to
cannot get on an
record.
airplane.
Don't worry.
Okay, fair enough. But I want to get back to Gannon.
I want you to tell me you're going to work together with me.
That's not a priority.
be together so we can burn down
That's not a
everything, clear this
priority.
out, get a plan
The
in place.
missing
But
child
why
away.
why is the safety of a child contingent upon anything other than finding him?
I can't help you if we're not together.
Yes, you can.
Fine, I can't do any of that together. The safety of a child is together. If we have to write it down 10 freaking times and work through it. That's the safety. I beg for this.
But I still don't understand how you helping me with Gannon is contingent upon anything else.
Contingent. I am your wife. Did you file for divorce? Did you?
I didn't hear what you said. What?
Did you file for divorce?
I told you that already. No. Do you want me to?
No. Are you cheating on me?
Am I cheating on you? No. Listen, we need to focus on Gannon, okay? You told me you had
Some big plan.
No, it's not. Yeah, it is. You're right. It's a big plan to find my son. Absolutely. Okay, so listen to me. You
I
made
don't
this like you always do in
understand
these scenarios. You made it seem like we could fix this immediately. You got some big
how
piece of
this
information. Listen.
is your
Listen
priority.
to me and be
Uh,
open-minded.
Sandy, I have
In order
heard the song. He wrote one for
we
me,
talk
and he wrote one for the
You
Beasties.
taking my side in
And
order for
he and
it
I
to
are
even be
working on
working. Because if you go against
getting
me,
it
you vote me,
recorded
you be whatever, you try to do
already,
whatever, all these
so
things.
we can
We
get
can't get
it
to what you need.
Okay, so
done
but
so
that's what I
everybody
wanted you
can
to
hear
say
it.
because
I'm
you
working
just
with
told me
him
that
on it.
finding Gannon is contingent upon what you getting what you want. Yeah, you said if I don't buck you or don't be with you and don't
Oh,
sleep with
yay,
you,
our favorite DAs or our
that's
favorite
what you
defense
said in essence
attorneys
is
are
that if
back
I
to
don't give you
like
what you want, we don't find Gannon. So
contemplating the
listen,
slowest death
but
they
hold
can
on,
think of.
listen. I'm going back in now. I thought you had some emergency.
Number one, okay? Are you and have faith and confidence in what I'm saying to you?
If you tell me information I need to know on Gannon, like who took Gannon or what happened to Gannon, then we talk about this other 7 parts of your list, okay? But number one is Gannon. Nothing happens for anybody in the rest of my life, period, until I get information about Gannon or find him. I thought you didn't have a car. Sounds like a car to me.
I told you I dropped these old people to burn some of the old vehicle because I don't have a loan.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, number one, I need you to tell me that you have confidence and believe in me. Okay?
Number 1 on the list is Gannon, so. Okay, I believe in you and have confidence in you that you'll tell me the truth.
All right. Number one, find again. All right, so why come there hasn't been any kind of like locations, searches, anything outside of only where I went? So that should be the most concerning thing to you. Is that the first thing that has to be done? Okay, so tell me why that's not happening.
That's a question we need to ask law enforcement, not me.
But that's not something that you have even thought of to ask because, I mean, you called me to ask about this landfill that was so false that someone was messing around with your hand, being a dick. But your guy Mark's haven't asked him this several times.
I'm sure. Yes, I've asked them this. Why are you searching there? Well, we can't tell you anything.
Okay, so then, okay, next question. That I went, okay, was searched. Acres upon acres upon acres when I didn't even go to those acres. How do we find Gannon if none of those things, he was none of the places that I went, does that not make you open up your eyes and say that I'm not involved, someone else is?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like back to your first question. I believe in you, okay? But I believe you know that someone else involved and you know who. That's what I want. Okay. So, but then you keep sending me messages, emergency, we can fix this right now, but then you never tell me anything.
Number two, that's the second thing. We know that, all right? Anything I haven't done. All right, so why come when I gave them the information that I gave them, why did they not look into it? Why did they not believe it? Why?
What information about Quincy Brown?
Anywhere.
Are you talking about Quincy Brown? What information are you talking about?
No, I did not.
What information?
Okay. You just said don't tell you anything, right? That's what you're saying.
Okay. Yeah, exactly.
So, which means they would have gotten information from me.
Okay. So what information was it?
And that I told them they have not covered any areas except only the areas that I drove.
Okay, but what information are you talking about? Why won't you give me that information? I'm the father of the missing child, Tisha.
But I've already told you one time, and when I told you it wasn't good enough.
Well, tell me again. Tell me right now. I'm in Believe Tisha mode.
Okay, how long do you have?
Like 5 to 7 minutes. Honestly, I gotta get back in.
5 to 7 minutes.
Well, what do you need? Tell me what you need. An hour? 10 minutes?
Are you on lunch? I mean, I'm not trying to mess you up at work.
No, I'm working like 4-hour days. So I mean, I've come out because I told you I'd come out around this time. Okay, but I got another hour or some of work, and then I'm leaving for the day. Because they're just trying, like I told you this morning, they're trying to phase me back in. So I don't want to be out here for 20, 30 minutes.
Okay, so then what time can you sit down and talk with just you, not with you and all your other clan?
Right now.
So you got 30 minutes to give me right now.
Listen, I'll make up some bullshit when I go back in there, but yeah, I'll give you 30 minutes right now. Walk me through it.
I need you to answer this question. Why? How many of the videos, so it can all make sense to you, have you saw other than one video?
Listen, this is not Albert answers a bunch of questions. You tell me. No, you tell me what I'm missing or haven't seen. That's what this is about. This is not you.
Have you seen a video of anyone pulling into our yard after 4 o'clock?
Have I seen a video?
Did you see this?
Have I seen any video of that? I'm not sitting here answering questions, okay? I haven't seen other than what's been released. I haven't seen what's other than been released to the public. I'm not sitting here getting questioned. You said you had a story to tell me about this.
Didn't say I had a story.
Okay.
Helping you.
Okay, well, help me. Don't. Okay, I'm listening.
Did you see any other videos?
I'm listening. I'm not being questioned, okay? Tell me what I'm missing in the video. Just tell me. Don't ask me. Tell me.
In the video, when Harley comes home, and Lena, I'm sure you had to see this. Just tell me where Harley parked her car.
I have no clue, Tisha. Tell me what you're trying to tell me. Now you're getting me upset.
You haven't seen this.
No, I have not seen anything. I told you that. I've seen what is on the internet on the video about the truck. That's it.
Okay. So can you wait by your phone for 5 minutes?
You said 30 minutes, and just if you got something.
5 minutes. But I need you to wait by your phone for 5 minutes because I have this girl's kids in here.
Yeah, what?
Her kids are in her car. I drove to get some food. I have her kids in here. So I just need 5 minutes to pull up in the yard for the kids to get out.
What does that keep you from sending a video?
It's not sending the video. I don't want to talk about it with kids around. They can hear me. I'm asking you for 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes. Let me pull in the yard and they get out.
Just tell me what you got to tell me. There's no kids in the car. I don't hear a peep, okay?
There is a kid in the car.
I knew. Either you tell me now or I'm just going to put the phone down and go back into work, okay? Because I don't got time to sit here. You jerk me around. I'm tired of you jerking me around.
Literally almost to the street.
Listen, I don't have 5 minutes. I got the 30 minutes you asked for. I got that. You start telling me whatever it is you got to tell me. Who cares if a kid's in the car? If I mean, that should be a good thing that you know information that can help you find the missing kid. I'm sure they've heard about it.
Well, I don't know if they did. They might have not have.
Well,
I'm turning on her street. Just hold on.
yeah, okay.
I swear to you, I'm literally turning on her street.
I'm not questioning you. I'm in believe Tisha mode. I'm just waiting for some facts that I can believe.
Turning on her street.
Okay, I believe you.
Like I'm passing the church right now.
What church?
And then I'm going on to this.
All right. So,
Church, I guess their church. I don't know if they go to church there. I don't know.
oh, you passed by it, but there's no sign? Okay, cool.
Yeah, there was a sign. I'm looking at the road so I can
Okay.
make sure it's the turn.
All right. Hey, I believe you.
I think that I know my way around.
I believe you. I'm not trying to question you. I just want to know if I knew the church or the pastor or anything.
Sorry, I'm literally turning in right now. And all I gotta do is pull over here. Can you go inside with your mom and then I'll just, and I'll be in a minute to let the dogs out. Hold on.
She's in South Carolina.
All right, give me 1 minute.
So, yeah, okay.
Hey, look, you smell that?
You there?
I
Tisha.
know. I know.
Oof.
Yep, I'm here.
Let's stay here. And then I'll get the dogs and I get back and we just no. And then we can
I know. We are in phone hell.
I seem to recall hearing the judge say that we had just this one phone call.
literally leaving the door. She's getting out. Make sure you do that stuff for your mom. All right. Where did you put mine at? Right there. Okay. Thank you. See you in a little bit. Sorry, her daughter is like of age. Anyway, all right. What all that is telling you is, I need you to believe, Albert. I need you to believe that someone did take Gannon. I need you to believe that I've already given the police department the description. I've already did that.
Hey there, cool frog.
I need you to quit thinking that it's somebody just
Hey,
made up,
cool
because
frog.
it's not. Obviously,
Hey,
I
cool
didn't
frog.
do it.
How are you?
There's no way possible that I could have been hours and hours away in a certain window. I need you to help them look at that. I'm telling you, Gannon would have left our neighborhood anywhere between that time frame, and it wouldn't even be surprised if it weren't like the kid in North Carolina.
What certain window are you talking about?
The certain window I'm talking about, between 3 and anywhere in that
Now we
evening,
have a kid
because
in North
here's
Carolina?
there
What?
was a lot of people out and about in the neighborhood. Everywhere.
So you weren't home
Now
during that certain
North
window? Is that what you said?
Carolina? Wait,
Do
what?
what?
You said you weren't home during that certain window, or he could have left in that certain window?
I'm saying that's when it happened. So by the time I called, okay, Anna still could have been in the neighborhood.
But you said when it happened. What is it, Tisha?
I told you already. You haven't looked at it to see. Okay, go to the ring. See, we went out the front door. When we left, we went out the front door. Okay? When we left, I set the alarm. I went out the front door. I came back in the front door. Made sure the alarm was set. Went out the garage. You can see that on the ring. When I came out, I think it was like 10:07, 10:08-ish, maybe. We left out.
Is
We were
she
in the
gonna
garage.
do the
There was no more, at that time, there was no more.
shadow argument again?
anybody going in and out. And the dogs do not set off the motion in the house.
Right.
They don't. Okay?
Not when they're in their crates. You're right.
Yeah, not within their crates. And as sure as heck, if I'm somewhere upstairs, they're with me. They're not just roaming around doing a thing. They're following somebody that they look. Okay? When we came back, I told you 15,000 times about the car following us at Petco. The reason I left the phone at Petco, you want to know why? Why don't y'all go check the alarm on it? I set an alarm for it to go off if I hadn't came back in the time frame to call the police.
Philip, it really isn't. This is
I
like
set the alarm
story
on it,
number
Albert. There was no
704.
intention. I had my watch on, so it was no
We're so far
hiding
down a rabbit
where I
hole with
was
the
going
stories.
or whatever.
But wait. So you said alarm to call the police? Why?
No, not because someone was following us
From the house or from Petco?
from the house
Okay.
to Petco.
Okay.
Then from Petco, that's why I kept walking to the door to look.
Literally, this
Because
is
Gannon
like
was laying down, he was
704.
playing the Switch, so I knew that they knew nobody was in the car. That's what they thought. Maybe I was being suspicious.
Well, so help me out here because I'm in believe teacher mode. So okay, just so you know that. But somebody's following you from the
Is
house,
believe
and you leave
Keisha
Gannon
mode
in the
something
truck.
we can disengage?
They never knew
My
anybody
man,
was
the
in the
blue
truck.
suit is back to
But if
trusting
they
his
followed you
chair
from the house, didn't they
more
see y'all
than
get
most
into the
people
truck?
trust
I
their
was not like
lives.
from the house as in our house, like as in not the area that.
All right. Well, okay. All right. Help me be in believe teacher mode. Okay. All right. Don't start spinning. Just tell me.
I'm spinning.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to.
You go through the whole entire thing.
Okay. I'll go ahead. Go ahead.
I feel like it's
Okay.
like Wonder Twin
So I
powers
there.
unite,
I
you
was
know?
playing with these period
Believe
pad
Keisha mode,
things.
engage.
Because apparently
This is
dogs have
ridiculous.
periods. Okay? So I'm holding the thing, and I said that, and I said alarm, just for the alarm to go off.
Yikes.
Like, whatever. That was for the alarm to go off. Maybe I was being too superstitious. I just was being whatever. I don't know.
Suspicious.
I think she means
Sorry.
superstitious,
And now
not
you're yawning?
super
Listen,
suspicious.
this is.
But
I don't sleep good at night.
okay.
I haven't for years. You know that. So go ahead.
Albert, I was supposed to deliver papers.
Deliver.
So I couldn't do it, Albert.
Deliver papers for what? Tisha?
When I went to Nevada, there was this pregnant lady. So I agreed.
Now we have pregnant
to help
people?
the pregnant
What are
lady
you
because she was
women
really, really
on?
pregnant. She gets in the car, which is why Ganna was not in the front seat. He was in the back seat.
You said wait. You said when you went to Nevada?
I went through Nevada.
Oh. I'm like, what? You're in Nevada? Anyways, go ahead.
Right. When I realized she's not pregnant.
Fake pregnant
she gets in
people
the car.
now?
I think she's
Was this
been
the
working
same
on her
lady that
writing
was
skills.
following you?
I don't know if they were following us. I just know there was a car following us. When I get off, I turn where Harley gets the eyelashes done because I thought I would lose them. Then I saw a pregnant lady. She looked legit like 8 months pregnant.
What kind of car was following you?
What
maybe they-
is
told
she
you this 15
smoking?
Okay.
It was a blue something, like a blue little car, like a Cooper or something like this.
Danny,
Okay,
now
so like
you
a
need
blue-
one on
not
man.
red,
Now
right?
we
Just
have
a blue
fake
one?
pregnant
No, it was a-
people.
The red earlier in the day was nothing. It's already been checked out.
Okay. All right.
The reason I know that one's been checked out is because I had somebody in Lorson Ranch do it.
All right. I was just making sure. I make sure I keep these cars straight. So there's the blue one, not the red one.
See, I'm
No, don't get upset. Don't get upset. I'm just trying to get it straight. I'm not picking holes in your story. I'm just making sure we're on the blue car. Okay. So now back to the pregnant lady that gets in the front seat.
So the pregnant lady gets in the front seat, but she's not really pregnant. I don't know that she's not really pregnant, but she says she just needs a ride. I felt bad. She looked really, really
Are you
pregnant.
doing
like,
point
long,
of
like
care
8 months.
ultrasounds to know if she's pregnant or not?
Of course she is.
I said, I'm just listening.
You know what? I'm not going to help if you're going to do this to me.
Listening and believing?
I really came in this to be honest with you.
Okay, and I'm just listening.
No, you aren't. You're being a dick by saying, That's being a dick to me.
I don't know why you're saying that, but does the pregnant lady know what happened to G? Does she know where Gannon went?
Can I finish?
Yeah, absolutely.
She wasn't really pregnant. She had about, I don't even know how much money inside of this thing that makes her look pregnant. So you know where my mind immediately goes?
Where?
She can't put
What
it
would
in
you
the
think
chat.
a
It
pregnant
won't
person
allow it.
disguising as pregnant but money in
Can't
her
put
belly
links.
means?
Probably
Or
robbed a
things.
bank.
She can
Okay,
write what
she might have.
the email is, and then
Or
in a separate
She
thing
could be
she
involved
can
in something
tell you what the
crazy,
at
right?
whatever.
yeah,
But it's
I
not
would,
going to
I would
let her
be scared
post a
myself,
link.
even if it was a woman.
Yeah, because that's pretty scary, right? You're making fun of this like it's
No, I'm not. If somebody got in my truck with a pregnant belly full of cash, I'd be worried to death. You're right.
Well, cash? The hell?
I told you. The birthing person that's not actually pregnant, the fake pregnancy what?
I don't know.
Danny, they're in the room
I don't
with
know how
him.
else to
The
help
FBI's like,
other than
what
to know
are,
we were in the wrong place at the
lady,
wrong time.
what are you
Okay, you
doing?
talking about Petco?
Yes, because Petco, I just was supposed to walk in Petco, look around, be normal, go drop this lady off somewhere.
This woman has
Oh,
not
so
been
she told
normal
you
a
to walk
damn
into
day
Petco?
in her life.
Yes.
Why would
Oh,
today be
okay.
any different?
She forced me.
Of course, I got you. Okay.
How'd the fake pregnant woman force you to do anything?
Did she have a weapon, like a gun or a knife or something that threaten you, or what?
How do you think someone would force you? You're sensitive.
No, you're a tough girl, so I'm just gonna take a lot. That's what I'm trying to say. If somebody,
It's a girl.
yeah, I don't think you'd be scared easy by somebody like that. So that's just what I'm saying. You probably start swinging unless you had a gun or a knife or something.
This is a joke to you.
No, I'm serious. I'm trying to.
You finally are getting like legit, and it's a joke to you.
I'm sorry you think that, but go ahead.
I'm not. Forget it, man. You're not wanting to stand by my side. You don't want to help.
I'm right here standing by your side, listening to the truth. Okay, I'm in believe teacher mode, like I told you.
Yeah, and then what you're gonna do? Tell me I'm telling a lie and hang up?
Are you telling a lie?
No, that's what you're gonna do. You're not gonna believe it. I told you it was beyond your wildest imagination to know he was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
He was in the wrong place, or y'all were in the wrong place? Okay, we was in the wrong place. Okay, all right. I mean, are you telling me this? I don't know. You want me to believe you, but I feel like you're just telling me something to make me feel better about Gannon missing. Okay, so because it was kind of like the Quincy Brown thing. I mean, now it's a pregnant lady with cash in her belly. Okay, I believe you. What's next? What happened next?
Now you're making silly.
No, I'm trying to make sense of all of it. Okay, you want me to believe you? I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Tell me the rest of the story.
Albert, to sum it up, it's just being caught up in the wrong place at the wrong time with people who are money laundering, wanting me or whoever they can get to deliver paper to these Mexican restaurants, and you were on County Line Road because I was scared to death. I left. So I was going round and round and round to make sure that no car followed me.
So is that where they were trying to send you, or you just went there because you knew that was out in the boonies?
No, because 25, I got on Interstate 25 and it was backed up.
Oh, so you did like we did that one time and took a detour.
With nothing to do with whatever. They've already searched the entire area. I'm innocent. That's who has Gannon, okay?
The pregnant lady with the cash?
No. Whoever has proof, because I've already given it to the Mexican guy. Why do
The
you think I
fake
told you
predator.
that about the Quincy thing? Because the whole Mexico.
I'll
We
be
need
back
to
in
be
1
looking
second,
at
Jock.
any routes going
Okay.
into Mexico, and I've been telling you this.
No, but you told okay, all right. I'm out of believe Tisha mode now, okay, because you told me Quincy Brown was in Colorado Springs. His family told your news reporter that he's in Mexico, okay? You didn't know that beforehand. And of course, you have nothing to say about that. I'll talk to you later.
Click.
Mr. Grusing, if you would, I assume that's who you want.
Yes.
Mr. Grusing, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand and remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Gralin?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Grusing, we talked about just prior to you, us actually listening to that last phone call about Letitcia being very focused on herself as opposed to finding Gannon. Did there seem to be a focus on, from her standpoint, on making sure she was going to stay with Al?
Yes.
What's the significance of that in your mind as an investigator?
She wanted finding Gannon to be contingent upon Al coming back into the marriage with her.
Was it fairly consistent that she would precondition giving information on at Mr. Stout promising to stay with her?
Yes.
Did that help with your building pattern of behavior preparing for her interview?
It did.
Does that also give her a way to calculate the flow of information that law enforcement got?
She was, yes.
In what way?
Well, and Al was doing a good job of deflecting questions. She was probing for what he knew, what he had seen. And as Al and our team knew from now, whatever facts we would give her would shift her story to meet those.
Along those lines, was it clear based on these phone calls that she was very closely following the advancement of the investigation?
Yes.
And would she appear to, from your perspective, use the information that she would get from following the investigation and then explain away things that might be found in different areas?
She would. And because it was only her and Gannon together, it's only her story that mattered.
Did that appear to be an effort to manipulate the investigation?
Yes,
Is that a calculated move on her part?
it was.
Yeah, it'd have to be. She's trying to avoid prison time at this point.
There was that one section in that last phone call
knows
where
It's going to go
she is
sideways.
expressing concern with areas of searches. Is that showing that indication that she's following the investigation from afar?
Yes, you're right.
Was she still at this particular point trying to imply that she was in the Colorado Springs area?
Yes.
Did you know specifically where she was at this particular time?
Yes, we knew she was in South Carolina.
Talking about her efforts to manipulate the investigation, did she point throughout all of these phone calls at random unknown persons?
It's hard to say random. It seemed to be somewhat calculated.
Random from your perspective as an investigator, calculated from her perspective. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes,
Okay. So we have Eduardo, right?
right.
The information that she gave
She couldn't
about
say yes,
identifying
that you
Eduardo,
were told to
so
sit there
any
and shut
identifying
up, do
features, do you
whatever
remember
she
that
can
right
half
now?
the time.
I
Because if
don't.
she says
Okay. If
anything,
it was basically a
it
5'8",
will go very,
thinner
very
Hispanic
badly for
male
her.
with pockmarked face, is that a very detailed or not very detailed description of somebody?
Not if you have extensive interaction with him, which she told us in her story that she did. That was prior to me coming on, so I was reviewing that information.
Okay. And then changing it later to say, well, maybe he was actually a black guy, like a Puerto Rican.
Correct.
And then developing into Quincy Brown.
I believe next she went to Uncle Matt.
I was going to get to Uncle Matt here in just a second. Do you remember as it develops into the Quincy Brown story?
I do.
Did that coincide with the same time that Most Wanted?
Are we
released their
on,
issue
you
for
know,
Quincy Brown in Colorado
story
Springs Media?
636 yet?
I think it was number 666.
And then you mentioned Uncle Matt. Did she give any identifying features for an Uncle Matt?
She did not. She laid the blame for Uncle Matt at Gannon, saying this was Gannon had been talking about Uncle Matt prior to Gannon's disappearance, and then Gannon was jumping on Uncle Matt, and then Gannon disappeared because of Uncle Matt.
There's that one portion of time where
She is heavily
she's at least relaying
medicated.
the idea that
She's
she's
not
driving
going
in
to
a car with
act
some
out.
other kid.
They have her on psych
In this
meds. That
last
was
phone
one
call
of
we
the
just listened to?
issues
Could you hear any noises
when
from
they
that
were
side of the phone
doing
call that
when she
indicated
wanted
the
to
kid was in
be
the car?
pro
We could
se.
not.
Did you hear any
At
doors
the
open or
time that she
close? Like
takes
she
the
was
psych
indicating
meds
she just
makes
dropped
her
her kid off?
tired,
No.
and they were giving her library
There's also
time
reference
at the
by her
same
about
time, so she
driving
wouldn't be
past
able
a
to
church.
use
You
it.
remember that portion?
Yes.
And Al actually presses her and says, what's the name of the church?
Correct.
I had to go rescue
I didn't hear, did she
my
give a name
little
of that
guy's
church?
I didn't hear her
burger.
give a name. At
The
least I didn't.
DoorDash person put the drink up against the screen door. He couldn't
There was
open
a-
the door
An interesting quote that she
without
made in that
knocking
particular
everything
call,
over
and
to
it
get his
was,
food.
I need you to believe someone took Gannon. What's the significance of that type of a statement from the defendant?
This is one of those relationships. Okay.
Well, she was again the
I don't
last
even
one
know what this is
with
at this
him,
point.
and she's now tried
This is
4
bag
or
of
5
cats crazy.
someones, and now she's not giving us an identification of this pregnant lady. We were not scripting Al to yawn or do those things during this one, but it was obvious that this was not going to lead us anywhere closer to Gannon. So with her not giving us a name or anything to follow up on, we were fine with Al just reacting naturally to this news story.
Okay. The leading up to the pregnant lady with some sort of a money pregnancy thing, was there any indication that somebody followed her
Money
from the home area
pregnancy
Hill Orson Ranch to Petco?
thing.
There was not.
Were you aware that she actually made 2 Petco visits on January 27th that were basically 2 hours apart on that day?
Yes.
Was there any indication through the investigation that someone was forcing her to go into Petco?
There was not.
As it relates to this pregnant lady with the money thing, did she ever give any detailed information about description of this pregnant lady with money coming out of her belly?
No.
Also, money.
She mentioned
that kind
money
of money
laundering in Mexican
blocks.
restaurants. Curious your thoughts on that angle of it, that there's a description of Eduardo being a slim Hispanic guy. Then she changes it to a black guy or a Mexican guy, and now we're back to Mexican money laundering plans. Thoughts on that from your perspective as an investigator?
She goes back and forth whether it's someone involved in the criminal element must be responsible for someone like this, or Gannon is responsible through accidents. So she's ascribing criminal
Rocky just
behavior
sent you
to
a
most of these
screenshot
people
with the
that
phone
would have
number.
inflicted injuries on him or taken him.
Okay. And as it relates to blaming others, does she consistently almost try to shift blame onto Gannon?
She does.
In what ways?
It's accidental. She did it at the very first by saying he just left ran away. But then throughout, she will say that he was involved in an accident, or he stepped on something, or he hit his head, or he busted his lip, those sorts of injuries that he's causing to himself.
As it relates to those descriptions of various injuries, does that also include the bleeding from the rectum?
Yes.
Okay. In those descriptions, was she also giving information that only somebody with knowledge of those injuries would have, the actual injuries that Gannon suffered?
Correct.
Was that significant to you at all?
It was, and I believe it was on the 13th, the very first phone call we had. It's the first time that she mentioned Quincy Brown, or the most
They are
egregious
not seeking the
injuries
death
she
penalty.
ascribed to him, and that was the bleeding from the head, the hands, and the knees, and then
No,
blood
Thomas,
pouring
that would be
from
a
his
reason
face.
for you to get pregnant.
So
you would make a
She was
ton of money
describing,
if you were pregnant.
things, and as we were
And
going, we were
according
trying to
to
have
her,
how
the
can we
belly was
use that to
full
help
of
find
money.
Gannon.
So
But then she would shift later and say, whether it was the burns or the face, that those injuries were not as significant. So we were just back and forth. But throughout, if you look at the whole picture of these 10, 12 calls, she was describing a significant amount of injuries to him.
Okay.
As we listen to
I'll
all
be
of these
back
calls,
in a couple
I think
minutes.
we've actually admitted 16 separate phone calls into evidence in this case. Were there actually even more than that were conducted that were not admitted in this trial?
Yes, I believe so.
How did you use the information that you gathered in those particular phone calls that you participated in? How are you using that to build the pattern of behavior for this specific defendant?
Well, our primary goal was to find Gannon at this point in the investigation. And information was coming in daily. We had a whole timeline across their break conference room that we would add new data to each day. So even with the story about the pregnant lady and the blue car and whatever else we're trying to compare, it will something new give us a clue to where Gannon is. And then secondly, we're looking at building a case against Letitcia and working towards
I'm
an
just
arrest and an
saying,
interview.
Papa
Okay.
and Yale.
So let's jump
If
into
Thomas
that.
is pregnant,
When was
he'd
the
be a
defendant ultimately
millionaire.
arrested?
March 2nd, 2020.
What were circumstances that led to that arrest as it relates to your
they're
involvement?
not going to do the death
So
penalty.
the sheriff's office
you have to
and
notify
the
within
FBI
90
agents
days
that
of
were
the
assigned the case in
charging,
Colorado Springs had drafted an
B,
affidavit that a judge had signed
Colorado
off on. And
no longer has it.
our team had been communicating
And I
with law
think this
enforcement in
was
South Carolina
borderline
to arrange an
time to
arrest
when
and
they
possible
put it
interview
on
of her if
hold.
she was willing to afterwards.
Did you in fact travel from Colorado to South Carolina to be participating in that?
Yes.
Was that on March 2nd exactly?
Yes, it was.
Describe for the jury how were you there when she was taken into custody?
I was.
Describe that for the jury.
I was on the very periphery, wasn't close, but it was in a mall parking lot, I believe, and local law enforcement did the arrest. I did come up and introduce myself to Letitcia and told her I was with the FBI in Denver and I would like to speak with her, that we were going to take her to a law enforcement facility.
Did you in fact then have her transported to that law enforcement facility?
Yes,
Was that at the Myrtle Beach Police Department?
it was.
Did you interview her there?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 354?
Me.
You recognize this exhibit?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's the DVD
Well, the one
of the
dude's now
recording of the
looking at the
interview I had
ground.
with Letitcia. I have initialed it and dated it.
Is
The
it a
other
fair
one
and
is-
accurate copy of that interview that you conducted on March 2nd of the defendant?
Yes.
At this time, I move for admission of People's Exhibit 354.
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
This
Exhibit
would qualify
354
her
will
for
be
the
admitted.
capital
Go ahead.
punishment because of the cruel and
Do
unusual
you know roughly
nature to the
how
child.
long this particular
But-
interview is?
Approximately 5 hours.
It's not an issue in this one.
And
They just took it
let's go
off. They
over,
originally saw it
is there
at
an
Lori
initial
Vallow, but they
phase of an
pulled it
interview where you maybe are
off
building
the-
rapport with somebody?
table like a week
Yes,
and a half ago
letting
because
whoever
of
I'm
mental
speaking
illness.
to understand the purpose of the interview, explaining why I am there. And then because Letitcia was not free to leave, I advised her of her rights pursuant to Miranda.
Is it typical to do the advisement of rights under Miranda when somebody's in custody?
Yes,
What's the purpose of that?
to let her know that she doesn't have to talk to me if she doesn't want to. She can have an attorney present and she's free to leave at any time.
Is this something that you just talked to somebody about?
Okay,
Or is there a form that
Debbie,
you-
There's-
under Colorado law,
Yes.
there is
do
no
you actually
longer
have
a
them
death
sign
penalty
the
there.
Yes.
Did you do that with this
So
defendant?
the death
I did.
penalty is on
Do
the
you know
table.
what
It's
name
never
she
an
used to
option.
sign that form?
It had been on the
I don't
table,
remember. I'm guessing it's
but
Letitcia
it's
Stout.
not with
Does it
this
say Tisha
case.
Stout on it?
This case
sounds right.
was
Okay.
right around when they removed
Did she
it,
indicate that she understood her rights?
She did.
I
Did
believe.
she even go further than that in
I
trying
think
to
this
put
was like within a
conditions
month
on
or
a
something
specific
of
right
their ending,
as it relates
you
to
know,
attorney?
Yes.
being
Okay.
able to seek
Did
it.
that indicate that
Hi,
to you from your
Patty.
perspective that she appeared to
Good
understand those rights
morning.
and could
How
contemplate
are
them and
you?
I'm
potentially even try to
good. I
put
just got an
additional
incoming phone
conditions on
call,
them?
Correct.
so I'm gonna have to take that real quick. Be right back.
Okay.
At this time,
That's
I'd like
fine.
to start publishing, and what I
Okay,
intend to do with People's Exhibit
Okay, sure,
354
period.
is just keep
Okay,
Mr. Grucy on the
we'll
stand,
see.
play portions based on questions that I'm asking. Obviously, the whole interview is in evidence, Judge.
All right, go ahead.
Oh God. If she pees on something again, swear to God, if I have to watch her sleep in her own pee again.
Try to, you can pull that chair back a little bit. We are going to record this.
And Judge, I'm wondering if we can check with the jurors to see, this one's a little quieter than the other recorded phone calls, if they can hear this okay.
The other thing is, it sounds as though your plan is to play part of this and then stop it and ask questions during part of it. Is
That's
that
right. Yeah,
okay?
I'll do this throughout, Judge.
Okay. I think for the purposes of the record to remain clear, you just need to identify the timestamp where you're stopping.
Yeah. I will. Yep.
About as loud as I can make it.
Okay. Let's see. Can you all hear it okay?
Letitcia and John Grucy with the FBI. Met you in the mall parking lot. Do you know why you're here? Did they inform you, the officers, of why you're under arrest?
I'm under arrest.
Yes.
For what?
For Gannon stops. A warrant was issued out of Colorado.
Okay, but no, someone could have just called me. A big thing, I would have.
Yeah, and apologize for that. Because of the nature of the warrant, it being a murder warrant, there's, and that's what I'd like to talk with you about today. That's why we're not having a cast of thousands here and whatever, is we would like to get to the bottom of what happened there. I know that a lot of things have gone on with your life, a little bit of how this turns out. Okay, but because you were arrested and you're not free to leave, I need you to sign of advice of rights before we can talk.
Well, I mean, so I'm getting charged with what now?
So you were charged in the judge in Colorado Springs signed off. So the way this case worked was El Paso County got the original case. They didn't have enough manpower to work it.
Okay.
So they called the FBI.
Right.
Part of for the FBI, I'm an extension of the profiling unit, and I came in and assisted. And I've been helping for about the last 3 weeks.
Okay.
So our evidence response team, you've probably seen that on the news, we've been doing some searches, et cetera. And then other FBI agents have been writing warrants. So a lot of warrants have been written. We've gone through the court. El Paso Sheriff's Office and FBI have worked together. And we found enough, you call it probable cause, for a warrant to be issued. So that's why you're here today.
Okay, a warrant for what though?
It was for the murder.
What
of
murder?
Cannon Stout.
So Gannon is murdered.
That's what the evidence shows.
Okay.
And I'm happy to share with you evidence, but we can't have a conversation unless you're advised of your rights.
Okay, what am I right?
So this is an advice of rights form. I'll fill it out at the top. And you don't have to answer any question.
Oh, I am.
Okay, so I'm not going to force you to answer anything. If you want this interview to be done, it's done. So we're in. Second.
You're gonna take bets on poor Tisha, poor me.
So I'd like you to initial these as we go through them. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions. You have the right to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before questioning if you wish. And if you decide to answer questions without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering at any time. I'm not going to force you to say anything.
Okay, so I had already had reached an attorney, but all the information.
So it's up to you. I'm not going to force you to say.
I mean,
if you don't
I
want
can talk to you, but I mean, the last time I asked for an attorney talking to them, I wasn't allowed that after I asked.
that's not how this is going to go. This would be
And I
a
believe you have more
conversation.
integrity being FBI that you would do that.
I've got a family to protect.
Okay,
So I'm not
so
going to violate any
You
laws.
don't mind doing that at all.
If
But
you-
if at any point I would like to call my attorney if
Yes,
I
ma'am.
felt like, is that okay?
That is okay.
Okay, so can I write that in somewhere or?
Well, that's this one right here. If you decide to answer any questions without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop at any
Okay.
time. So, and if you need food, water, whatever else,
I don't.
this is not, we're not going to have people with guns standing outside trying to
Okay.
intimidate you. I want this to be your statements in
Okay.
our conversation. So I was thinking of a lot of things to say to you today because I've been helping, I've been involved.
Mhm.
I've unfortunately worked a lot of missing kids cases. That's why they called me to do this.
Okay.
A lot of time with Mark, who was the dad. Dylan, who actually was in Colorado Springs with mom,
Mhm.
went to go see dad. This was in November of 2012.
Right.
And then he disappeared. It's a lot like what happened here. What I think happened with Mark is friends, and Mark wouldn't let him go.
Okay.
And I think Mark got upset. I think Dylan did some things that irritated Mark. I think there was just a punch in the face
Right.
sort of thing.
Right.
And things went downhill from there.
Well,
And I'm not saying
I
that's
just
what
want to
happened
say
with
to you,
you.
I can help you because what you're charging me with is not, or whoever is not the case.
Okay.
Gannon is alive, okay, and I can help you.
Okay, great.
But see, here's the problem. When I reached out to people about getting help, I said, hey, I need someone who's going to help me to help you guys. I couldn't get that from anyone at all.
We're happy to help you.
Okay. So I understand you might say you have whatever evidence that you might say you have, but that's not a case. It did not hurt my child. Okay. Need more assistance besides the FBI. You're probably going to need some DEA, probably need a lot of help.
I'm happy to get whatever help.
Okay.
How do you know?
But
my
I
life
can't
is-
help you unless people are willing to help me. And I did offer every opportunity to sit down and talk with not only my husband, but with Landon to try to come up with the best plan. I really did. And I've been begging every single day, please, please, please don't say this. Okay. I know you're expert in your field. Okay. I know you may say you have whatever evidence you have, but it's just not true. Okay. Not.
It's not true that Gannon's dead?
I'm not going to sit here and say 100%. I can tell you that there's really things that wouldn't have occurred that I can help you guys with to know that. And it leads back to some things just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's the truth.
I want my
That is
immunity,
the very
damn it.
truth. And every day that went by, I had to do nothing but not only protect myself, but protect my family in this, protect other people in this. And that's just what it's been.
I think our biggest problem is what happened at the house then.
At the house?
Yes.
Well, there's nothing that would have happened at the house that has anything to do with what I'm talking about at all. That has nothing to do with anything. Because you guys have like clearly put out this information about Gannon not coming home and then this and that and the other. And I get, like I say, you're experts. People with forensics are experts. But it's just not the truth. It's not the truth. And until I know that I got to get help from some people other than someone just having me in a room.
You've got to get help to do that.
I got to get help to give everyone what they need because I'm going to need my mom protected. Okay? I'm going to need my brother and sister protected. And most importantly, I'm going to need Harley protected. And on that same note, I'm also going to need other people in Colorado protected. And see, people say FBI can offer that protection.
You can.
How?
If it involves an
does it
11-year-old,
mean-
if it involves finding an 11-year-old, then we can.
And it means that we can have new identities.
It does. Yeah. I've had to do that before. We call it an informant, but we can do it for. We can
How do
do
I
it
know
for the
it's
general public. Who else would you trust?
I don't know, like, sir. I don't know. There's nothing that happened at any house. Nothing that happened at any house that would have hurt, harmed, murdered, done anything to anyone. Okay? Wrong place, wrong time.
You were in the wrong place, or Gannon was?
I was.
What about Gannon?
We all were in the wrong place. Even my family was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Even Lena, even Harley. Okay? With all of us in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I swear to you on that.
So,
But I gotta get
just like
help.
you have trust issues, let me tell you where I am.
Okay.
So I'm with the FBI, when a child goes missing, if they're underage,
Right.
then we can get involved, and it can be even a kidnapping. So if Gannon is moved from one point to another without his, will, then it's a child kidnapping.
Right.
And so that's what we're working with as. And with me as a federal employee, with me working a federal case, because right now it's filed with the district attorney,
Right.
but the U.S. attorney could file it as well.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
The U.S.
Okay.
attorney is the federal
Okay.
prosecutors.
Gotcha.
Right now it's on the state. When you're talking to me, we are recording this for your integrity and mine.
Right.
But if you'd rather not say something, if I would rather you just say, I don't want to answer it instead of telling me something that's not true.
Okay.
Because there's something called false statements, which is it's U.S. code 1001, to where if you lie to us during an investigation, that can be a year prison time.
Right.
So that's why I said on this last one, if you want to not answer a question, I'm not going to push you.
Okay.
Okay. So with these people, taking Gannon or whatever else, if it's not true.
Hey, Angel, how are you?
Okay, because we're different than your local detectives and whatever else, it's not a felony to lie to them.
Okay.
Okay. So my goal, though, is to find Gannon.
Right.
And if you need protection, if there truly is someone out there, we can provide that.
That's not me.
Happen though, I will need you to explain what happened from that night.
Which night?
The night that he disappeared.
So I've stopped it at 12 minutes, Judge. Just as a pause. In the beginning portion of that, Mr. Grusing, when you're advising her that she's been charged with murder, it appears that she acts like she's confused. What was your impression of that?
Yeah, so eventually she asked me, so Gannon's been murdered, but yeah, she appeared to be confused as to why she was there and what investigation might have been going on at the time.
She makes a statement, you could have just called me.
Yes.
Was that basically indicating that could have just called her and she would have come in and talked?
Yeah, and that's something I've heard multiple times over my career of why didn't you just call me instead of I have to be arrested for this?
Were you aware that very early on in this investigation, she was resisting calls from Detective Bethel to come in and give an interview?
I was.
She makes a statement that she's been begging every single day for somebody to help her and says stuff like, I can't help if you don't help me. What was your takeaway from that?
Yeah, I think I could couple that with when she said that she would need even more help than the FBI could provide, whether it's DEA. And then she rolled into she needs secret identities for herself and multiple people. I think she was giving me a task that she thought I couldn't meet, and therefore she might not have to talk about difficult things.
Is the FBI equipped to do those things for witnesses that need protection?
We are. It takes a very extraordinary circumstance, but they could if they had to.
Okay, so I guess the question is if that was actually necessary here, could the FBI have provided that?
Yes,
So you were the right person to talk to if that was the eventuality.
I could get the right person for her.
Okay. You're not omnipotent.
No.
I want to jump into the next section. Did you have a chance to talk with her about the calls that we'd gone over, those consensual recorded calls?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to 12 minutes and 30 seconds, Judge. I can find my mouse on the screen. There it is.
Okay, good morning again.
Yay, the Patty is back.
It's been a
It's
fun,
actually 12
fun
minutes and
12
33
hours.
seconds. I can't get that 3 to cooperate with me.
I know that feeling.
You mean like talking to him? Oh, okay. So let me just explain that to you. And you might think that's like super, like
I'm not going to
whatever,
judge you here. Letitcia.
whatever. To him was the reason I already knew someone was listening, but because of him not ever like being like supportive, and I tried originally to talk to him when he first got there. That was the only reason I said those things to him, was just because I was out of anger and out of like hurt and not being able to have like support. It was nothing to do with like I'm sitting here going to tell you these. That was just anger, stupidity.
Council approach, please.
Pause that 13 minutes and 11 seconds. Picking back up from where we left off, it's at 13 minutes and 11 seconds and playing again from there.
And I already knew, like, if you heard it, you heard me say a lot of times, I know people are listening because I know the same time that someone called, every time I could hear people.
Right.
I knew that. So me saying those things to him was just being, what is the word you want to call it? Selfish or facetious, or whatever you want to call it. Just because that was, I was hurt by him not wanting to work together to figure this out, because I did have like originally initial different thoughts on certain things, and that was me trying to like basically read him and try to figure the situation out. So I understand that you may have heard those or whatever you may have heard, and that's okay, because that totally was not it. That was not me trying to
Right.
be. That was just being stupid to him.
So I have a question.
So, and it's paused right now at 13 minutes and 59 seconds. Mr. Grusing, what were your impressions of her saying that she's giving all this misleading information in those phone calls because she's just angry?
Yeah, I don't think there's much more to comment besides that. Instead of being focused like Al was and the rest of us of trying to find what happened to an 11-year-old boy. She was again focusing on her feelings.
Does it also though show potentially that it's very calculated, that she's doing things in response to what's happening in the investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then we'll just play from here until 15 minutes and 42 seconds. In this particular section, do you remember asking her about mental health and sound mind and those types of things?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll play starting here and go to 15 minutes and 42 seconds.
In regards to that, were you of sound mind? I mean, did you have, are you undergoing any treatment for anxiety or any depression or anything like that right now?
I mean, like, you mean, like, I've had anxiety since I was like 16, 17, but like, as far as like undergoing like any kind of special treatment, you know, like sometimes I might.
Yeah, Patty, she's pregnant now. The other lady, and then the lady opened her pregnancy belly and it was full of money.
Oh, wow.
And
That's
that's who
amazing.
forced her.
Like right now.
I want to give birth.
Yeah, I am. Yeah,
I
no,
want
we
to
have
give birth to a couple of grand. That'd be nice.
Oh, yeah, so we have that now.
I mean, I wish I could, because then it would help a lot with the anxiety, but I can't.
Okay.
But
so you were of sound mind when you were talking to Al. You were upset with him and upset with the situation of him not being by your side through this whole thing.
Right. But then at the same time, like, I have to sit back and think, you know, in a person's brain, you hear 100 different things. You do whatever. I just wanted him to know, because he knows, like, I've been taking care of our kids like for so long. Like, I'm not here to bash either one of them. They had a lot of different separate situations going on that I've always taken care of the kids. And so there's been times I've protected them from so many people, you know.
So it's now paused again at 15 minutes and 42 seconds. Why are you asking these types of questions about sound mind and mental health based questions?
Well, I spoke with the district attorney's office before the interview, and they suggested that I ask them. I don't always ask these of people that I'm interviewing, but because of the varying stories and because of the district attorney's office and investigators looking forward to trial, we wanted to make sure that she knew what she was doing while she was talking to Al during our investigation, and then while I was even talking to her at the present.
When these types of investigations are ongoing, is the investigation goal to try to build a case that will plead out, or do you have to assume that it will go to trial?
We assume that it'll go to trial.
You asked her, was she sound mind during this time? Do you remember what her response was in that?
She said that, well, I can't remember right after that, but she referenced the reason why she was doing what she was doing to Al was to make him come back to her in the relationship, basically.
In that particular call, or I'm sorry, in that particular portion of the interview, it's at 15 minutes exactly when you ask about, were you sound mind? And she says, right.
Yes.
And then she goes into that description of taking care of the kids. Does this start to build in your mind when we talk about that pattern of behavior and then that pathway to violence that you talked about? I haven't gotten to the question yet.
I was going to say, let's get all the way to the end of the first, and then we'll see whether it's leading or not.
Does that information that she's giving you there build into that grievance portion of that pathway to violence?
Yes.
In what way?
She was articulating that in her mind, she felt like she was a good mother and she was a good caretaker for Gannon. And that she had, over the phone calls, expressed multiple grievances. And we actually addressed that later on in the interview when we go through her phone searches. We go into more of the grievance portion later, but just that she brought up her being the caretaker initially is something that we addressed later on in the interview.
Yeah. Do you remember asking her about what kind of dad Al is to Gannon?
I don't at this
Okay.
point.
Well, let's jump to that portion of the interview, starting at 15 minutes and 53 seconds. I'm actually going to jump to 15 minutes and 49 seconds, and we'll play it to 17 minutes and 10 seconds.
Like I've had to step in and protect them a lot, so many times.
What kind of dad would you say Al was to Gannon or is to Gannon?
Oh, he's a good dad. Like, I mean, as far as like being like there for him and like, you know, how can I say it? Like, if he says, "Hey, I want to go do something," Albert works a lot, so he's tired and his hours are like kind of, you know, up in the air here and there. But for the most part, he like is always trying to make sure he puts, you know, like the kids, military first, and always will be, and that's the mindset. And then
Did you go into the marriage knowing that?
kids.
That military was first?
I grew up like knowing that my stepdad was here. Actually, that's why I was looking at that guy's name. But my stepdad was here. I lived on. So, like, I maybe didn't understand it from parent perspective. I mean, I'm sorry, spouse perspective, like my mom's perspective.
Right.
But I did understand it from like a child perspective. But the thing about it was, is Albert didn't have to like go be deployed or anything like that. It was mostly like work through the night type thing. So it was like we were blessed in that way of not having have to see him go overseas or something like that.
Right.
So when you're asking her about how Al is to Gannon as a father, she references that she grew up as a military child as well.
Correct.
She mentions her stepdad. At any point, either during the phone calls or up to this point in the interview, did she ever mention any abuse by stepdad?
She did not.
In that last section that we heard where you're asking her about being in sound mind, she mentioned having anxiety and taking lorazepam. Did she mention anything during that section of this interview about having any severe mental health disorders or diseases?
No.
Did she ever mention being in treatment for extended periods of time for any mental health issues?
No.
Did she ever mention losing consciousness and not showing up someplace else that she didn't recognize?
No.
Did you go over family history with her during this interview?
Yes.
So let's watch that next. And it's essentially 17 minutes and 12 seconds to 21 minutes and 20 seconds.
And you guys have been married 6 years, 5 years?
5 years.
5 years. And you came to the marriage with Harley.
Right.
And then Elena's the youngest.
Right.
Okay.
And then we had like maybe I think 4 or 5 went to like kind of midterm miscarriages because we always try to like have kids. And I don't know, like something must have happened. Like when I get to a certain point, like, would have been more kids.
Right.
But yeah.
Do you think Al was faithful to you? Was he cheating on you?
I don't like. We never had like any conversation until like, of course, now, like recently. But like prior to that, we never had like buses or it might be something like Albert's type of person. When he got work, he just liked to come home. He wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna go do this with people. He just wasn't. That was the good part because he wasn't. You know, like not saying you can't. Like I'm sure you might say if a football game's going, you know, watch it with your friends.
Right.
Usually, for the most part, we do it together, do something together. But it was never really like having our own people that we did things with. So we never like had issues of anything like that. Most of the time, the issues that we always had was I never wanted the kids to ever come back here. A lot of times they were going to break, and we would get. But he would always say, "Well, I have to. I'm obligated."
So you don't think he was cheating on you prior to this whole thing going on with Canada? Did you suspect? Or no?
That Albert was cheating on me?
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, there's been times in the past where I saw that he's talked to other women, you know, like on messages and things like that. But then he's also like, you guys have my phone. In the past, he would have saw that he's always apologized for like that.
Were you guys considering divorce or no? You and Albert?
I didn't know anything about any kind of divorce. Like I know, like we've used the term loosely, you know, because there was a lot of stress having to deal with like situation with Landon. There was a lot of stress because like we fought so hard and so long to get kids to like a safe, you know, situation. So it was very hard to like, you've read someone and they're so emotionally like upset about the kids not being with us and we not being able to protect them that it was kind of hard. It took a lot, you know, toll throughout that time frame of like Alaska, I'm sure time in Alaska. So during that time in Alaska and stuff, it was very hard to like have to see him be so upset from so many miles away. You know, we get calls that kids didn't have a place to stay. We get calls that there were guns in the back of their car and people were being arrested. And, you know, so that took its toll in the terms of like figuring we should not have to like go through these things. But then once like we got to Colorado, you know, we all could be in like one place. And then it was like kind of, first it was like kind of hard because we've been, you know, back and forth to Alaska for so long. Because, you know, if you know the background, I had the kids here for their school year for Gannon and Lena. So it was Lena was the first grade year, again, fourth grade year. Yeah. So they would have went to school here. So I had them here with us then. Still with that, it was like being apart, going back and forth, traveling on holidays, things like that. So that would have been the most, you know, difficult time. Like so when we got to Colorado, it was just like, okay, we're here. You know, we are together. And we said stupid things to each other. Like, but like the things that we could do to be like, okay, we'll forget all this, or if you do this, we'll do it and forget all this.
Right.
But it's stupid, silly stuff.
So it's paused at 21:20. And before I jump into these next questions, just noticing the time, do you want me to go to about 10:30 and then?
It's up to you. I was actually just going to say whenever you could find a break in the next 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Okay, sounds good. This particular section, Mr. Grusing, was she able to recount details over this 5-year period that her and Mr. Stout had been together?
Yes.
Did she indicate any trouble on remembering these details?
No.
Did she also even give you recounting silly arguments that they would have, that kind of thing?
Yes, she did.
Did that indicate to you that she appeared to be able to recall things fairly easily?
Yes.
Do you remember?
Okay, I'm back.
talking
I
with
had,
her about,
I had a rather important phone call to make.
where she starts talking about people being upset, and she uses the words hard part. This is the hard part.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and watch that section. And this is from
video with her.
23:45 to 25:51. I'm actually going to start at 23:35, and then we'll go to 25:51.
From a distance going through that, because I still deal with dads 14 years later who are looking for their daughters at bus stops and malls and whatever. So,
And see, that's the hard part is like people are like, you know, being upset. And I'm like, I haven't had the opportunity to like even just sit down and be like, okay, look, this is, I've given my life to take care of these children. I have. They shouldn't have. You know, and I've done that. And it's so hard because inside that, I don't get to express that emotion to have it, you know, to say to anyone, anything like that. And that's the most difficult part. Because I've had to just be like, how can I make the situation back, you know, like, let's be honest.
I'm John.
John.
Yeah.
I mean, like Albert was talking about, and again, whether you make mistakes or not. I mean, literally, woke up on Christmas. I always make it about the kids on Christmas because they don't get to spend Christmas with them. So, like, if they went home for holidays, you know, they might leave, you know, go get out. We might not see them until, you know, January. So, I always spent my time trying to make sure every time, I didn't believe in certain holidays, I did Halloween, but to make sure every holiday was like revolved around the situation. So, if you look at a situation, I went, we have every house and cars and we have whatever. So I worked my entire life in education.
Mhm.
So to me, it's like everything I work so hard for, everything I work, whether it's in the military or, service and things like that, no matter how much we had did on that, it took us everything to get to.
Right.
And that was where we were at in our safe spot. So for a person who can, take care of everyone and do everything for everyone, and then just cannot do it for a split second, that's the hardest part.
Mhm.
Knowing that this is an image getting set on me, all these horrible things, all these things that are just not true.
Well, that's what we'd like to get to today.
And that's
And so, Mr. Grusing, where she's talking about, I've given my life to take care of these kids, is this building more on that grievance portion that we talked about earlier?
Yes, I was asking her about, well, I was talking to her about when kids go missing, how hard it is on parents, families, society, et cetera. And then she, talked about herself again, and then what she tried to do to be a mom. And yeah, I would see that as, and then she went from there to holidays, so she wasn't going where I would like her to go to see the gravity of us looking for an 11-year-old child.
Is that another indication of trying to distract away from the main focus of what this investigation was about?
Yes.
Judge, this might be a good time. The next section is about 13 minutes long.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:45, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own investigation about any aspect of the case.
Don't do
With that,
your
we'll see you all back at
investigation. Shit, I
10:45.
mean,
Rise
like,
for the jury, please.
we would know if they're trying to investigate it because everyone would come back wrapped in red string with a tinfoil hat on. Croc, are you sad that your slot cam's been moved?
No, I moved it.
No, I meant on the judge.
Oh no, the slot can that slot can stay can.
He may all be
move
seated,
even
Mr.
further.
Bruce. You can go ahead and step
Right
down
there.
if you would like. I just want to alert council, I think this afternoon, at some time, we can either do it before we start the afternoon session or towards the end of the day. I would like to go through, because I think we're fair amount into the evidence. I want to go through and compare admitted evidence exhibits, make sure that we all have the same ones.
Hey,
and then,
Mayor, we
that way,
missed
if
you.
there's something that is amiss, you can think about it over the weekend and we can figure out some sort of solution. But with that, we'll see everybody at 10:45.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
30 seconds.
Okay. So since Rabbi is awake still, shall we shall we do some quipping lash?
He gets to pick if he wants quiplash, wheel, whatever he wants.
Well,
Whatever Papa wants, Papa gets.
We were talking about it just a few minutes ago, so
That's fine. Papa gets to pick. Philip, I don't know if you're still here, but if you are, I emailed you back.
all right. Give me 2 seconds. The room will open momentarily. Yeah, buddy.
Enter the room code.
So it's time for the quiplash, eh?
It's
Yes, because Papa knows.
Papa, I am happy to compete with you for the bragging rights.
Oh, Mary McNote was all over that. Yes, we remember.
Yeah, Debbie, I did the other day. I told you I did. Croc, if you could stop identifying as me.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, I know you. I know it's hard to. I know it's hard to not be me. But I'm gonna need you to stop identifying as me all the time.
All the time? Nah. Oh,
You
I'm
do it
having
at least
laugh at
twice a
that one.
day.
not at all yesterday. Or Wednesday, excuse me.
And I answered you back.
So where's my Sandy? No, my gonads are completely wrong to be Loki. There we go.
Exactly.
And Debbie, I emailed you a little bit ago. I emailed you here about half an hour ago at the address that you had for business, because it's the only one I've got.
Woohoo, Papa.
Sit back and enjoy Quiplash 3, Brains a Poppin'. I'm Josh Schmitty Schmitzenstein, and before you ask, no, I'm not related to the Schmitzensteins who live down the street from you. And if you didn't make it in the game, don't pout about it. Jump in the audience and get your revenge. I mean, vote.
Vengeance.
Round 1 is upon us. 2 prompts will show up on your device. Answer them however the mood strikes. You'll go head-to-head against someone else's clever answer, and everybody
Debbie, you
else
probably just need
like
to
that. You're going
tell
to
it to reinstall the printer from step 1.
So don't hold back.
Yeah, check the drivers. That one.
Yeah, Debbie, just delete it and start over.
1 minute left, and 9 seconds of delay. It also makes a difference between wired and wireless. I'm guessing wired from what she's saying. That was part of what I asked. That was part of what I asked her for too. So
Blanche. Problems.
she says, "Of course,
The Blapple is at it today.
of course she is."
They were not happy with utility trucks fixing everything.
Safety equip if you have to.
Infrastructure above the ground is really hard when bedrock is less than 5 feet below the house.
Come on, McNome.
It's the Blapple, and she's allowed to have what she wants.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, Debbie, it doesn't matter. Just uninstall it and reinstall it. Should be fine.
Let's take a peek, shall we? Let's get the party started with the weirdest video game, Blank Simulator.
I know, Papa, and we love you.
Oh, jeez.
All right,
people.
Brainwaves.
Yeah.
Shots fired. Love you all. You are my people.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of shots fired here.
Oh, you have no idea.
Oh, yeah, I do.
You guys got.
Yeah, because I fired shots.
That shared brainwaves getting mighty short today.
Time to pick the one you like best.
There's all kinds of fires shit being shot.
It's been nothing but shots fired. All of them.
The one's threatening to take legal action against me.
Ooh.
Well, you better take legal action against me too. Oh, speaking of that, did you see the link I sent you?
Wine tasting is cheap when the Chardonnay
I'll
has
have to look.
blank.
Ow!
Robert, I can't be on the stream because of a conflict, but yeah.
Flint, Michigan. If memory serves, they're still getting bottled water being trucked in.
Mhm.
I mean, how long has it been?
The quickest
Years.
They actually can have completely drinkable water with no issues if they had just listened to Papa. Papa could have fixed this 100 times over.
You know how people are. Papa's not smart until you're in your 50s.
No, Papa literally could have fixed the Flint, Michigan thing already multiple times.
Let's keep it going. The next big romance novel, For the Love of Blank.
Opal Dragon.
And now it's time to choose your favorite.
Oh, jeez. Yikes.
Oh, we haven't even gotten to the yikes yet.
Oh no,
There's all
that'll
kinds
be.
of yikes on this game.
There will be serious. There'll probably be serious yikes come the evening stream. Oh,
And next is, instead of whistling, an updated
Is it
version
asking
of
you
Snow
to
White suggests you blank
input
while you
one
work.
from scratch, or is it asking you to?
And now,
It's brilliant.
Okay, now the shots have most definitely been fired. Somebody swapped out the 22s for 50s.
I did not expect a quiplash.
I'll
Yeah,
gladly
that's-
take it. They were both chef's kiss.
I just saw your response, Loki, and I lost it. That's funny.
Yeah, try 4 zeros. Oh,
Be
you
right
know,
back,
if they're not
y'all.
listening. You can't help them if they're not
because it's
listening.
ready for you. Some of the prompts are a bit crazy.
Yes,
so
Papa, I know, and that's why I said we could have fixed it. They're just stupid.
It may be asking for the Wi-Fi password. I don't think so, though. Do you have the manual for that printer? Because if you don't, if you will email me back with the make and model of it, then I can find it for you. It's exactly what I was going to do anyway. Printers are so scattered in terms of software that you almost have to. From there, I would suggest very strongly that you type the make and model of the printer in question into Google and find a download of that manual.
Okay, let's see what you've wrought. Kicking things off, the best way to distract a child getting a flu shot.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Time to choose.
Okay. Apparently I'm just in for it today. Oh, wow. Oh yeah.
And
Look,
next,
squirrel.
the worst way to end a best man wedding speech.
Yeah, no, Danny, and the
All right,
problem,
people, it's voting time.
Oh.
Danny, and the problem is we all share one brainwave, and as you know, we get more and more beasties. That brainwave gets shorter and shorter.
I would have gone with, dude, she was good last night.
Reviews have been mixed for the new series, 20-minute guided meditations with blank.
All right. Oh, I want printer. Let's see.
Okay, choose your favorite.
There we go. Ooh.
Let's see the next one. A video that would not go over well on TikTok. All right, choose your favorite.
I love you, McNome.
Let's see how they handle a dangerous marital sex game. You tie yourself to the bed and they blank. Decisions.
Go out for
Choose your
Chick-fil-A.
favorite.
Okay. Yikes. What is it
All
with
right,
folks
check this
today?
out. The personality quiz BuzzFeed refuses to publish.
It's been a day.
Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Wow. All right. Ooh.
Just so you know, I'm still waiting to see one of the attorneys pop up in
Round 2 is
in a
history.
game.
See how it'll be remembered.
All right.
I'm catching you, Mayor.
Step right up.
I will get you.
Riplash. Final chance to make a splash. You'll each receive a prompt that requires 3 separate responses. That's triple the ha-has.
All right, Debbie, check Discord. If you would, please.
Tick-tock.
Hey, Jessica, how you doing?
Well, might as well get this over with. 3 theme parks more dangerous than Jurassic Park.
Jurassic World?
Now it gets real.
Oof.
It's your favorite.
That'd be livid,
Thanks,
livid
Jessica.
Loki land. That is livid Loki land, not angry Loki land.
Oh, jeez.
The last 3 words you'll say before you die.
Letitcia was here.
Feed the cows.
All right.
Danny. I see you there.
You know, some things are important.
3 easy ways to look tough.
50 calories. Oh, wow.
Okay, choose your favorite.
I feel like both of these were directed at me.
We don't have face tattoos or huge muscles.
I just meant in general.
I can't believe we made it. Let's see.
You're
how
the scariest person I know.
No, that would be the little one when told she can't have a blapple.
Oh, yeah. Ta-da! Loki's the winner.
And we have 1:30, so we'll just go back to
Yep.
this.
Let me just let me grab the thing so I can shut this off.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, it will stop making the sounds now. Go there.
Sandy, I got your answers.
Okay.
Jessica, I know you work hard. Thank you for all you do for taking care of Papa for us.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay. All right. Let's see.
Mayor, you don't really have to bow down. A, you already asked if you could just ride on my shoulder. And B, I don't know that I'd be able to tell if you were bowing down or not. You're not that tall to start with, my little 5-inch gnome.
Oh, Mayor.
Okay. Let me just. Speaking of blanks.
ECR 1358, People versus Letitcia Stout. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Forget TV fan.
You're right.
Go ahead.
With respect to the
5 inches is plenty tall.
time now.
Agent Gruesing.
Yes,
Okay.
but he's testified that he's essentially an FBI profiler. That he's got a lot of experience with that. He's been an agent for a long time. He's mentioned lots of cases. He compares a very experienced FBI profiler. Your Honor, under People v. Stewart.
You want to do the rest of them there, Patty?
Colorado Supreme Court, I would object to any senescence or tantamount. The agent.
Sorry, I was replying to Sandy. She almost made me
I'm talking
spit my
about.
drink out.
We're talking about language of, these are grievances that lead to the pathway to violence and stuff like this. This is expert testimony, and this testimony was, or this information that is being used in this testimony was gained by being an FBI profiler. And, regular people, lay people, this isn't a lay opinion. They don't go around talking about pathways to violence in this grievance language that leads to pathways to violence. This is information and testimony that comes from, and is directly from being a longtime FBI profiler. this, we have to speak in expert reports about this FBI profiling material. It's not endorsed as an expert. If we had known that his testimony was going to include this expert FBI profiling type testimony, we would have done a Shrek hearing. There's, a lot of information out there in other reports that talk about
Mayor
some of the
McNulty.
problems with profiling in general. That it has a lot of holes in it. There could be a lot of problems with that. So based on that, I know he's got a lot of good, relevant information to testify to for the people. But them trying to elicit this pathways to violence and grievances leading to this and this other information, I think is wrong. I think it's moreover, we want expert information and testimony and opinion.
Okay, so in summary, what I understand is that, first of all, do you have a citation on Stewart?
I do. Oh.
And while you're looking for that, as I understand it, the summary essentially of the argument is that Mr. Grusing was not endorsed to testify as an expert, has not provided any expert reports regarding the pathway to violence, which he has referenced. Is that accurate?
And I could clarify one thing, Your Honor.
Okay.
He actually was endorsed as an expert.
He was endorsed.
He was endorsed as an expert. I have filed a motion for expert disclosure for support granted. I asked for a summary of their opinions on the basis for them. We were then told that all of the opinions of the expert were provided in the reports. Nowhere in this agent's reports does he mention anything about FBI profiling or that this was a pathway of violence, that this was grievances or any of this type of information. It's not disclosed in any of his reports.
He's trying to get the entire witness box.
Or expert testimony.
All of the evidence in question.
I'm told that any type of information provided in reports.
Okay, so now I understand that he was endorsed as an expert.
Yes.
I'm
But
sorry, Your Honor, I misspoke.
But this information was not provided in his expert report.
We didn't get an expert report. All we have is this FBI, the reports like every other agent gave. And we have no report. We have a CV from him, but nothing in any of his reports that he was going to be given this type of opinion testimony.
Mr. Allen?
And Your Honor, just while I have it up in front of me,
Yes.
it's the Colorado Supreme Court, as I said. And 55 P3rd 107.
Thank you. Mr. Allen?
So Judge, he was endorsed as an expert, obviously didn't move to have him qualified as an expert. In discovery, released his CV, which starts on page 45-0168. It's a 24-page CV, which might be the longest CV that I've released in discovery, but it's got extensive information about his background and training and things that he's done, including things with BAU, talking about serial killers, all that kind of stuff, school shooters, Scott Kimball investigation. And the basis of his testimony has been in my intention is to continue to have him testify as to his experience and training and how he is using that in this interview to gain information from this defendant to continue on with this particular interview. That's been the entire basis of these types of questions. And a grievance is just really somebody feeling like they have a grievance. That's all that is. There's no specialized training for that necessarily. If somebody is complaining about something, people understand that to be, they think that there's a grievance that they have. We're not asking for expert testimony, didn't qualify him as an expert, went through his background because that is important. It does inform how he does this interview. And I would ask the court to, well, one, I'm not sure exactly what the objection is from defense because we've had both attorneys talking about it. And it's been different statements from both of the defense attorneys. And so just allow us to continue to go through his direct examination.
And I will clarify exactly what my objection is. To the degree he is testifying as a lay expert, his opinion based on his training and experience is banned by people who sue. To the degree that they want to qualify him as an expert, we have a violation of the course order regarding experts.
All right. Is Agent Grusik, he is back there. Okay,
Yeah, he's
good. Here's how I see this. I did enter an order that required that if the witness were going to provide expert testimony, that a report regarding that expert's testimony needed to be provided so that it could be disclosed. I understand that Mr. Grusing has been endorsed as an expert. He's not been offered as an expert at this point in time, but he's been endorsed as an expert. It's not clear to me. It appears to me that Agent Grusing did offer some, or he's mentioned in the reports, or he has some reports, but apparently does not have or did not disclose the opinions that the defense is requesting. What I would order is, I think that Agent Grusing needs to stay away from the phrase pathway to violence. I think he can testify as to why he was directing the interrogation in certain manners. I think the issue of him saying, well, I wanted to keep her talking, I don't really know that that's any different than anybody else, frankly, that's testified here. I was telling her this because I was hoping that I would get her talking. At one point, I think it was in the video. I don't think it was independent testimony from Agent Grusing, so I think it was in the video. At one point, he mentioned something about the Dylan Redwine case, but I think that was in the video, and he was trying to get the defendant talking about that and trying to explain his experience. I think all of those are appropriate. I think it's appropriate for the for Agent Grusing to say, to an extent, this is what I was trying to get her to do. I think it is inappropriate for Agent Grusing, and Agent Grusing would be prohibited from saying, for instance, in this case, well, I was doing this investigation, and because of a technique that I learned in the Dylan Redwine case, this is what I was trying to do here, because I think at that point, a jury could conceive that he, based on
Let me
his
go
education,
double check
experience, and
again,
training,
Philip.
is equating Ms. Stout with Mark Redwine, and that does not appear to be the case here. So I think that there are things that he can talk about. I've not heard him say that, even though he is a profiler, I've not yet heard any testimony that he developed a specific profile about the defendant, that she had certain characteristics or certain traits which would be consistent with, for instance, a serial killer or something like that. I've not heard any of that. I remember we got an objection about that. And Mr. Allen,
Philip, last night, 6:57 p.m.
So I think that he can say, I was trying to get her to talk. I was trying to get her, and my hope was that so long as we didn't directly, I'm not sure it was Agent Grusing, but somebody at some point in time said, so long as we did not directly accuse her of murdering Gannon, we thought we could keep her talking. I think that's appropriate. So far, I have not seen anything.
Jim, Michael, my take on profiling
from Agent Grusing's testimony that is outside the parameters that I've already mentioned.
I don't feel
so while the objection is there,
it's
at this point in
tremendously
time, it's
relevant.
overruled
Yes,
if
there are
it
patterns,
becomes more
but
prevalent where you
people,
think you need to
I
lodge an
feel like
objection.
people
You
lean
can and
into it
ask
a
to
little
approach, and I'll
too
be able to look
hard,
at it.
And the only other thing,
and I feel like
we are objecting
people
to
put
this
too much
agent giving
weight
an
on
opinion
it.
regarding her sanity under Rule 403. And the reason being is we've had a lot of, he went into quite a length about his training as an FBI profiler, as his experience with serial killers, all of this kind of
It's
stuff.
very like,
And I think because we've
wine
had all of
mom.
that under 403, I think the jury would give
Yeah,
more
no, we
weight
don't need to
based
bring
upon
the
his training
behavior
and experience.
panel in.
And I don't think under 403 that's cured even by saying in your lay opinion, because I don't know how you take out 20 plus years of FBI profiling to give a lay opinion on this. We've had a plethora of lay witnesses testify that Mr. Sanity, this witness, because of the background that was given at the beginning of his testimony, I just think under 403, I'd ask for it.
I'm going to require Mr. Allen that you not ask that question until we get to the end of the testimony, and then we can take it up then. I want to see what other foundation is laid at that point in time regarding his contacts with Ms. Stout. It appears it's primarily this video.
Well, no, that's not accurate, Judge. If we're saying contacts, we've got a plethora of recorded phone calls. We've admitted 16 of them, but there's even more than that we didn't decide to admit. As you know, there's some that are over an hour long. There's some that are shorter in length. We're talking with this interview, which is almost 5 hours long, plus all of these others, that it's as far as
Yeah, Philip, I
law
never got a
enforcement investigators,
response to
some of
that
the
one.
longest contact with this defendant of anybody.
I want to wait until I get to the end of
Yeah.
direct, and before you ask that question, ask to approach, and then we'll see where we are there. I think I understand the issue from the defense is not so much contact as it is because of this witness's background and expertise. They may give more weight to his opinion than they would to just a lay opinion. So,
Yeah. No, I understand that as well, Judge. I think that if we are making that sort of decision, and we can talk about this again later, but if we're making that sort of decision that based on we're guessing that the jury is going to give a particular witness more credibility or less credibility, I think we're invading the province of the jury. They get to understand and make those decisions in private in their deliberations, and we should not invade that. And I think case law is very clear about that.
Right.
One last thing, Judge, just so that the record's clear on the prior cases, examples that Mr. Grusing gives during the pendency of this interview and that sort of thing. You notice I haven't asked any questions about serial killers or anything like that, trying to draw parallels. I'm not even asking about prior cases, even though it's prevalent in this particular interview. If there were concerns from the defense about those issues and topics coming up in this interview's been out in discovery for, years. This is the first time we're hearing about it in the midst of trial, in the midst of testimony from Mr. Grusing. I just think it's improper to do it now under these conditions when there was plenty of opportunity to do it prior to, with the caveat that obviously I'm not drawing special attention to these issues. It's just going to continue to flow in this interview.
Mr.
I'm not objecting. The fact that he mentioned red wine in the interview is not the source of my objection. It appears to me that he's inferring some traits as far as a serial killer, saying like the grievances lead to the pathway to violence, lead to somebody committing these type of horrible acts. That's the kind of opinion testimony that we're objecting. That I'm noticing she had these grievances, and that would then be a motive for her to commit this type of violent act based upon the training and experience. And it's not all the way there, but it's getting pretty close when we're talking about grievances lead to the pathway to violence. And that's specific one, and we were unaware of it until this point in time. The stuff in the interview technique, that's fine. And the stuff I need to keep her talking, that's fine. It's the stuff that's, I noticed this, I've seen this in other people, and it seems like it was leading up to this type of thing. That's the specific thing that we're.
Okay. All right. I think we've all made the argument. I've given us a pathway forward, and that's where we will go. Agent Grusing, do you have any questions about the parameters that I expect?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Are we ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense? Anything else? Okay. Let's go ahead and bring
Do you want Mr. Grusing back on the stand?
Yes, please. Agent, Special Agent Grusing, I'm sorry, it's now Mr. Grusing, if you would.
Only Mr. Grusing.
If you would resume your feet on the witness stand. I remind you that you're still under oath. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letitcia Stout. Record should reflect. With that, Mr. Allen.
Judge, we just need the screen back on.
Right.
So, Mr. Grusing, in this next section that we're going to watch, which is 25 minutes and 55 seconds through 38 minutes and 28 seconds, you discuss victimology. Just so that the jury understands what victimology is, will you explain that?
It's just simply the study of the victim. So for someone like Gannon, we just try to find out as much as we can about him to maybe lead us to what happened to him.
Okay. We'll start that now at 25:55.
But first, let's go to Gannon, because what we do is called victimology. Have you heard of that before?
Sure.
So victimology is we find out as much as we can about Gannon, the victim. And even if he's safe somewhere, even if he's not, knowing more about him, especially since you were the last person with him, helps us to try to figure out, like, say we don't have a suspect, somebody killed, but we have nothing.
Okay.
Then we will look at that person to see what drew that homicide there. Why did those two people interact at that time?
Okay.
And then we'll also do things like it's the subject, the situation, and the location. So something happened. Gannon's here. You have someone or something that did him harm, and then you have why the location.
Okay.
So we have those three things. And, we've looked through your house and, done the CFI stuff and looked at all the, body fluids all over the house and garage and whatever else. So that's all been done. I'm curious to see your challenges of Gannon here when you had to be a parent, and then there. Challenges, successes, whatever else. What special attention did he need? What can you tell me about him?
Well, here he was younger, it started to mature a little bit, hitting towards, like sixth grade.
Uh-huh.
So like here he was more so of like, let's see. Like at that time, the situation here, okay, so prior to that, we never got to see him except like every other weekend for the longest time.
Okay.
Right? All right, so then when Albert, we finally paid all the money and got the or whatever, Albert had to choose between getting out of the military or the kids in a way, kind of, because mom wasn't given anything or whatever. So then that's when we step in and say, we're going to keep them here in our home here, and I'll stay here with them. And then, we'll go from there.
Right.
But during that time, he also didn't get to see his mom. Aisha didn't have a place to live. She had a baby, but then mainly to her, I'm not going to trash her. I'm going to say she was married to someone who didn't take care of, who wouldn't take care of them like they should, with her being pregnant in that situation. So with mom not having that foundation support, she wasn't able to come to the house a lot. And when she did come to the house, there's times she came that she was like, she just wasn't in a good place. So I let her stay at her home. And Gannon had a tough time every time because in his mind, he just wanted to be like a stepsister.
What? His stepsister?
Yeah.
You mean Harley?
No.
Landon's?
Yeah. No.
I don't.
Mia. Mike Starter.
Got it.
Mike, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So he wanted it to be like Mike Starter, which was they go to his dad's house for a week.
Right.
So
Got it.
that was Gannon's mindset when he was here. Grandparents, amazing people, which is Landon's family. Amazing people, Grandma, I think Nana and Poppy. great people. They would always come get them on weekends and things like that, so that I'd have time to, like, you know, do whatever I needed to do, or if I wanted to go shopping or go hang out with people, whatever. So we had all that, you know, going on here. The missing piece was, you know, our country.
Yep.
Gannon would do his schoolwork, very smart. I think he made all A's here in 4th grade. I'm pretty sure he made all A's here. So made all A's here, didn't have like an issue at all.
What was he like when he got home from school? Because Albert's out, you're having to take care of him.
Well, to be honest with you, I got him from after school, which was about like 5:30ish. So by the time we did homework, and all those things, it was almost time to like get ready for bed.
Are you doing his homework with him? Is he doing it on his own? What?
See, the difference between schools, and I'm not trying to talk about Colorado if you're from Colorado, the difference between Colorado and South Carolina schools was South Carolina did a lot more with like history and those type of things, where Colorado thought it was relevant reading.
Mm-hmm.
So he did struggle with history, so we had to sit at the table a lot of times and like really work on like do the mathematics. So like his dad. Gannon is just like his dad. He is so mathematically inclined, you know, like an engineer type brain. So when it came to history and reading science stuff, unless it was something he liked, he didn't like. So we spent hours sometimes, you know, working on those things. But with knowing the curriculum, it was easy for me because I already knew. And so by the time we did that, it was time for him to go to bed. You know, yada yada yada. So that was.
That's here. So,
yeah.
And what about in Colorado?
So,
is that different?
Well, when we get to Colorado, of course, I start them in school, which would have been August. Okay. So I start them in school. It was a big help because Gannon is at this point a little bit more mature. He knows he stayed with us. Because see, I took him to Alaska and homeschooled him before we got to Colorado. I homeschooled him for those 2 months. And then we transitioned into Colorado. Actually, it wasn't August. I'm sorry, I told you the story. It was that January that we got here because I homeschooled him November, December, not of this past time, but of the year before.
Okay. Sorry. So January 2019.
Yes, so I homeschooled him 2018, November, Christmas time, because mom couldn't get him in for whatever reason. Then we came on to, but I think she ended up getting him, and she flew them back to Colorado for a week or something. She got it for a week maybe. Flew them back to Colorado. So January 2019, we would have started school in Colorado.
Okay.
Right. So get them in school, which Colorado, I mean, I think it was like May, middle May, they would go to Colorado. Right. So January, February, March, April. Okay. So it was pretty simple in the terms of we would do like, you know, he never had homework in Colorado for some reason. So it was always Albert would be like, make them write their labs or, you know, it was time for them to go to summer.
What time did he normally get home from school?
Well, around that time, he went to another school because this new school wasn't built.
Okay.
So it would have been like 3:45, 4 o'clock, maybe, just because it happened coming from across town.
Mm-hmm.
And then coming with the fall. Yeah, so they came back in August. So we went on, Gannon went with us on a big cruise in the summer because he didn't want to go home. Right away, we gave him a choice. You want to go on a family cruise or you want to go, you know, to, he said he wanted to go on a cruise. So I went on a big family cruise, Dominican, and I forgot a couple of things. So it was just me, him, Harley, and Albert. Those are the 4 of us, and Lena didn't go. So we all went on this family cruise and had a great time, whatever. And then, of course, they come here for the summer, and then they get ready to come back for fall. So they come back for fall, and at this point in time, I was working. Albert was doing like the shifts, like 3-2.
You had your teaching job and
3-2, 3-2. He was working and all these things. Okay. Well, Harley was working, I think, and starting Pike Peak College. So we were all pretty busy, like throughout the day, and then in the evening it was kind of like come in, grab this. But then I was coaching. So as I was,
what were you coaching?
Softball. So as I was
at your school,
at the high school. So as I was coaching softball, you know, I probably didn't get home sometimes till like 5:30, maybe sometimes later, just depending on if it was a game, a practice, or something like that. So honestly, a lot of the help had to come from either Harley doing a lot of it, if Albert was working, or Gannon had to independently, like, you know, do a lot of it himself.
How did he get home?
Which we were teaching. At this point in time, they were in the new school.
Right.
So the new school, because we lived 1.5 miles out, the new school allowed him to take. If not, they had the rest of the way they had to.
Okay.
So over, you know, probably around, it's weird because they do softball for him.
Go lay down, Mayor.
Coaching was over.
Let us know you're okay.
You know,
Yes,
Gannon started having a hard time because he was wanting to go home for Thanksgiving. When I tell you Gannon, he loves his Nana. Like that's his. If it was up to him, he'll just
Love
be
Nana.
he'll be at Nana's house
Yeah.
all the time because he loves Nana. So he like wanted to go because he has two little boy cousins. If you know, Gannon has 4 sisters, and he doesn't have any brothers.
Mm-hmm.
So he, in his way, those 2 little boys are like his brothers.
Okay.
So if he goes to Nana's house, you know, he can spend a lot of time with his little cousins. And then they can all just hang out. He didn't get to go for Thanksgiving. Albert had to work. So we I don't really cook. We've always like eating out whenever it's my turn. So I just said, hey, listen, you know, we'll go out to dinner. We did all this Thanksgiving, tried to make it up the best that I could because I'm not his mom, but he wanted to be there with the family, you know, because the holidays and that's what he used to. And then of course Christmas came around and same thing kind of happened at Christmas, but then we worked it out and we figured out a plan to get him home for Christmas. They went
to Nana's for Christmas.
Spend time with the family, yeah. Because Mom never had a house. So Albert said it's okay if they go and then they have to get Nana's house. And that was our biggest worry. Like, have you ever been here before today?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like if you like look on the boulevard and things like that, there's a lot of like not the best places, and that was where they were staying at one point, you know, when they would come. And so that was why they were like, no.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So then is Gannon responsible for taking his own? He has ADHD medicine, right? Does he do that on his own? Do you help him with that?
Most of the time, like how it worked is I got all lunchboxes ready, set them on. We've been in the house with the stove that's in the corner by the refrigerator. We would set the lunchboxes out, snacks, and let them pick. And he always picked before Lena because he just knew that he could get it. If he beat her up, he could pick the snacks he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so he would pick the snacks that he wanted, and I would lay his. If Albert wasn't getting them up, I would lay his ADHD medicine, Vyvanse, 20 milligrams. I would lay his Vyvanse on. And so
what form is it? Just tablet? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would lay it on the counter, and he would know, you know, come in and take it.
How does he take it? Is it with water?
Yeah. He doesn't even use water half the time.
Okay.
Right. He's been taking it since he was 5.
Okay.
So.
Is there any other that he's on or no? Like Adderall or anything?
Danny, I already told him to go to bed and let us know when he's
5,
okay.
They like tried one medicine, but the Vyvanse worked. That was it. Like that was the one.
Any of the other kids on medication?
Mm-mm.
Hardly. Or,
Mm-mm.
no.
Yeah.
What about you or Al?
I don't know anything other than when I told you about
Uh-huh.
the lorazepam. But see, the thing about lorazepam was they might give it to me and I might not get it again. You know, 30 tablets, but it was only for like panic attacks or things. As far as Albert, I know he has Stout, so I know I'm sure it's nothing that.
But nothing that he could Gannon could mix up medications with or whatever. Like somebody else's meds or anything.
Not that I'm worried. Now there's stuff in the counter from like probably old stuff or like, you know, like Carly had her wisdom teeth taken out. I think Albert did, but I'm pretty sure he might have been smart to get rid of that stuff. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
But none of us had like any like anything like that.
So in that particular recounting of, you lead into asking challenges with Gannon. Again, from your perspective, does she appear to be able to recount things and have strong memory recall ability?
Yeah, she walked us through his childhood, South Carolina, Alaska, Colorado, when he got home from school, what courses he did well in, what courses he struggled in. So, yes.
Did it sound like fairly normal family life?
It did.
Did you ask about bath salts and the hike from Sunday, January 26th?
Yes.
So let's jump to that section. It's going to be from this point up to 4330.
I'm asking you that because of the bath salt deal that he came up with. You know, that was on the hike day, wasn't
Okay,
it?
so the bath salt thing was just totally because they did this drug class, which is the same class that my fifth grade did too. And it's where these people came in and they dressed up in like a dress. They were professionals. They are middle professionals. They dressed in their outfits and all those things. And they let the kids like pretend they were working on whatever you call it. You know, like as if they were doing CPR and all that. And during that time frame, they went over all these different drugs. So they talked about what your life is on crack. They talked about like all these, like it was very, very like in depth for fifth grade. But at the same time, you got to think it was probably a good thing to.
So was Gannon telling you about this, or did you find out from a teacher, or how did you find out they had this in-depth conversation?
Well, I knew because they did it at our school first. So they did it. They did our school first. So it was something. Once they found out they did our school and they saw like all the cool pictures, you know that other teachers wanted to know about it. So when the other teachers wanted to know about it, they went around different schools and they signed like I think Albert signed a permission slip or maybe sent an email to the teacher or whatever that it was okay for him to do.
So was Gannon fascinated with the bath salt thing, or how did that conversation happen? Because I know that seemed to be important, you know, during the hike and afterwards and whatever.
Well, he was like, okay, so my parents would deliver these, and we never knew what they were. We were told meat, we were told whatever. We don't know. But Albert would always talk to Gannon about anytime people had anything, like drugs and things of that sort. He would always say like, these are bad people, things like this is bad things. So right. Gannon already had like some sort of base foundation, you know, and because he had like that sort of base foundation, he always had like questions because
166, I think.
That was always the thing. Is that he was one baby Nova gonna be baby Nova gonna be, and that was like his main concern, was wanting to know these things because he was just curious of how like all.
So were you guys on the hike when he brought it up, or where were you?
He had already brought it up prior to the hike.
Okay.
He had already said something when he came home after this.
Was it a concern for you? Tell me what he said and how your conversation went.
Honestly, sir, I don't remember. I just remember he was telling us about the different things that they were talking about. And then I was like, oh, did you guys do this? And they would be like, yeah, I don't know. What did you do? So it kind of like mimicked the same way. So we did talk about that a lot.
Was that before hike, you said?
Yeah, leading up to it, before the hike, there was a lot of talk about it, you know, for a little bit. And then, of course, the hike, I think he said a few things.
What did he say?
I just remember he was talking to me.
And was it concerning to you?
Like
what he was saying? Like he really wanted to try these things, or what?
Like I didn't think anything about him wanting to try any of it, do anything with it. I know that he said something about it, and I gave him a bath bomb.
When he said something, what did he say?
He just asked me about, in general, about if we had bath bombs. Because to be honest with you, he had already pooped how many times?
So he said that after he pooped on the hike?
He pooped a couple of times on the hike.
Yeah.
Like when I say poop, I don't mean like.
Just a little bit.
Right. And so it was the whole thing about that folks was just, I think he just wanted to like relax because he ended up taking 2 baths. So
now, do you wanted to, and this, I don't want to be weird, but are you giving him baths? Is he taking them?
No. And then it goes by himself, and he's very like helpful, independent. Like I've taught him so many independent skills where he can go in there and just so forget to like bring his clothes up or you know, simple things like that. But
okay. So he takes 2 baths that night, or 1 bath that night, 1 the next morning, or
I think when we got home we took 1. Me and Lena went to go get food. And then I think he had used the bathroom again. I took another one. I think when me and Lena got back. And then she took 1. somehow.
So, Mr. Grusing, in that portion of the interview, we're talking about the hike and bath salts. Again, did she appear to have ability to recall those details as well?
Yes.
Is that markedly different than when you're talking about trying to get details as to what happened to Gannon?
Yes.
In what way?
She's comfortable talking, and as you mentioned, she's giving details, and she can clearly remember what was going on, just even from her comfort in talking to me.
And this is from what she's describing here is from the hike that occurred on the afternoon of January 26th of 2020.
Yes.
Did you ask her about what does it look like if her and Gannon argue?
Yes.
So let's jump to that section. We're going to jump to just a little bit ahead, 44 minutes and 45 seconds. And we'll play this through 49 minutes and 12 seconds.
So what does an argument look like with Gannon? Have you guys ever argued?
Like maybe like in Myrtle Beach, you know, we would have been like, we're so much alike. So we are so much alike in terms of we both have stomach problems, really. We both have like anxiety, so to speak, you know. Mm-hmm. And he's so kind and like kind-hearted, and then the point of like we can get upset about something, but then the next minute he'll be like I am. He'll be like, oh, look about something. We'll just say something, or he had tremendously increased the amount in Myrtle Beach. I don't think I ever heard him do it. I love you, or like, you know, like, I mean, like, the holiday might come, you know, they just say, oh, something, whatever. But like, since having him all the time, it became more of like, I would hear, I love you, like, all the time, you know. And so I feel like it was on
the holiday, the Christmas before. Is that what you're saying? He disappeared?
Do what now?
When you said around the holiday, he was saying, I love you. I'm
saying like once we started more and more having, then he and I became a lot closer because of just like wanting to have that connection with both the kids.
Surely you had some arguments with him though. Did you ever have to discipline him or no?
Well, I never spanked any of the children, never, because I just don't believe in spanking other people's kids. So we never had that. Now, as far as like, okay, you are in trouble, you're going to do this. Yeah, that's any kid with any of them.
What's the biggest disagreement you had with Gannon?
The biggest disagreement. Probably because he doesn't. And again, he probably shouldn't have this on him as a kid, but not like seeing the light. How he couldn't go home. He was so like, you know, kind of forgiving. It's okay, mommy don't have money. You know, if I said anything like, well, and I probably shouldn't have, but I did, I would be like, well, if she quit doing this, she could pay for it. And I would always figure out a way. But then it was like, you know, I'd say, I wanted him to see that.
So was this a certain incident?
Do I know?
The biggest disagreement you had, was this a certain time, or you?
No, we never had like big, like there was never any like big all out. Are you, when you say disagreement, like clashes or like screaming, shouting?
Well, I'm a parent, so I've had mine.
You mean
disagreements,
like
yelling at the kid,
like that kind of disagreement, but never not like a.
So what's the most
physical,
upset you've been with Gannon?
Where we've like.
Or you've had to yell, and I've had to yell at my kids.
I got you. I see what you're saying. So like where we've had to like fuss at each other over whether or not he did something. If he did something.
That has to happen if you're a parent.
Right.
I'm joking you.
Saying, I thought you were asking me like.
No,
I'm
more looking at this from Gannon's point of view. I'm not judging you.
No, I thought you were asking me more of like, you know, like whippings or like switches or like something like that. No.
So what's the most intense time you've had with Gannon, as far as you're yelling, he's yelling, that sort of thing? That has to have happened, especially with that kid.
I mean, yeah, of course.
Or what time do you remember?
Probably times that I don't remember specific times. I say all revolved around Albert, like not being disciplined, disciplinary enough.
Yeah, when Gannon was just doing something that's totally irrational and unreasonable. I have a boy, I know.
Yeah.
They don't behave all the time.
Right.
So what did Gannon?
I don't know of any like specifics. I just know that we would have, you know, like if it would have been something that wasn't in what our teachings were, we would have, of course, yelled.
So you never had to yell at him that you remember?
I just said that to you. I said there have been plenty of times.
Yeah, but I mean a specific one.
So, Mr. Grissing, in that portion of the interview, when you're asking about the biggest disagreement that she had with Gannon, she referenced Gannon's mother. Did Gannon's mother and the relationship that Gannon had with his mother become a fairly consistent theme as it relates to her feeling like she wasn't getting credit?
She mentioned that a couple of times, yes.
Okay. And in that particular one, she mentioned that he's very forgiving to his mom, and she being the defendant, wanted Gannon to see that his mom wasn't doing the right things.
Yes.
Almost seeming to want to discredit Gannon's own mother.
Correct.
In Gannon's eyes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask, or did she eventually give a description of Gannon being in a very upset rage and having some sort of a knife or box cutter?
She did.
All right, let's jump to that section, and we're jumping ahead about a minute, so 50 minutes and 10 seconds. And we're going to play it to 55:32.
Gannon wouldn't like yell back. Gannon would not like yell back and be like, you know, like confrontational. So Gannon would not like. He might say something smart.
Well, how did he react?
Under his breath.
Do you have an incident you remember or no? And you had to put your foot down and say, Gannon, that's not acceptable.
No, like if I said that, he pretty much listened to what I said.
Yeah.
It was like not. I don't remember him screaming back at me at meetings.
Or just go in his room, slamming the door,
Situation.
anything like that.
Slamming the door, room. Me? More so me like saying something that Albert might have been more of if there was slamming doors or anything. Like going back again. Albert, you need to make sure he's not doing this, and then go from there in that situation.
Okay.
You know, like Albert was teaching him how to use a box cutter and like different things like that. And there were times that I might have been like, "Oh, Albert, I don't think you should have done this because he was acting weird in this way." But that would have been early in the beginning before we started getting in like counseling. But once he started getting, like.
No, remind me the counseling. What was that for?
Do what now?
The counseling?
Hey,
Nancy.
So
Albert said that he should get counseling through the military just for like all the transitions and being like in and out of school and like, all different things like that, just to make sure that his mental like well-being was fine. And Albert said that anytime he would, of course, counselors can't tell you, what was going on unless it was something, pressing. And of course, Albert would always come out and say that everything's fine. And then Gannon would come back and tell us what he talked about. But as far as like.
Did Gannon ever come at you with a knife or something? Wasn't there an incident?
Well, that's what I was just telling you about. There was when I told you Albert was trying to teach him how to use
That's the box cutter
the box
thing?
cutter, yeah. So Gannon had this thing about the knife, and he was doing like this, and whoever told you that it was coming at me, that was not.
That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah,
I'm getting the real story here.
No. You've got stories from everywhere, and you probably are not looking at me for mine, but that is not what happened. Gannon was in a upset, which the video was shown to the counselor lady, and Albert was upset because he was like, you should have let me get the video or something like that. But Gannon was in more of like an upset rage because this was in the very beginning when he had to first transition to another school.
Was this fall?
No, so this would have been, I don't know if it would have been fall, but okay, so 4th grade, new school, home school, Then they went to the first school in Colorado, and then a new school opened.
No problem,
So
Philip.
somewhere
Not at
between
all.
that
No
time
need to
frame of
apologize.
Gannon it was too much transition for him. That had nothing to do with
I try
him
to
being
make
me
sure
or
I
being
get back to
Albert,
people
Landon, and
because
whatever.
I'm
It was too much
notorious
transition
for
for him
like
that he was so upset.
starting a
Like,
text or an email and then getting sidetracked.
Would be in his room,
I
in the
feel like
garage.
Yeah,
And where were
I
you?
don't really. I
there's
think
a
I
habit
remember.
of trying to get out of.
That was a while ago. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I mean,
Were you threatened by Gannon doing that? Did it
I
make
told-
you nervous?
well, I told Albert, I said it has a mentality. Like in my mind, I said it has a mentality of like he's going to want to not hurt himself, or not just specifically hurt someone in general, but specific, but in general. And so like I was a little worried because I thought he had so much anger and aggression for what was going on. Because it honestly was, Albert hadn't even got there yet, I feel like. Albert had just either got to Colorado or hadn't got there yet.
Right.
And so he had to go from him and his mom back to me, and then Albert wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was, okay, like, I got to start new school, I got to make new friends, like all those things.
How did you handle it? How did you calm him down?
He was typically always,
I'm specifically with the box cutter thing. How did you calm him down?
I don't know if it was a knife he had then. I was just saying, like, he had been using a box cutter, so that's how I was teaching him. Right? So I remember I took his amiibo. He loves amiibos. And I took his amiibo, and I just threw his amiibo out the front yard. And I told him, I was like, the amiibo's gone. We're never getting it again. And I made him call his mom.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't remember what we exactly said, but I know she was basically saying, like, you better listen. She gets upset and sends me a message. I send her a message back, and we were both like mad at each other, as in me and Landon. And then it was kind of more of like, okay, it's calm down. But this was.
And your thought, Mean John?
A year ago,
No, it's been phone and video all day. Philip, I'll be like off in left center field.
He needed that counsel.
Write like 3/4 of an email or a whole
pausing you at
email.
55 minutes and 32 seconds. Again,
or forget I didn't hit send.
She's
at the
showing a
end of
good ability to
text
recall
message.
different events that have occurred during her time with Gannon.
She is.
She says that there's some video of some knife or box cutter incident. Did you ever see such a video?
I did not.
Do you know if one even actually existed?
No.
I have a K bar.
Was there a portion of the interview that you did with her where she relays to you that she had somehow convinced Gannon to call her different names?
Yes.
The way that she's talking about that with you, did that seem like that was a calculated move on her part, meaning that she's trying to convince Gannon to do this?
Yes.
Okay. Let's jump to that. That's going to start at 57 minutes and 15 seconds. And we'll play it through 57 minutes and 47 seconds.
Sir, it's so hard because
John,
I'm sorry.
I'm old, but
I'm
don't call
sorry,
me.
John. It's so hard because if I get up in the morning and Gannon would even say, "You want me to take the dogs out so you can have 10 more minutes of sleep?" And I convinced him into changing my name.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go on board of like calling me a different name. I didn't ever like my original name, so I had to go on board of calling me a different name. So the helpfulness.
So as it relates to those that different names that she's referring to, the reason that she gives in the interview was because she didn't like her original name.
That's right.
Did she ever talk about that in any other time, either on those phone calls that you were a part of, or even during this interview about how she would go as a different person or different name?
Not that I was a part of, no.
Did this appear to be the way she's describing it, a voluntary act on her behalf to get Gannon to call her a different name because she didn't like her original name?
Yes.
Did you ask her about the candle incident and the fire in the basement and keeping Gannon home?
I did.
Why'd you ask about that?
we as investigative team were very unclear on what happened with the candle incident, and she ascribed a lot of injuries to Gannon, including burns on his arms, blood, that sort of thing. So I wanted to see how she would talk about it to me.
Okay, so we'll jump to that section next, and we're going to jump to 1 hour and 1 minute and 20 seconds and play through 1 hour, 26 minutes and 58 seconds.
The candle incident. Can you tell me about that?
Okay, so Gannon wanted to, I don't remember if he wanted to stay up 30 minutes. I can't remember. There was something he did that allowed him to earn some extra time. But there was something he did. But Albert had grounded him from playing the Switch. So he wasn't allowed to, play a Switch or whatever. He was only allowed to wanted to watch movies.
Right.
Well, on the hike earlier that day, he was so helpful with me. People think he was sick and he's still whatever, but I have serious stomach issues and still have to operate. But he was so helpful with taking care of the dogs and stuff. And I had told Gannon that, so that Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yep, I remember that.
So we sat around and, we had before we left, we were on the sofa and I'm just crying. He didn't know who that was. He knew the name, but not growing up in my generation to know who that was. So we just sat there and talked about it. And I told him, Kobe had and started relating in the terms of being like me, I have all sisters. And so we were talking about that. And in between some of those questions might have been certain questions that led to what he was asking me about what went on school in the thing, in the talk.
Right.
And so that led into on the walk, on the hike that day about what we talked about. So then that evening, I don't remember what he did, but I remember he had 30 minutes of something extra. And I knew it wasn't his Nintendo or things like that at the time because he wasn't supposed to earn that back until the next day. And so then we had, I think I was upstairs, Harley wasn't there. Harley had to work. Like this. Harley had to work until, I think it was and then Gannon had, what was he doing? He was doing something, I don't remember. So I go back upstairs, then I hear the machine was saying, beep, 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 is someone coming in the house.
Okay.
So I put the
At
code in.
least she's not peeing on the floor and
So
taking a nap in it this time.
Open, or none of that stuff. No doors open. So then I go back where Lena was at, and I see she was faking sleeping, but not really sleeping. And then, but she had the cover over her head a little bit, and so she was doing whatever. And so then I hear the thing saying fire.
Does it actually say fire?
It said fire.
Okay.
So that was the crazy thing because I never had heard. I didn't know what. I thought it would just be like that.
Right, like a siren.
But I don't know if it was the detector thing saying fire or if it was the actual. But it was just fire, 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 whatever. So then I run back in there and I look and I see, I don't see anything I don't see anything that was downstairs and I don't see anything. And it was still going. So I grabbed Lena. I tell you exactly wrong, but I'm pretty sure I grabbed Lena first. I grabbed the dog. I think that's how it went. Don't quote me on that. But I'm sure it was in that order. Somehow. Yeah. And we run out to the truck. I feel like either I open the door. I don't remember. Somehow they get to the truck.
Okay.
And then I run back downstairs because at this point I already know I'm up there. And so I run back downstairs. And we're back downstairs, and Deanna was awake, but not awake. How you can almost be asleep, but not asleep type thing. And
so he's in his bed?
No. He wasn't in his bed.
Where was
he? Was on the sofa.
On the sofa.
Right. So he was on the sofa. And so when I pull the cover, I pull Gannon with the cover. And so at this point in time, then I put the fire that's out.
So what did the fire look like?
It wasn't huge.
Where was it? In the carpet? On the sofa?
I feel like it was on one of the covers.
on the covers? Was the cover on the sofa though, or was it on the floor?
I don't remember. I just remember it was in a small location. It wasn't a big enough fire to.
What color was it? Do you remember? Was it yellow, red, orange?
I don't remember. Wasn't in a color to like. Wasn't
Because I think what blue burns the hottest, and then you have stuff. If stuff gets involved in the fire, you have a yellowish or reddish color.
I don't remember.
Don't remember?
I don't remember.
How can you show me how tall it was? Like, do you remember?
It wasn't tall.
Wasn't tall.
I don't feel like it was that tall. I mean, but my tall might be different. I don't want to. I don't.
Still, a fire's going to freak you out.
Right. Yeah. So when I pull the cover, I pull him with the cover too, and we run out.
Did you put out the fire or no?
I know that we took the covers, both of us. When he sees what's going on, we took the covers and like we smashed down on it. Yeah, because my own thought was oxygen, put it out.
Right.
That was all I could think of. Put it out, whatever.
Did it take much? Sorry to interrupt. Did it take a lot to put it out or no? Or did you just smother it and then move? Or was it something in between?
Was there what now?
Something in between. You know, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
Something in between?
Like in between, just it happened real quick, or you had to fight it for a while, or
Oh, it wasn't like fighting for a while. Like there was already a bunch of covers on the side that we had. I had grabbed them all and put it here. This is why the whole thing was all covers. There was like different covers all up everywhere. There was like stuff there. And then I run, and he's running behind me. So as I'm running up, he like trips or whatever, but he's right behind me.
Mm-hmm.
So then I think I exit back out the garage. I feel like
the truck was in the garage.
No. It was out front.
Oh,
I'm saying like I think I exited back out the garage because I feel like I just ran back to that door. I'm not 100% positive. I know we ran out. Then Ganna runs right out behind me, and when I turned around and I'm saying something to him because I'm like, hey, because in my mind I don't remember if I had gotten the dogs, even though I had already had grabbed the dogs. And so like I don't remember what we were saying, but we were all in a freak, whatever. He jumped in the passenger side, and I'm in the driver's side of the truck.
Okay.
Lena is in the back, and at that point we drive off. So we drive off for I don't know, a minute. We drive back, but there's no gas in the truck.
So was anybody burned from that?
So Gannon had
You or Gannon?
Gannon had little burns on his arms from that. And then, but at the time, Gannon always lays with like his, either like his underwear on, or like something like that. So at the time when we ran out, I feel like, did he have a shirt? I don't remember if he grabbed a shirt or grabbed another cover. But I knew that he had some burns on his arm, but I know they weren't bad, like burns that were bad. They were just like you can feel it or whatever.
Were they discolored then? Was it skin reddish, pinkish? What was it? Or did you see it then? Or
No, it was not till later that I really like paid attention and should have been like, okay, well, because I did later on on it. But so yeah, so like his arms, and then we get in the truck or whatever, and so then we come back. And so I'm, of course, and like I text Harley, I text Albert, what had happened. And I said, this is what happened. Tell Harley this is what happened. Don't panic when you come home. Because the house at this point in time we get back in smells like nothing but smoke.
Mm-hmm.
And so nothing but smoke at this point in time. And it was just like I couldn't get the smoke out. Even opening up the like windows and all these things, I couldn't get the smoke out. So that was
so what happened with these covers that you used to put out the flame?
Well, the covers were either left there. I remember getting some of the stuff and putting outside in the trash can, which I even showed the people when they got there that I put in the trash can.
Do you guys have singular trash cans for each house there, or do you have a dumpster, or what?
Really, like it's a big trash. It's just a big brown trash.
One of the wheel ones you wheel out and
Yeah.
put by the curb. Okay.
Yeah, it was just one of those. It was no one was like whatever, but we did want Albert. So like like come home, like come, not necessarily come home and meet for that, but we maybe like had updated a little bit to Albert because we were like thinking, you know, like said and whatever, you know, like whatever. So in my message to Albert probably was a little bit like a little more over exaggeration. Just because I was
When you say we, did you talk with the kids about let's get Albert home?
No. We did sit down, and because when I was asking him, like, was this, you know, did you do this on accident? Was it an accident? You know, whatever.
Philip, did you
And
used to
so
like,
we were just
you know,
talking about
watch
you know, like the whole thing.
the
Everybody was in one
or
room,
like, you know, whatever the ghost
all in the
stories,
bedroom
spooky
at the time,
stories?
which
Because
was our bedroom
that's what
upstairs.
this
Okay.
lady
So
gives
we were
me.
all in the bedroom upstairs.
That
and,
or the cure for insomnia. I'm not sure which.
you know, whatever. And I said, I got to let your daddy
Ross,
know.
you there?
And I was not going to tell him. That was the original thing. Was not to tell him. It was just to fix it and not tell him. Because then I was like, if I just do that, then we don't have to worry about it.
Right.
But then that was just enough. You're like, oh, well, maybe Albert would be like, oh, it was hard, like, you know, always all of us was there going through all these memories and doing all these things without him, you know, like being there.
No, I get it.
So that was
So
the
did
hardest
Gannon agree that was a good idea to kind of play it up a little bit?
Did he agree?
Yeah.
We all were in like an agreement.
So how did you play it up? Was the fire really not that big and you made it like it was a big deal? Or
Well, so whenever
just
we
to
were,
get Al to say, hey, maybe I should get back home.
when we were explaining it to people in general, like that was our whole like, oh my god, whatever. Like, I'm like, oh, you saw that like if the people that we messaged, we made it more of like a situation, like than what it really was.
Yeah, because I couldn't understand how a candle could make a big fire, because my wife lights candles all the time around the house, and if we've knocked them over, and if you knock it over, kind of nothing happens.
Yeah.
I mean, it might singe the carpet a little bit.
Yeah.
I've seen the pictures, and I'm surprised that, you know, that much of the carpet was burned.
Well, it was probably because, I don't know, but I know that we did go like push down on the carpet and it was cover, the cover was wrapped up on it.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't know, like.
That's what I was just curious about, the burn itself on the carpet, because that looks awfully big for a candle.
I didn't even think that was even big. Was that really big?
Yeah, I mean, that big for a candle, because like I said, my wife, we look like a church sometimes with all the candles she lights.
Yeah.
We have dogs running around and kids.
Yeah, no, it was.
I was just surprised a candle could make, you know, a big black thing in the carpet that much. That it might have been held there for a little while.
Yeah.
Maybe he tried to set.
I don't know about. But see, the thing is, I don't know that Gannon would try to like purposely like set something on fire. I don't know. I know that he did tell me later that he thought that I was coming downstairs and he was playing his game. So I don't know.
So he was playing his game when he knocked the candle over?
Yeah, so he did tell us, he told me and Lena and all of us that when we were all talking together, he thought I was coming downstairs like, to catch him on his game.
Oh, that's why he knocked it over.
I don't know. I don't know if he accidentally or thought, you know, whatever. I just know he said that he thought.
But did he take any responsibility for knocking the candle over, or did it just say it happened, or what?
No, he did say that.
Okay.
He did say that he had done it, that he had started it, or whatever. And I asked. That's why I kept asking him, like, did you do it on purpose?
That's what I'm curious about.
Or did you, you know, was it an accident? He told me an accident. He thought I was coming downstairs. So, and for me, sir, we could afford to buy another
for sure
sofa and another. That's not a problem. Like, I mean, you're talking about like things that we had and nice things that we can afford to buy that. So that was not a point of contention, and Gannon very well would have known that.
So did it burn? It burned the sofa also?
I don't think it burned the sofa. I'm just saying, like, in general in the area, whether if it would have burned sofa, TV, all that.
Right. Did he light the candle?
We could afford to do it.
Candle? Do you know?
The candle was, he had already lit the candle because the dogs were, and so he had already lit the candle, which we
Does
allowed.
he normally do that?
Yeah, we allowed him to he could light the candle if he wanted to. He was allowed to open like packages that came. That's where I was telling Albert taught him how to use like the box cut and stuff like that. He was allowed to do those type of things. As long as, you know, he was usually within reason, like, okay, I'm not going to go like, you know, like, or something like that. When I was little too, like I did the same thing about curious about matching, but we had already given him enough of, you know, like safety talks about, like Albert, when he talked to him about using the box cutters and knives, he always showed him the right direction, you know, not to just go to like, cut open boxes and stuff. So he had already had these, you know, talks about the correct way to do these things.
Well, it explains those two. So I've got the bath salts, the candle, and now the foot injured in the garage. Tell me about that.
The foot injury.
Sorry, before I go there, so we don't forget, you said peeling these later.
I just remember that on Monday his arm had a little bit of peeling to it. And that's when I said in my mind, and like I told the other lady up here, that I did at that point say, I probably should like think about if I need to, if later on after I put stuff on it, I need to think about if it gets worse, you know, monitor the situation, you know, like those type of things.
Did you put stuff on it or no?
Well, we had took that green aloe stuff and we had took and put the dog had just had get bit before, so already had that little wrap stuff.
Okay.
And so we had already done that in that situation.
Did you put it on both arms?
I think it was the right arm, I feel like.
And then when did you do that? Was that Sunday night, Monday morning, both?
I think it was Sunday night. No, actually it wasn't. It was through the night because we stayed up late. So it would have already been Monday morning hours, like into Monday morning.
So why were you guys up late?
Because we couldn't breathe. The smell was so like it's like stuck in the house from the smoke. We couldn't breathe. And I don't want to do
So where did you guys hang out until you could breathe?
We slept in our room, and then we opened all the windows downstairs.
Okay. And all four of you slept in?
So Lena, Harley, me, and him were in the room for a while. Then Gannon went to yeah. So then Gannon went to Lena's room for a while, but then he was in his room by the time he woke up. So I don't know if he got something.
What time do you think you went to Lena's room? What, after midnight?
Or I don't know.
When did you call him in sick? It was pretty early in the morning.
Well, we didn't. What happened is we didn't. All I did was I called and asked about his stomach. It was nothing to do with anything to do with the fire. My question was, I'd already given him Miralax, which was like, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a prescription over the counter. I say whatever it is, prescription Miralax, whatever it's or whatever. And I had already given him that. And so then I also had X-Lax. And I thought, you know, at what point can I not? Like how much is enough? If I can't get him to pass this, at what point is there enough, or can I go ahead and do it like an enema? Albert can tell you, I've given him an enema before, and like things like that, because it gets so bad and they're just so big and they get clogged up. So that was the concern about how to get him to pass that.
Mm-hmm.
Because like for me, I have to like I can drink 10 scoops of Miralax.
Won't affect you.
It won't affect me at all. Yeah. And so I didn't want it to be where it was. And then also, the combination is different in my stomach because, like I said, if I take 10 of them, I'm okay.
So he's having the squirts and he started having those in the hike, but he couldn't pass that whole evening. Is that right?
Right. He would get out, but like couldn't get like the whole thing out. And that was sometimes if he finally, and then when he finally
it had to
gets
be painful,
one out,
wasn't it? Or...
For me, I lay in the bathroom and I'm in pain.
Yeah.
Like whenever.
Was he telling you he was in pain?
Well, he sits on the toilet. His common thing is that he'll sit on the toilet and just sit there and sit there and sit there. So as long as he's got something to focus with, again, his pain tolerance is very like high when it comes to just sitting there, focusing.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, he
spent a lot of time in the bathroom that evening, just sitting there.
Yeah, off and on the bathroom. We got kids meals, but he came out and ate his kids meals. There, so I assumed.
McDonald's or what?
No, we Carl's Jr.
Carl's Jr.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I had originally said Burger King, but that's not Burger King right there. That's Carl's Jr.
Got it.
Carl's Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah. because I never go to caution, but we got 2 kids meals, and I think I got 2. Lena went with me to go get it. So he ate the kids meal when we got back.
But he still hadn't passed. So.
Well, if he ate, he had done something. He had already used it some because he wouldn't have eaten.
And had you given the Miralax before the meal then?
I had already given him Miralax throughout the week. We always had this thing where if I went in there and took one of my shots, like of say berries or something like that, he would take one too. So it was common for me to be like, okay, here, mix. And Albert would always say, go mix him up one of the drinks because we put in orange juice. Well, he didn't like juices as much unless it was like Kool-Aid juices. So it was a common thing to always try to give Miralax to regulate the system. But the problem is, if you don't take the Vyvanse, so you don't take it for a day, like he didn't take it on Saturday because family was in town, and say you don't take it on Saturday, and if you don't take it on Sunday, that's when it starts to happen. That's when the constipation and the diarrhea kind of comes out of his. So, like, let's say if he would have took it Saturday, and let's say he would have took it Sunday, he wouldn't have been as bad. But then the problem is, Albert always would want him not on it if we're going to go do like a big time activity, because instead of having him like, zoned out, I mean, zoned out.
Yeah.
That was
the Vyvanse stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
And so like the thing was, if we go somewhere that requires him to have like things, then that we don't want him to be under that Vyvanse and just have to be like zombie. We want him to be, especially like on the hike. I wanted him to be able to like run around and do things. But me and him were always on the top of all. Like if we had hikes, we were always on the top of hikes. We were always the ones, like, bleeding, doing everything.
So was he bleeding that night? Do you know?
From
rectally,
from
anally, yeah.
So what happens is from him breathing, I'm
trying to figure out, things are going on with him these last couple hours.
Yeah, so like from him squeezing and stuff like that, his does the same thing as mine does, and mine doesn't. So that's why I told you we're so much alike, and we could relate on that because it was like, oh my gosh, your butt, just from squeezing and things like that, and that wasn't like
copious amount.
Yeah,
just because of him struggling with that all night or that evening into the night. You don't know when he eventually felt good, or
how it works is he might feel good, and then it gets where it's hurting still until he gets it all out. It's not until he returns like 100% and being like, okay, I'm back to game.
Did he get back to Gannon that night
for Sunday? Yeah. So he was fine. I told you he earned extra time to be able to stay up and stuff.
Yeah, but I thought, was he not struggling with this after the candle incident?
Right. Like what happens is I mean, if you want to call him a GI person, but he gets where he's okay, and then a little bit more okay, and a little bit more. They happen every once a month ish, where he goes through those episodes of his stomach and mind those things.
So when you guys were up in the bedroom, how was he?
You mean like after
the flame and fire and smoke?
He was upset and like crying because he thought he was going to lose his switch, like for a long time. Like he thought, that the biggest thing was, I don't care, we'll just do whatever. I knew whatever. I would be quicker to cover up because we just related on the same page, more so than Lane, because Lane would be grabbing and sure, whatever. And it could be more of like, we can have a secret and talk and play.
Right.
Yeah. So I'd be more inclined. Okay, don't tell anybody, we'll fix it. And so that was kind of like our conversation, what we were talking about. Yeah, he was upset, like very, like upset and hurt and just trying to do whatever, but we also kind of just.
So how late do you think he stayed up with you in the room until he finally left?
I don't know.
Was it past midnight, or do you know?
I don't know. At this
when he
point,
left
I
on his
don't
own.
know. At this point. So whenever he went to Lena's room, I think he walked down. I don't remember exactly, but I know cause all four of us couldn't fit in the bed plus 2 dogs. But at one point in time, we had to switch. And I feel like at one point, Harley was sleeping on the sofa, and then Harley and Lena switched because we were up. Like I said, we couldn't breathe. It was very smoky. So we were all like, when Lena went to school, I'm pretty sure she probably went to school. Like it's off then.
Right.
Because my cousin.
So Lena was real sleepy, but she went to school.
Yeah, like what I'm saying is when she woke up, she probably was like really, really like felt like she could have used a couple more hours.
Mm-hmm. So why did you call Gannon in sick and not her?
Well, she wasn't struggling with stomach problems.
So he still had him in the morning.
Right. So it wasn't. I even had messaged Albert through the night and said, "Hey, I asked him."
Mm-hmm.
Like I asked him, and he said, "Okay, it's Gannon, things out." And so that was.
Yeah. So
but he didn't respond because he was on a different time zone.
So you called in sick though too for your work.
Judge, that's at 1:26:58, which was where I intended to stop, and this is probably a good time for lunch.
Yes, it is. All right. Mr. Gruesing, you can go ahead and step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our noon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1:30, we could be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own research about any aspect of this case. With that, we'll see you at 1:30. Have a good lunch. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, guys. In about 5 minutes, I'm gonna leave to go pick my little up at school. I think Croc's here somewhere for games.
I'm here.
Patty's is there.
Patty's is here.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the stream up and running. I have to go get the princess.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record
In a
should
few
reflect the jury
minutes.
has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution.
But I'll leave this
Court of
part of the
recess.
feed
Thank you.
up and running, so you can just switch back if for some reason, the countdown thing. And I'll call Croc, or I don't know if you want to grab Croc. I don't
Hey,
know where he
John.
is.
No, I am not going to be doing any singing today.
Why not?
Because it was a very long night. No power, no internet, no nothing. Yeah, it gets boring.
You and the Blapple could have come here.
Yeah, by the time me and the Blapple got there, it would be time for me to come back home. So
But no, you could have just worked from here.
yeah, we're gonna do that one of these days.
You could have
We'll figure
worked
that
from
out.
here, and the Blapple would have left you alone, because the Blapple would be at kindergarten.
The Blapple would be in a backpack at kindergarten, and the teacher would be going, why is the backpack moving?
No, there was this thing on the news the other day that New York City changed its regulation that if you want to take animals on the subway,
As long as they fit in a bag, you can take them. Yeah. Have you seen the stuff people have put in bags?
Oh yeah, and I was dying. There's like a hiking dog carrier thing, and this lady carries her like 75-pound Eskimo dog in a backpack carrier that's meant for toddlers.
The Mastiff in the IKEA bag with the 4 legs cut out with the handle was my favorite.
Yeah, like there was like an entire thread of pictures about it, and yeah, no, the princess would have helped, Blapple would have been in her like baby sling, baby carrier when she was a baby. And she'd have been like, no, it's my Blapple.
It's the Blapple. It's the Blapple. The Blapple one is currently on the couch watching me because, that's a thing. And the other one is sitting here waiting for me to open up the bedroom so she can go lay on the bed. And I
I'm
told her she
guessing the
wasn't
big
going to
one
lay in
wants
bed
the
all day.
bed.
Yeah, the big one wants the bed. She likes the bed.
Yeah, the little one's like, you must hold me and pet me and hug me and love me and hi.
The little one says, "You will be here with me at all times. I must be able to see you. If you leave the room, I'm going to follow you." Oh, bless her heart. Yeah, I was having fun today just playing with Marco Polo and sending messages to people going, "Hey, want to see how you piss off a small dog? Push on her body, make her get off." Yeah.
Woohoo!
I
Flat
knew
bait
you were
thumbing.
streaming at that point, so you didn't get one.
Yeah, Opal. Um,
Hey, honey.
this is beyond a train wreck. This is a dumpster full of garbage water on fire, sitting on train tracks. Yeah. I think Croc abandoned us probably because we were making fun of him all quiplash.
Oh, that was just brilliant, though.
Uh,
Between your vaping and me saying your keyboard makes too much noise.
I know. Yeah, I was. That was up there with like me laughing at the threat from a lawyer who threatened me on stream.
I've been listening to this gal, and it's like, lady, you don't know which end is up anymore. You've totally lost it. There's no way you know what end is up.
She jumped the shark and lost it a long time ago.
It's so pathetically sad at this point. It's funny.
But yeah, no, Debbie, you see what I mean about how skinny she is there? This, you look at her now and you're like, she put on a ton of weight. But even being as skinny as she is there, I don't know how this woman thought she was going to squeeze herself between the bars at the jail. Like, even if you got your body through, your head would get stuck. And I'm speaking from experience. Because as a fireman, I can't tell you how many times we've had to bust out the jaws, or the hearse tool to get someone's head free. Far more.
Because stupidity reigns supreme.
Yeah, Debbie, and that's what it was. Ted Bundy went through the light fixture. Originally, when she said she was going to go pro se in a capital case, because she would be allowed to go to the law library more, that's when she was talking about escaping. That's when all of that happened. Part of why she went on like a hunger strike to lose some more weight so she could escape. But it wasn't gonna work. The problem with people going through things like bars is they will they'll get their feet and body through because they'll get their shoulders perpendicular to the ground. But then as soon as they turn themselves that 90 degrees, they can never get their shoulders and everything back to that perfect perpendicular to squeeze back through. If that makes sense. And so we have to use the Hearst tools to spread the
They're
bars.
they're designed that way for a reason.
Yeah, I know, but it's a giant pain in the butt when you're the fire department and you're taking hydraulic tools into a jail.
Because somebody's not very smart.
Debbie, yeah, that was one of her plans. Was
Hey,
to pull.
Opal, text Croco for me. Tell him we need to do some quiplash and stuff.
I'll just call him and yell at him. Hold on.
Yeah, just let Opal do it. He'll do it for us. He likes to mess with Croco. They could be over in the anime theater watching stuff together too. Which means you guys need to get on Discord because, that's a thing. We watch anime in the Discord almost every day.
They do. I pop in and say hi, and then I leave because I don't anime.
There's some of them that are good and they're cute and they're fun. And when you've had a day of like this, it's nice to see something kind of wholesome and fun. But there's other times it's like, what? We need to do something better. Anubis, you're funny. And then, of course, we have to help support the beasties. And then we're going to add this one because, we like being able to pay it forward for our beasties.
And Croc is not answering his cell phone.
Well, did he say where he was going or did he just poof on us?
He poofed.
Oh. Well, I know I poof, but you know that I'm at least listening in the background.
Nick, you actually never, ever do it. We, even as first responders, you never remove the person. We just
take it all.
We cut it because the railing is providing pressure from the inside. So I have taken people impaled with all kinds of things. You just cut it and then stabilize it and go. I did take one guy with a chainsaw in his neck. I got to be on TLC.
Yeah. Good example is Steve Irwin. Had he not pulled out the spine, he may have survived.
Yeah. Yeah, like Nick, you never remove an impaled object unless it is directly impeding an airway. And even then, it is difficult. If they're impaled on something, the best thing you can do is prop them up so they're not moving. You don't want like them moving around. You allow it to apply pressure from the inside.
Right, Ardo.
Yeah. And we always give the caveat, like, unless it's impeding an airway, or the only other time I had some guy put a pen through his cheek. But you can apply pressure to both sides there. But other than that, no. I get to be on TLC when my guy ended up with a chainsaw in his neck.
Yeah.
Okay, Philip, have good errands.
Hi, Philip. I'll send you my grocery list. Please pick up for me.
Patty, I'm gonna leave this up.
Okay. I'm back.
So
we can chat.
Yeah, if we get Loki 2, it's because I'll have you're gonna 2 Lokis in a minute. Because mobile Loki will appear.
Yeah, kind of like mobile Patty appeared yesterday.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I'll see you in a few.
Love you too, Opal. See if you can get a hold of Croco for me. I've sent him messages, but he's not responding because So what else? Okay, Debbie, you're gonna have to tell us. Sex sent me to the ER. What? I have not seen that show yet. So we got like an hour and 15 minutes. We got no Croco. Anubis, it sounds like a goal to me. We gotta have goals, right? What channel is that on, Debbie? Is that on Lifetime? Probably not. HBO After Dark? Sandy, are you leaving or are you staying? You need to stay. Because, Nick, Croco runs off periodically. He must have spotted a nut that he could have, and that would be a legume. Anubis, it's on Netflix. Okay, well, I have Netflix, so I can watch. Yeah, I wish I knew where he ran to, because, that'd be a thing. I was gonna go make my lunch, but they left us in charge. He's pulling a John. Okay, there's a huge difference between Croco pulling a John and John pulling a John. Oh, Sandy, it's okay. It's all good. We can try and call him. You want to hear me call him? This could be fun. And let's see, you top in the Lord. Yes, I actually have Lord Croco Squirrel saved in my phone under Lord Croco Squirrel. We'll put it on speaker because, it's a thing. Let's see if we can get him. Oh my God, that's funny, Debbie. He's a small dragon, Ardo. He's like human size. It's fine. He's not answering. This is not good. This means forwarded to an automatic. Yeah, it's going to voicemail. So we're kind of screwed. You guys are stuck with me. So what can we do? Let's see. Can I share a screen? If it will let me. Oh, guys, sorry. I gotta take this call. You're on your own for a few.
All right. Sorry, folks. Technical difficulties. I did not come up with the correct answer as to whether or not folks were that anything was going on there. So let's get ready with this. Sorry. We'll just have this back. Okay, who wants to play what? I'm sorry, Nick. Murder trivia party. Anybody object? Oh, me and John's sister says quiplash. So oh, there's two quips. Uh-oh. Only got one for, yeah, okay, we got it. Don't worry, Debbie, we'll get you covered here. We'll get you covered next.
Put in this room code to play. TXCY.
Yeah, we'll play that one. We'll play that one next. Uh-oh. Nice to see you're feeling better there, but no, a little worried about you earlier. Okay, we have Danny. Did Danny run away? Oh, come on, me, John. You too.
You made it. That's awesome.
I did make it. There was, I had to step away for a project and did not hear things close down.
No explanation required. Just happy you made it.
Yep, we're back. Okay. Come on, Patty, you too.
Yeah, Patty just got off the phone
Mm-hmm.
because, like you, that stuff happens.
Aha. Me, John, I would not eat a corpse. Not if I did. Not unless the situation were considerably more dire. It'd have to be really friggin' bad for me to eat a human corpse, because that is definitely not a healthy thing to do. Cannibalism is absolutely out of the question. Because there's always other things that could be had. Oh, metal!
Wait a second.
Wait a second, what?
Welcome to Quiplash.
You have way too many windows open on your screens and you're trying to figure stuff out.
You'll be hearing my voice throughout the game, unless you put me on mute. And extra players can put in that room code and vote in the audience. Round 1 is upon us.
Yeah, prion disease will kill you quicker.
That will stand up against another player's response. Then everyone will vote for their fave, and one of you will You'll
Me,
rate
John.
the points based
I
on
like
the
it.
percentage of people who dig your response. Got it? Great.
I mean, if we're talking about other animals, if it were fresh, then if we had just freshly killed it, then we'll talk. But and I have had to do that, but not humans. Prion disease is a very bad way to go.
So you got any big plans for this weekend other than streaming tomorrow, Croco?
I don't know yet, but there's definitely a lot.
You don't know yet.
I don't know yet.
I'm gonna go to home. I'm gonna go to the local supply store and get potting soil and garden soil and vegetables and flowers and mulch.
Ooh.
I'm going to plant stuff in my yard and watch it grow.
You're almost out of time. Don't forget your safety quips.
Just don't make it one of those watching paint dry things.
I just know I have to be home in time for Snark Patrol tomorrow.
Yep.
And that's a wrap.
That's what, 1 p.m. your time.
Okay, here's where the fun starts.
Debbie suggests that you plant some baby cucumbers for her.
Let's break the ice.
Debbie, no, because by the time they got to you, they'd be dead.
Squirrels burying in your yard.
Ooh.
Okay, pick one.
The corpses of my enemies.
Do you feel attacked?
Only if the dog bit me. or one of my children.
Nobody ever checks into that hotel room. Not since blank. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite.
Oh. Oh, wow.
There we go, thinking alike.
I really hope that those two never, ever, ever get to see these streams.
Let's see
We'd
how
all
they
get
handle
Ganon.
a weird
Oh,
thing for a
jeez.
dentist to say while you were in the chair. Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
Okay, then.
That is a very random statement.
I wonder about that.
Mhm. Good job, Nick.
Next one up. What would you call your anti-social network? All right, vote for the one you like best.
Now I've been personally attacked. Wow.
That's what happens when you leave us for too long alone.
I know, right? Oh,
You are
boy.
essential. You are the essential Croco squirrel.
Yes.
Next on the docket, America doesn't have a royal.
I fully support the attack.
Blank. Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Yeah. Somebody's thinking about the bidet. True enough, McNum. True
Let's
enough.
keep it going.
McNum, you're not wrong.
You turn your back. Okay, choose your favorite.
All right, I've seen at least one of these as a safety quip.
Was it the question?
Nope. Metal came up with
And
flipping the
now-
bird.
The coolest kid in middle school is always the one wearing blank. And now
Ooh.
pick your favorite.
Funnily enough, they talk about the Native Americans being the ones scalping people. They didn't start it. Yikes. Ow.
You survived round 1, but can you survive the scoreboard?
Apparently, it was the U.S. Army that started that little pastime.
Really?
Yeah.
And here I thought we were so civilized.
Time for round 2, where all points are
Oh
doubled.
no!
Doubled, I
In
say.
war, there's no such thing as civilized. That's why Civil War is so badly misnamed.
Keep it up, little dog. I'll put you in the bathtub with Blanche.
Bacon with a safety quip.
Hit a safety quip, you two. Come on, you're running out of time. Boop. They got there just in time.
And Sandy says she's going to hell. Okay.
Prompt number 1 is, if you get a case of this player fever, it can only be cured by blank. Okay, choose away.
Definitely feel attacked on that one.
Oof.
I cure your fever, Anubis. I know how to make you happy.
Brilliant way to fool facial recognition technology. All right, people, it's voting time. And next, a fun way to let your partner know you are not in the mood tonight. Decisions. Choose your favorite.
I would not recommend one of those for sure.
I wouldn't recommend either of those.
Next up, the senior prom theme most often rejected by high schools. All right, choose your favorite.
Right. That's clear.
Next, we have an old-fashioned way to cheer up your friend after a breakup. And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. More or less. Although one includes ice cream. Ooh, and yet a clear decision was made.
Good job, McNome.
Next, a comment that would have offended you 10 years ago, but now you don't give a
Pretty much any comment like that.
Time to pick the one you like best.
I hate it when people tell me I have an ugly beard. That's horrible. Come on, Croco, that was funny.
I don't think you could have an ugly beard.
And next is a really terrible job would be the brand ambassador for blank.
Dylan Mulvaney.
And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Mean John.
Ugh.
Newsflash, Mean John. As women get older, we get to go through puberty again. Only this time, instead of growing breasts, we grow facial hair.
Damage.
Well, I'm smack dab in the middle of the pack.
Whiplash. One
Yeah,
last chance to
could be
redeem
worse.
yourself. You'll each receive a
As Mean John goes, I will forever date women that are premenopausal.
responses. You'll do great. And you know what an odd
Just
number
remember, Mean John, menopause. It's nature's birth control.
me, Schmitty, your host.
Uh-oh. Our crep wiener friend here.
All right, I gave you all kinds of pandering on that one.
Oh boy.
My answers to the Quiplash, of course.
Oh boy. Here we go.
What do you mean? I wasn't mean to you.
Oh, of course
Time's
not.
running out.
You're never mean to me.
I was actually nice. Because I'm always trying to be nice. Except when I'm not. And then it's just freaking hysterical.
Uh-oh.
Okay, if you didn't get one in, don't blame me. Are you ready for magic? 3 ways to stop yourself from crying at a Pixar movie.
Stab yourself in the eye.
Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Somebody's not wrong on that one. Oh, Schmitty for the score.
2/3 of a Nick versus Schmitty.
The 3 things in your happy place.
Water.
All right, people, it's voting time.
Handcuffs.
Three job titles that sound too good to be true. All right, choose your favorite.
How would those be too good to be true? I'm curious.
Oh wait, isn't that pretty much everything that me and Thomas do?
Yep.
No.
Between you and Thomas, yeah.
And look, Debbie still beat me.
Instead, I wouldn't consider being their lawyers a good thing.
Describe your genitals.
Right, well, I'm running away then. I'm gonna go get some lunch.
Does that go?
Thing, 2 minutes, 2 seconds.
For the one you like best.
Damn. Ow. Does that come in adult size? Holy crap.
That's great. Doing meathead?
Yeah, Bone apparently, I don't know. Bone should have a lawyer. Oh man.
Glory or tragedy awaits. Let's see the final scores.
Oh, and McGnome for the hammering. Yikes. Uh-oh.
So who won, Croco?
McGnome at over 10 grand.
Who?
McGnome.
Of course he did. Are we gonna do trivia next or what?
Yes, we are going to do trivia next.
I think we should play golf, but knowing my luck, my system would crash.
Or the power would go out again. Ugh. I don't know what the hell happened yesterday. Whatever
I think it has something to do with the lightning strike
could be.
that took out the transformer and the pole right around the corner from my house.
Maybe I shouldn't be pushing it.
Nancy, we know you're here. We just lost Croco. What the hell? So I think Croco's system crashed again on the Steam, which is what runs the games. Luckily, he has admin privileges, so he can get back in. Hot coffee. Play what you can. Just enjoy it. It's about being with friends and enjoying life, not about whether you win or lose. And look, Draco made it back. No. We cannot hear you, Croco. I say chicken tater tots. My internet's all wonky. Yeah, it's been a thing today with the internet. I've had it go wonky on me a couple times. Patty was born wonky. Patty was born wonky. And that's fine. We can all be born wonky. I'm trying to work and do this at the same time. It's not working very well. And Draco, you're gone again. Nancy, you don't have to be that, It's okay to not be snarky.
Okay, now I'm back. All right. One room code. As soon as I get this, as soon as I represent the camera. Okay. All right. Here you go, folks.
Is LCUT.
Sorry about that, peeps.
Debbie.
No worries.
Oh. Are you in here? Or is it a...
No. Oh, shit. Oh, that was
Is it another snarky? Another snarky?
I hear a small person.
You hear a small person.
Mm-hmm.
He is home today because he's spreading a light fever.
Ah.
I need to get my chat box back.
We all suck at job there, McNome.
All right. All right. Let's do it that way. That's much better. Okay.
Are you gonna play with us?
Do you need me here? Yeah, I suppose I could.
And make sure you intentionally win again. Us always
right. Since most of this is really just clicky work.
So is there a way you can delete
Quack a squirrel.
the text highlighting option in Word?
What?
Nothing. I just want to be mean.
Oh. Is that all?
Will of Benora comes to think of us sucking everything.
Are you in?
Ah.
Come on, we need one more person. Who don't we have?
Hey, yeah. Even if somebody not in here.
I think Nick took off on us.
Yeah, Nick probably could. He doesn't usually. We don't usually see him for trivia murder parties. So. Oh, ready to die. Okay. Let's get started with this. Oh God, should I just do that? Oh no.
What'd you do now?
Oh, like that thing I said. No, I shouldn't.
Oh, well, congratulations on doing the thing that you didn't want to do.
Hey, Nancy. I need more coffee.
You need more coffee.
I need more coffee.
Welcome to the game.
Oh, I know where I can go look.
How long is one term in office for a United States Senator? Use your device to answer the question. And the correct answer is, who got the question right? The rest of you, come with me.
Oops. Can't remember.
Huh?
Put on the do disturb sign. We're at room 101. Oh, this one is good.
Oh no, I don't like this game.
A telephone, but I only have 3 phone numbers.
I agree.
One of these numbers on your rotary phone before anyone else, or you die. Yeah, this is how phones used to be. And don't get me started on life before answering machines.
Life before answering machines was hilarious. Because usually you had to track the person down and give them their message. That's when secretaries spent a lot of their time answering phones. Oh, her snarkiness made it.
Yeah. There's a method to my madness on that one, and I'm not going to share it.
Oh, I think I missed your call. What a shame.
Oh, it killed both of you.
Oop. Nick and Nancy both.
Oh.
You're going to see a lot of this elevator, so just get used to it. Let's keep moving. Go on. Say something nice about a neighbor jacket. I dare you.
I don't know. I've never seen one. I don't think.
It's been a while. I don't remember which one is the thing.
Almost up. Who picked this?
Me.
Oops.
The rest of you who are still alive.
At least I'm good company on this one.
Welcome to room 217. Hopefully you can defend yourself.
Oh, great.
Type in an answer that fits this category. Everyone else will answer too. And if anyone matches you, you die. Including any potential mind readers.
Pick a letter, people. Pick a letter.
It's not that hard. And no, you can't have S.
It's only A through H.
Time's almost up.
Oof.
Now, let's see if there are any matches. Oh, good. Someone actively contributed to you being murdered.
Wow. 3 of us died.
Well,
You didn't screw up this time, Hot Coffee. You're fine. There are no screw ups.
there really aren't.
Let's try another one.
Besides, look at my score.
Flying in mass is a thing.
Where is the oldest operating university in the world?
Val,
Yep.
come get your stuff.
Yeah, we're going to go with that one. I honestly don't know.
I had a guesstimate.
Stop. Pick this.
Not me. I died.
I want to show you something. This is my tattoo parlor. Give me a new tattoo by drawing on your device.
A croco squirrel and a croco squirrel looking over a fence. Really, people? Come on.
Your favorite cat. The artist with the fewest votes will die.
Somebody's your Kilroy.
Vote already.
I can't. I'm not so loud.
Come on, Sandy. You got this.
What did we decide? This might actually look worse after it heals. I think it's pretty clear what I have to do now.
I didn't have time to finish. Well, I couldn't think. Honestly, I couldn't think of anything else anyway. So, at least not that second.
We're here. With 2 players left alive, we'll go to the final round.
Ooh, there's
Next
2 of you.
question.
I don't know who grounds this.
What do sumo wrestlers throw in the air to purify their ring?
Oh, that's easy.
That may not be right, but I want to see it.
Who picked this?
Me.
Time for consequences.
Uh-oh. Good luck, Sandy.
We're going to play chalice.
Oh, man.
Pick a chalice to drop your poison in.
Go get the milk.
Now it's your turn to
hold
play.
it. Hold
Here's
it.
a chalice to drink from.
That's your mom.
If you drink yummy. Now let's see what you drink.
Oh,
It's refreshing and toxic.
go on. Time for the final round, apparently.
Only one of you is still alive.
I managed to make it through all those rounds and did not make any money at all. Yay!
Yikes.
Go me.
Glad to see you're the one to make it here alive. But will you be the one to escape?
No. Because we're sucking today.
Big time.
Has webbed feet. Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit.
Hi, Thomas.
Hello,
I
Thomas.
see you. I see you. I recognize you.
And rice novels. Time is almost up.
Oh.
Oh.
I missed one because I didn't know.
College football bowls.
But the Puppy Bowl is hilarious every time.
Puppy Bowl is like the best thing on TV. I think I'm intentionally losing now.
Right behind you. Figure skating jumps.
Oh, that's not right. Damn it. Yep, I'm intentionally losing now. It's a thing.
You killed your friend. Better get away fast. Uh-oh, here comes trouble. Are you afraid of the dark? Mascots older than Ronald McDonald. Time is almost up. More stolen life force.
I died again.
Hello, darkness. Cat breeds.
Colby, go on.
Numbers that divide into 54. The darkness approaches. Where do you think you're going? If you want to break through that barrier, you'll need a perfect answer to this question.
I'm going over there.
And that includes the third answer choice now, too.
Oof. Nope. Bounce.
You have to get all the right answers to escape. Vitamins. Time is almost up.
See ya.
You did it! You did it! You beat it! You beat it!
Okay, yes, go on. Go. Go on. Only $3,000? Damn. By the way, Patty,
Yes, dear.
I hold you responsible for that.
Okay, you can do that. I don't care.
You're the one that told me to intentionally win, so I decided not to.
What's your point?
Because you guys inhaled them yesterday. They're taking them back and you guys don't get any more food now.
So, win.
I at one point just stopped playing. No point.
I hold you I hold you responsible.
That's fine. You can hold me responsible. I don't mind. You hold me responsible for a lot of stuff that I never signed up for. So,
Well,
whatever.
okay. We still have 15 minutes. What's up with that? We could actually get through. If we're really quick, we could even get through another round of Quiplash if you guys want. We don't have to. We can sit here and talk for 15.
Blanche, hey, come here. Come here, honey. Come here, my sweet puppy dog. Hello, Blanche. What are you doing, honey baby? Is it a terrible thing that we're going through right now? Yes. Life is scary when you're not used to being in a house.
If I can get 6 people right away, we'll have time.
Put in this room code to play.
There.
XBRK.
You got one person. Hurry, 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 hurry.
XVRK, not VX. 3.
City bro.
6. That's it. Let's go. We're rolling.
Hey, welcome to Quiplash 3.
You forgot
The
about
Book of
those
Schmitty.
2 people.
Uh-oh.
I'm your host,
Go on.
Schmitty, the game show host you flushed down the toilet as a kid. Surprise!
Would you put that away, please?
If you're not playing,
And then go and then go back to your room.
Put in the room code to join. Okay, round 1. I'm going to flash 2 prompts on your device. Type something ingenious that will stand up against another player's response. Then everyone will vote for their fave, and one of you will get an ego boost. Oh yes,
Ooh.
points. You score points based on the percentage of voters who like your answers. Clear enough? Sure hope so. Let's go.
No. No, Ardo, it's not. Squirrels don't torque, as a rule. Built into our genetics or something. Rawr.
Oh, I am so
There you go.
ready for this next part. First in line, the button on the microwave that never gets used.
Popcorn.
Punch in your vote.
Don't you hate that, Tom? Don't worry, there will be more rounds later this evening. Ooh, the pro se humor.
Because he's funny.
Ow.
Let's keep it going. Doctors say blank is not addictive, but you're hooked.
Oh.
Decisions. Choose your
Okay.
favorite.
have to find some happy dragons though.
Look, we're seeing double Lokis. Yay!
Yep. Double Loki. Wow, Sandy.
Good job, Sandy.
And next is
I know, right?
of a planet covered in corn. Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
I'm not touching it.
Why? Why are you not touching it?
Because they knew what was coming.
What? That I did for the Polenta Paradise?
No.
Okay, what's next?
You did the Polenta
Plenty,
Paradise and it was going to
seriously,
quiplash
where
the
is
other.
Waldo?
We know where he's not.
Oh, jeez. Oh.
Next on the docket, the most difficult hole in mini golf is a
Ooh.
tiny version of blank. Time to pick the one you like best.
Oh, jeez.
One of those I would play, one of those I would not.
Yes.
Because
Take the
Lord
one
knows
you
what
play.
you'd find in the one. Letitia's Loki, which we already know what's in it.
Next up.
Sorry, Thomas.
Mind you, I had those two reversed.
Kids these days play truth or
Did you?
Yup.
Okay, choose your favorite.
Wow. Not necessarily wrong.
That was round one. Let's take a peek at those scores, shall we?
Just, by the way, kids, do not ever eat those. And we got and we still have the Starkey P out front.
Time for round two, where the points are doubled. So is the pressure.
Even with the technical issue, we're still doing good. Now, the reason I said 6 is because I know we can finish this. We can finish six in less than 15 minutes. Especially if people type quickly and shave some seconds, a few seconds off in the thing. You off. I have an 8-year-old at home today because, yeah, that was the thing. He still wants to see what I'm up to.
It's quip time.
Let's do it.
Kicking things off. What's the least helpful thing you can do while helping someone defuse a bomb?
Scream. Boom!
All right. Vote.
Although that one would work just as well. Now, is the instructional book gender fluid or just the person reading it?
What's behind the locked door the real estate agent refuses to show you?
Letitia's luggage.
All right, choose your
Ooh,
favorite.
my minions. Hey, aye.
All right, check this out. It's just a matter of time before someone goes through this player's phone and finds blank. Now it's time to vote for your favorite.
The best naked gnome ladies. Boom.
And now, a bikini car wash is a great way to raise money. A bikini blank is not. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Ow. Mm. Oh, that did not work.
No, it did not.
Next, you would secretly buy a book called How to Blank. All right, people, it's voting time.
I think someone was looking for tick their talk. That's okay. I see you there, Nancy. I do. Yeah, the autocorrupt. Autocorrect. Oh, no, that was. Wow, Thomas.
And here we have, at the most bizarre sex parties, people don't wear masks. They wear blank. All right, vote for the one you like best.
I think that would. Yeah, that one there, I'm thinking that could be entertaining, and if done a little bit differently.
Into words, but let's see how it translates.
You get a massive you get a big butterfly, a huge butterfly net, and you just swipe over the partner you're looking for next. Oh, and is it me, or did you get kicked down into fourth place?
Whiplash. A crazy final round that came to me in a fever dream. You'll each receive a prompt that requires 3 separate responses.
You're going to have to type quick.
Player 2 looks a little freak, but you'll do great.
Was that fast enough?
That's certainly quicker. Come on, folks.
Come on, McGnome. Come on, Grounds. Come on, Thomas.
We need to get this through as quick as possible.
Court's going to come back shortly, and we can't miss that or Loki be mad.
We're trying not to make our Loki mad.
Do not make the Loki mad, because then she'll just make us not see the end of it.
3 things that usually only happen after 3 a.m. That's the fun part. Pick your favorite.
I feel Absolutely. Wow. I didn't think my jokes were that bad. Shit.
Oh, good job, McNome. You got a quiplash, dude.
Three things that when you see them, you can't unsee them.
Goatsy.
Time to pick the one you like best.
Oof. Come on. Do it. Do it now. Quick, quick, quick. Oh. Ouch, Patty.
Could be worse. I've beat him enough times.
Diagnosed by old-timey doctors.
This is the last one, by the way.
And now, pick your favorite.
Now it's probably Sandy.
I don't know.
Nope, it was Browns and Sandy was the other side. Oh, damn. Oh, dear.
Give me those final scores.
All right.
Really off your game today.
I know, right? And McNome for a second win. Kick ass.
Good job, Mayor.
Sorry, I was thinking about it over the lunch hour, and if we get to that, if we get to that place in this testimony, I have an instruction that I'll be giving that essentially mirrors 16.8.109, and in addition informs the jury that Mr. Grusing is not being offered as an expert on the subject of psychiatry or psychology, and you should not accept his testimony as expert testimony. And
Hello, Caroline.
so, and it gives him the language of 16.8.109 that he can give an opinion regarding conversations, context, those sorts of things. But that was the last sentence. So
Yeah, and in relation to, I think what you're talking about there, Judge, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm on the wrong track on this, but as it relates to that question that we've been asking some witnesses about, did you develop an opinion as to sanity?
Right.
Again, just further record of what Mr. Grusing's basis for any opinion would be in this interview, and we've already heard part of it, where he's asking her direct questions about mental health. And she says in her own words that she was of sound mind. He asked the question, are you of sound mind? She says, right. And then she gives an explanation. She gives explanations about having anxiety and being on lorazepam. And so any opinion that we would ask of Mr. Grusing would be based on those phone calls and this particular interview, which there's, I think, enough record being made for him to do that under that 16.8. And you just said the statute number, but I'm blanking on it right now.
16.8.109.
109, thank you. I think there is a sufficient basis already for him to do that. Obviously, we're not to that point yet that I'm going to be asking that, but there certainly is a sufficient basis for that.
All right. Well, we will cross that bridge when we get there.
Yep.
Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time?
No, Judge.
Defense. Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Yeah, that camera's right. Yeah. No, that's true. Yeah, no, that's true. You can't. That's over here. I don't know what it's related to, but the buttons are mine over here, so you don't have to worry about that.
And Judge, when we get started, we'll need the screen turned back on. Yeah.
And Mr. Grusing, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
No,
Okay,
she's not oppressed.
Okay. You need gloves. Oh, that's right. Okay.
The court doesn't have blankets to hand out to everybody?
No, I was about to suggest that everybody can keep their jackets on. All rise for the jury, please.
Must be cold in there.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letitcia Stout. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we took our break, we were in the midst of testimony from Mr. Grusing. That's where we will resume. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. And just so that we're on the same page as far as the record, we just listened to and watched a portion of the interview from timestamps 1 hour, 1 minute, 20 seconds through 1 hour, 26 minutes and 58 seconds. In the beginning of this portion of the interview, you asked the defendant to describe that fire in the basement. Do you remember that?
Yes.
She gives you some extraneous information there, specifically like Kobe Bryant. Was it consistent that when you would start getting into particular points of interest as it relates to the alleged crimes here, that she would give these extraneous details?
Yes, and that was consistent through the phone calls as well.
From your perspective, was that another distraction attempt to sort of create these tangents off of the main path of what you're trying to drive towards?
Yes.
Cell phones, please.
Apparently the cell phone wants me to repeat it, Judge. I don't know.
That's or whoever.
You had asked about details about this fire in this particular portion, in like color of flame, those height of the flames. Why were you asking those questions?
Well, as I explained before the video, the candle was a significant incident. She had been talking about that since February 13th that I came on, that Gannon sustained serious burns from that caused him even to bleed. And I wanted to see how she described not only the candle, but the fire itself and how he was injured.
What was your perspective of that, either reluctance or unwillingness to share details of the fire, the colors of the flames, the height of the flames? Why is that potentially significant to you in this interview?
Well, I tried multiple times to get her to explain to me what she saw. And I tried to give her different prompts on maybe even motioning with her hand, how tall it might be, or how hot it was, or colors. And she was not comfortable doing that.
Okay. There was also discussion about the burns on Gannon. She describes on one hand that there were little burns on his arms, and then says by Monday they're peeling. Any significance to that for you? That seems to be some divergent statements as to the severity of these burns.
Yes, in our phone call on February 13th, she was saying that Gannon was peeling and peeling his burns and that they were very bloody. And that's a lot different from how she was describing those to me in this interview.
In that particular, and you're referring back to a different one of these recorded calls that we listened to.
Correct.
Did that appear to be, from your perspective, a way to explain why there would be blood on his walls and in his bedroom?
Yes.
So again, to explain away important details in the investigation?
Yes.
In this particular discussion of the fire in the basement, she gives a long description about opening windows and how people are sleeping upstairs, everybody is, but then Gannon ends up downstairs. Did that appear to be an isolation of Gannon based on the way you're hearing that?
Yeah, it didn't make sense to me at the time on why he would be back down there, but I decided not to press it.
Does that also, I guess building on that, the fact that she describes all the windows being opened, we're talking about mid to late January, likely very cold in there? And we're going to play from 1 hour, 27 minutes to 1 hour, 29 minutes and 42 seconds.
Now, this interview was apparently 5 hours.
It was, I said, I told Albert, I said, hey, I'll just stay at home. But the plan was, I wasn't. That was, like, the plan was, I was not.
So starting, when was that a plan?
I don't think it was like December, so I was just gonna try to use like days, you know, whatever, because I didn't.
Right. What did you tell your school as far as why you didn't show up that day?
For that day, I didn't talk to them about anything.
Your school, you didn't?
That day.
Did you just not show? Or wouldn't you have classes waiting on you? Or?
No. Okay, so what happened was I transitioned because I was like, okay, I wasn't going to be a teacher anymore. And I was like, okay, I have to do something until this, like, the whole flight attendant thing starts. So I had to do something and just not have money or whatever. So I got on DA. I would do a long-term sub position or the regular subbing position. And then, so then I just, at that point, was going to just call in whenever I could work. I have it in my email.
Right.
I could just call in whenever I worked.
So were you scheduled to show up then Monday morning?
From the school that I wasn't going to work at anymore. I didn't even complete paperwork with them yet. So it wasn't even, I wasn't
They
even.
weren't counting on you to show up that day or what?
What do you mean? But I had, like, I hadn't
probably
signed
not.
any contracts. I hadn't, like, done anything with them because the whole plan was not going to be.
Okay, yeah, I get you didn't sign contracts, but were they planning for you to come in to do something on Monday and you had to call in?
I never called it on Monday. I'd already told
Did you
them.
text down or
No,
something?
on Thursday or Friday, I'd already told them. Okay. On Thursday or Friday, I'd already told them that I wasn't coming in. Like, I didn't go in Friday either. Like, I'd already told them I wasn't. So it was like, you're asking me about if I told them Monday, but I'd already told them prior that.
Oh, you'd already told them, so you didn't have to tell them you're not coming in on Monday?
Right, because I had already told them because, see, on my dad's side, there was someone who passed away. The prior week. So that.
So, Mr. Brucing, when she's giving you this answer, what information did you have already about her employment on that Monday?
I had, I think in the 4:00 a.m. hour, she had texted to say one of her relatives had got hit by a car and was killed, and that's why she was not coming into work.
And the way that she's describing it, it sounds like she's saying that this was a text that she sent the previous week to a different school as opposed to the one that she was now supposed to work at on Monday, January 27th.
That's correct.
What was significant of that to you?
I was attempting to walk her through her own timeline that she had provided us on the Sunday night burn injuries and then what happened Monday morning. And that was the next logical thing that she should have been describing to me. And then, like you said, she put it back on either Thursday or Friday.
Okay. The reason that she gives in that portion of the interview is that she didn't want to go back into teaching, right?
Yes.
Did she ever say in this part of the interview or any other part of the interview or phone calls having any sort of mental health anxiety issues as related to teaching?
Not that I listened to. No.
Was it more along the lines of she was just not happy in teaching because of the current environment in schools?
Yes.
Following that portion of the discussion, did you ask her to give you a statement about what happens on Monday, January 27th?
I did.
Does she then, in her answer, is this where she asks you, I'm going to need some help from you?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, we're going to jump to 1 hour, 32 minutes and 47 seconds and play through 1 hour, 46 minutes and 45 seconds.
That's kind of long.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So tell me about the next morning. Then. So now you're at home, Gannon's at home,
Right.
Elena's at school. Tell me what happens now.
Right. So this is where I need help from everybody.
Yeah. And you can get help. Like I said, I've had some high-level informants that
Yes,
have told
ma'am.
me some horrific things, and we've had to relocate them. We can get different names. But to do that, to kick that in motion, we need to know the story. We can't
Come
just
on,
say,
girl.
Right.
oh, someone's got really important information.
Right.
Who's that?
Well, that's where I would need someone to help guide me through this because I want to help more than anything. But
That's why I'm here, because I'm representing Denver FBI, and then I have the ability to pull resources from Quantico, which is our behavior analysis unit. Everything comes out of there.
Right.
It's called CERD, which is our incident response group. So this was a big enough case that the supervisor of the FBI asked me to come down from Denver, and I get all my training out there. So you're not going to have better resources in this room right now. And I'm not bragging.
Right.
I've just been doing this stuff for a long time.
Right.
So if you tell me what happens and then you need protection, we can do all that stuff. So DEA doesn't have those capabilities, ATF doesn't. No. DEA just investigates drugs, and they're very good at it.
Right.
But the FBI, we're now worldwide, and we have offices Bogota to Russia to China to wherever. So we get a lot more funding because of when September 11th happened. That changed everything for us. We were the nation's #1 law enforcement agency before then, but they gave us so many more resources since then.
Right.
And so I am specialized in missing kids and unusual homicides, including serial killings and whatever else. So I didn't get in right away on your case, but I have been working it for the past couple of weeks. Well, I'm here now, and whatever you tell me, the worst thing I can do for people like you is if you have a story that requires your protection for the FBI, it would not be good for me to run out and say, oh, Letitcia told me this, and that's not how it works. If this can help us find Gannon, we'll do whatever we can. Okay.
Not like I just need like protection.
Okay. Well, you can get that, but we have to know the story first.
So how am I supposed to get help talking to someone first before we talk to you? Because I'm willing to do that.
So here's your deal. If you need help, and if you want to go through the court process, that's fine. We leave, and then you work through the court process. But then it just becomes the whole focus of this, Letitcia, right now, you're the only one. You're the last one. You're the last adult with him. You're the last adult we know about with him. You have not told anybody anything else to lead us. We have been trying to work with Al to say, what does she say in that?
Yeah.
And the Quincy Brown thing and whatever else.
I was mad at him about all that. But a lot of it was keys to help. But it should have been. I could have just reached out to someone to be like terrified for.
So why didn't you?
It would have been. Also, what I can help you with can also help you with something else you might already with. I'm just saying.
Well, Letitcia, you've got to give me something here to work with. If you want to go through the court process, like I said on here, the last question. If you want to stop at any time, you are more than welcome to stop and say.
But it says you can have one present to talk to you.
Yep. And that will kick in the court process, and then we're done, which is fine. And if that's what you want, the whole
dangle
protection and that sort of thing, I can get you there without you giving me something. So I listened to all the calls with Al, and I've seen the crime scene reports. Okay, what happened in the bedroom was not Gannon slinging his blood on the wall.
Well, that's totally like not even to do with anything.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so like upset about bedrooms and all those things. Because I understand you're an expert. I know that. But I'm telling you that I'm gonna need like protection. That's it. It's not me. I'm not the person.
So, but if you're not the person, the charges won't be different. Okay, if you allowed someone else to come in and do the things to Gannon that we know happened to him, you're just as guilty.
I didn't allow anyone, and I don't know of anything like you're talking about to be happening to you. I do know that there's something I can tell you that can help you or help me, help everyone. But help.
So let me tell you where I am. Okay. Like I said, I've been 23 years with the FBI. For the last 20, I've been working violent crime. And I've worked some of the worst cases. And it kind of messed me up a little bit, to be honest.
Right.
Seeing what I've seen. And I worked 20 years at bank robberies. So I always thought that you were going to have, I'm the FBI, I'm the good guy, bad people go rob banks. And that's not how it is. I've had to help arrest other FBI agents, police officers, people from the church, school resource officers. I mean, it doesn't matter what you do. And on the other side, some of the bank robbers, one of them came out after serving a 10-year sentence, and we had it off just fine, even though, you know, we were on opposite sides of the fence. The thing that I have seen, though, throughout is when something very bad happens, people think they can't recover from it. And I do not think you are a bad person. That's why I'm here. No, I don't. I've seen bad
And I know
people.
you told people that to get them to help you,
No,
but
I'm not. I would not have this approach with you if I thought you were a bad person. I think something bad happened. And I think that what I've seen a lot, it's whether it's you think that you can get out if you do this or this or this, that's where you are now. And you're hoping that one of these things can save you. They're not going to be able.
What do you mean? What were you talking about?
There was nobody else there. We've looked at the alarms, we've looked at the motions, we've looked at the detectors.
The alarms are already covered up.
The alarms were already covered up. Okay. But
Sir, I'm telling you, what you have is not you. I know you say you wouldn't sit here and say this to me if I wasn't, whatever. I'm telling you, it is true. I would not and did not, did not. And with you guys having my phone, I would have thought that you would have had some of the apps looked into. Now, I would have thought that sometimes when I talked to Albert, you might have listened to him or whatever, it could have been some help and indication. I really did. Because I couldn't come at you and just tell you if you say there's somebody not involved. I could walk you through it and prove it to you, and you guys have already had this predetermination. I don't mean you. I have the first time I spoke to you. You guys have already had this predetermination that that's what's going to happen. It's already in your mindset.
Yeah, because we have no other evidence pointing us elsewhere. But if there was a shred of evidence, Letitcia, that pointed us to some other person, we would be all over it. As soon as Quincy Brown came out of your mouth, it doesn't take long.
So you know 100% he's in Mexico right now.
Yes, we do now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Because we did get our legal, we have what's called a legal attaché.
Okay. Where that alone, and I get that you're saying you have someone who looked into that and knows that, that's where I know in my heart that I can't trust to get help. That very reason.
You're saying Quincy Brown's
No,
not in Mexico?
that's not what I'm saying. But you would have said another word, like something in between that would have gave that off. Like, You wouldn't have said he's just in Mexico and didn't do anything. You would have said, oh, did he come back here for a reason? You wouldn't have said any of that. You would have known some other things too. Or maybe you have and you just can't tell me those things. And that's okay. But
Well, we don't, in a case like this, so tips will come in, you know, the public will call in. And then, of course, you and Al are primary interest because you're the parents of the missing kid. And most, 90% of the time, when a kid goes missing, it has to do with one of the parents. That's it. That we work on probability.
Okay.
So, and especially with you, then you're there. You say he went to a neighbor's house. That's the very first thing you say. And then there's no thought that somebody took him.
You said there's no thought?
There's no thought for law enforcement.
But you don't understand what happened leading up to the days before. Nothing to do with Gannon, nothing to do with, okay, in terms of me and Gannon. I love Gannon with all my heart. And so you can sit here and say 90% parents, this.
I'm not saying you don't love him.
I love him.
I'm saying that even I have had times when my son rolled the basketball underneath that I wanted to turn around and do something, and then I would have regretted it later.
But what you're saying to me is what you think is that I hurt Gannon.
And I don't think it was intentional.
Okay, but I didn't hurt Gannon. Okay, and I didn't either intentional or not intentional hurt Gannon. I did not. That's just not what happened. Okay, and I had this conversation with you just to see for a second if I could get help from you.
But you can. But how can you expect me to help you, Letitcia, if you're not going to tell me what happened? You can't go. Let me tell you. You can unlock the entire resources of the FBI right now. I've told you that. But then you say that you're not willing to do it, whether you don't trust me or you think that there's these.
But you already told me someone wasn't there based on an alarm.
That's from what we can see. Yes, movement in the basement.
Right.
Movement upstairs.
But you've already told me that based on that. Okay. But what you're not realizing is there's 2 sensors on that home. Okay. Two that can easily be manipulated. Easily. Okay. And if you even knew anything about prior, you would be thinking a lot differently. But see, that's why I can't talk to you about these things, because you already have predetermined what you think.
It doesn't matter what I predetermined.
But you said intentionally, unintentionally, and that's not the case.
I'm not saying I'm right 100% of the time. It doesn't. You need to just disregard whatever I think, or really whatever anybody else thinks. If you have the truth, and if you have something that will help us find him, really, to hell with me and everybody else and what we think. You should just cast that aside. All I can follow is the facts of the case as they're told to me. And so for me to go somewhere else besides the facts, I have to then go back to the facts to check it. So when I say something
I'll
like,
to you in private, but you can't tell Albert about anything that led up to it or anyone else.
Albert will not know
I
anything.
understand that, but I will. But I need your help, and I need to know that you tell me there's resources. You tell me whatever, okay? I know you're saying you got whatever, this, and that, and all that. But I really am going to need help. Like, a lot. Where do you? Don't base it on some alarm report, because they can easily manipulate it.
Well, we're not just.
They easily would. I know, I'm saying when you're saying no one else was there.
So
when you say that, don't base it on that, please. I'm begging you. Because that was not even remotely. It's not even. Not even.
Mr. Grusin, I just remind you that you're still under oath.
At the beginning of that portion of the interview, Mr. Grusing, you go through a description of if you allowed somebody else to come into the house and do bad things to Gannon, then you're just as guilty. Why were you going down that path and explaining that to her?
Well, it had to do with the numerous stories that she had told us and Al over the phone, and just whatever complicity she was going to make with me, I was wanting to move more directly towards her involvement. So just saying that if she was going to introduce yet another person, like the last one that she introduced was the pregnant lady and it didn't really have any legs to stand on, I didn't want her to go down that path again.
So was that you trying to encourage her to talk about her actions as opposed to pointing it out to different people?
Yes.
Okay. What about the discussion you had where you're talking about the good guys, the bad guys dynamic and that whole thing, arresting bank robbers? What was that purpose of that?
To tell Letitcia basically that she was a good person and that good people can do bad things.
In that portion of the interview, she says she couldn't just come at you and tell you what had happened. What was your take from that particular point of the interview?
Well, I don't know if this is the same thing you're talking about, but she told me that she had keys or some type of keys she was trying to give us, but that she couldn't tell us directly what happened. And to me, that meant that she had been giving us hints along during the different phone calls through Al, because she had already told me that she knew that I and others were listening.
That's exactly what I was talking about, where she's telling you basically that I've been trying to give hints throughout this whole thing. Were there, in fact, some hints in her various statements?
Absolutely.
Can you give us examples of that, please?
Well, she mentioned that Gannon was not in Colorado in either the phone call on February 19th or 21st. I think it was the 19th. And then she told Al that he's not in the US. And we later learned that it's close to being true. She also, as we've spoken of numerous times, described the injuries, and she was even describing time periods that we were interested in, like the night before the 2 trips to Costco and what had happened in between those 2 trips. And then when she would come home, what happened after she arrived back at the house.
It's
And
Petco, silly
yeah,
creatures.
so when you compile them all together, she was describing a lot of what had happened separately through the investigation being done by El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And when you talk about that it was almost true that Gannon wasn't in the United States, are you referring to where Gannon was later found on the essentially banks of a river that flows into the Gulf of Mexico?
Yes.
Okay, down in Florida. Why did you tell her that you don't think it was intentional? What, in the way you're implying it in that statement is you don't think what she did to Gannon was intentional. Why'd you say that?
Well, in her first statement that I was present for with Al on the 13th of February, she said that Gannon's first injury in her timeline was that he cut his foot on Saturday. And then she went on to other things that had happened. And in my experience with domestic violence, I had seen that an accident might precede something intentional. And I was giving her the opportunity to say that if she wanted to.
Was that essentially you building it out for her to feel better about telling you what actually happened to Gannon?
Yes, and still just trying to find any factual information from her on injuries to Gannon when they might have occurred, and it's much easier to talk about an accident than something intentional.
Okay. The next section that I want to talk about is right after this. Do you remember her talking about she reached out to people to go places?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that. It's at timestamps 1:46:45 through 1:48:30. So going directly from here to 1:48:30.
So you care about Gannon?
I care about Gannon. I have reached out every day offering for people to go in these certain places to get even insight to see. I every day ask, hey, can you go do this? Can someone meet with you?
So you've asked someone to go look for him?
Right. Like I reached out and I asked Albert, I said, hey, can you meet me? Let me tell you about this and let's go to this location to look. I've asked all these.
What location do you think he's at now, Gannon?
No, I'm just saying like
No,
in general.
but I'm asking you.
In
right
general.
now. Where do you think he is right now?
I don't know exactly. I don't know.
Well, where do you know him to last?
But I am 99% confident Gannon is alive.
Okay. Letitcia, where do you know him to last be?
want to help, sir, but I'm in a room and you've already talking about all this and the courts, and it's me against everybody else.
So here's the deal. Once this thing goes through the courts, you talk about that. You're the only one to be with him. You think you're going to be able to tell a story.
A story?
It might be a true story.
God, sir.
But
story?
listen, I've listened to a lot of your stories, and I don't know what else to tell them.
Yeah, okay, that's because I was mad at him. Had nothing. I already knew.
But I've seen what you told the news reporter. I've listened to what you told El Paso about the sex assault that happened in the house.
I already knew that you guys were listening to him.
Yeah.
So I said that because I was angry.
But what I think I can offer you today is some help.
Okay.
So in the beginning of that portion, Mr. Grusing, she's talking about she's been trying to reach out to get people to go places. Do you know of any effort she made to reach out to give information, factual information that could be acted on?
I don't.
So in this, basically in this interview, do you also go through a portion where you're describing that you're looking at her stories and they're just not making sense?
Correct.
I'm going to jump to 1 hour, 51 minutes and 40 seconds and play 1 hour, 56 through 1 hour, 56:24.
And so I'm looking at your story, the ones that you've told to Al, the ones that you've said in the media.
That sounds about right.
When you hit your head,
because.
And then someone else takes Gannon, or when he's riding a bike and he hits his head and stuff like that.
Riding a bike. I just told you I was saying that to Albert because I was upset that he wasn't listening to me, that I did not hurt Gannon.
I don't think you intended to hurt Gannon at all.
There's no.
No, I'm not saying you did, or he hurt himself. Something bad happened in his room. Have you seen you helped clean it off the wall? We know that.
This here, what you're talking about is completely irrelevant. About the whole thinking bad, whatever.
Tell me about if it's irrelevant, Letitcia. Help me. Because there's a big blood pool in the corner. There's spray on the wall.
Because if I tell you anything about any of that, all you're going to say to me is, hey,
if you didn't do it, no, I will be your advocate. Because why do we know each other?
No, but
why would I care? If you didn't do it and it helps me find Gannon?
I didn't do it.
Okay, well then help me find out who did.
Who did what?
That to Gannon in his room.
Done what to Gannon in his room?
There's a pool of blood in the corner.
Okay.
That's Gannon's blood.
Okay, so you're saying that this is where I have a hard time knowing whether to be like, okay, trust you or not, right? You're saying there's a pool of blood. Albert said Salter side, because I'm sure you had him say all this, because I'm sure you were there, whatever. Okay, in his room, and you said something about, what'd you say? Then, if that's your whatever, your expert advice or whatever, okay, then where do you think that I had any involvement with Gannon, and where did he go? That's where it has to click at some point.
And that's what I listened to you do that to Al, to where you're making him guess what happened to Gannon.
I don't want him to guess.
Well, no, you're asking me to guess.
No, I was asking the question, sir. I wasn't trying to get it. I was just saying in general, asking the question. I want help with people understanding. I tried to give any insight, help, clue, anything, but I can't because they know my daughter, everyone, my family, my mom, everyone. And you can think that.
But right now, Letitcia, I mean, you can go down that road, but it's not going to save you in court because you're the last adult living, and nobody else. Just let me try to protect you. I'm not trying to hurt you here. This is actually protecting you. If you don't tell us where to go investigate, then nobody's going to investigate for you. You're the last adult with him. You told a lot of lies about all these injuries. From
Not
his
to,
foot.
I didn't tell lies to you or to any police officer.
Did a sex assault happen in the house?
I didn't tell any lies to you or a police officer.
So we don't have anybody to chase though. If we don't chase you. Do you understand?
But if you chase me, okay, and you do this to me, people are protected because you guys aren't going to protect everybody. People are protected.
We can protect people. We can protect you, family, if this is involved. Now, I've worked South American death groups. I've worked gangsters. I've worked organized crime.
Mm-hmm.
None of that stuff rings true with what happened here. I mean, how is a very organized gang going to come into a house in Colorado Springs?
Who said it? A house? Why does it have to be in the house? See, that's where
where
you're
he
not.
last was.
Oh.
Are you going to make me guess where he was then?
No, I'm telling you, you're not going to listen to me. You already just said that his last was in the house.
But you're going back to you care what I think. You shouldn't care what I
do
think.
care what you think. You want to know why? Because I care about how people think of me, because I am not that kind of person. That's why.
And if you can point me to a different person, then I can help you.
I gave him.
So it stopped at 156.26. When the discussion about the riding the bike and Quincy Brown came up, she stopped you and said, basically she gives a description of, she was just saying that to Al. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
Was that her basically admitting that what she had told in that particular story, that Quincy Brown, that whole thing was not true?
Correct.
What about the portion of the discussion where you point out that, are you trying to make Al guess? Or are you trying to make me guess? What was your intent of making that distinction there, and what were you trying to get to?
Well, I had asked her a question about the blood in the bedroom, trying to get her to explain that to me. And instead, she posed the question to me that if she was responsible, where was Gannon? It's an open-ended question that only she knew. And as I told Letitcia, I had seen her do this to Al. Well, I'd heard her do it to Al while we were in the room multiple times. When it's a direct question, we need an answer, or I needed one for the blood, and instead she's asking me where Gannon is, and she knows that I don't know the answer.
Did it appear from your perspective that that was intentionally trying to not give you information as to what happened in the room, or to Gannon?
Yes, both.
Did you confront her with web searches that were done on her phone?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to that portion of the interview, and this is 1 hour, 56 minutes and 52 seconds through 2 hours and 10 seconds.
Because you know, in here, I even have what you entered in your phone. The stuff that you've entered and deleted. Like blood is spurting from an arterial bleed, direct pressure not controlling.
Do what? I didn't look this up.
It's from your phone.
Blood is what?
Spurting from an arterial bleed.
No.
Somebody did from your phone. I don't like my stepson.
No.
I don't like my stepson. Should I get a divorce? Stalk cheating. I'll stalk Instagram. I'll stalk cheating in Colorado Springs. Catch I'll stalk cheating. How to get blood out of sheep.
Out of sheep?
Mm-hmm. I want immunity.
The blood out of sheep was because we always had always nosebleeds. If I ever looked at blood out of sheep, it was nosebleeds.
And I figured it might be something.
I didn't ever look up anything about an artery or something unless it went from something else.
It's on your phone.
And I never looked up anything about my stepson unless someone else did it.
The reason I brought up gangs is you looked up, I want immunity because it was gang related. And this sounds like, find me a new husband, find me a rich guy who wants to take care of his kids.
The new husband is just because Albert already knew that was about the lady Debbie Sherrill who wanted to find a new husband after 35 or something. He picked me about Amazon.
And like a lot of these can have nothing to do with this.
It doesn't.
I get it.
And
Can I
this is
spray paint wood?
spray paint wood. Well, we always spray wood.
Yeah. I'm doing all the work for my stepkids and their mom doesn't help.
Oh, that bothered me. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame
Oh,
them.
yes, because I wanted them to be mine. Like
What about it?
me to be their child.
Hit and run? You Googled a lot on Letitcia and traffic accident, hit and run.
I didn't hit anybody.
No? What was that?
What date was it?
I don't have a date on these. I was downloading stuff as I was coming on the plane.
Yeah, no. I don't.
My husband wants a divorce. My husband wants a baby, but I want an abortion. One day, some people will wish they treated.
Hello,
you
ladies.
which I
Hi.
get that.
We see you.
Parenting should be 4 people, not 1. Quote the suicidal person might say. I mean, these make me very sad when I read them because I can see you're doing all the work at home by yourself.
Which I wanted to be there. Like, I wanted to totally have the kids as my children. That's the point you're not getting. Like, I wanted those kids to be saying to me that I'm their mom.
Yeah.
Like, I am the person who does it, cares for them, loves them, everything. So you can think that.
What do you do if you suspect a person swallowed poison? Did somebody actually swallow poison?
Poison? I don't know. I always click things and read them.
Did somebody swallow it?
No one swallowed any poison.
You will never forgive me and treat me like a princess. You'll never know when it's too late.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I always search for things when Albert.
So in that particular portion, you mentioned the immunity. Was there a particular phone calls during the consensual recorded phone calls process where she was also saying the same thing to Al in those phone calls?
Yes, there was. It was one of the earlier phone calls that I was involved in.
Did you ask her to describe what injuries Gannon suffered a little bit later after this?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to timestamp 2 hours and 50 seconds. And play through 2 hours, 8 minutes and 55 seconds.
Everything.
If you're not willing to go with who took Gannon, can you at least tell me what injuries he suffered? The true ones. As far as the cut foot, was that a legit injury?
Yes.
And where did that happen?
Oh, he was outside in the garage, and when he was outside in the garage, he was running to go help me take the trash. Take the trash out, come back and help me get stuff out of the car, and then he stepped on something, which I left the blood there. Like, I left it, like, because Albert said, "Don't touch that fine wood or African wood, whatever kind of wood it was."
What did the piece of wood look like? Okay. And it's still there in the garage?
I had to drive over them all the time. Like, I always had to drive over the pieces of wood.
Right. But
Right.
you didn't take that out of the garage?
It's too big. You couldn't fit it in anything. You couldn't fit the pieces. The long boards that were in the garage, you could not fit. I left. Okay, so there was the piece of board that I threw in the back of our truck. And then there was the 2 long boards that were sitting there. So the board that was about like this size and the board that was the long boards that were sitting here. I left the long boards because that was supposed to be the fancy wood, and I didn't want the wood. We're trying to get the blood off of it. The other piece of wood was the wood that I threw in the back of Albert's truck.
And what was that one?
There was a bunch of pieces that were laying around that from that night, from us running through there. It was like little pieces. There was a piece about this size, maybe a couple pieces. But that
you threw it in the back of the truck? That bigger piece?
You said bigger like this. It wasn't that big.
Okay.
Yeah, it was cheap wood. Like, I knew it was not the wood that he would be freaking out over. So from Sunday, he did hurt his foot from Sunday.
And how badly was it bleeding?
It wasn't. I say Sunday, Saturday. I'm sorry. From Saturday. Albert had just left, like, to drive to the airport. He wasn't even gone long.
Mm-hmm.
He had just left to drive to the airport.
Okay. So,
So-
did it require a Band-Aid?
You know, whenever he always does something, he tries to be like, he's not like laying over. He's like, oh, I need a Band-Aid or whatever. Gannon would literally walk around with toilet paper in the middle of his toe, and it would have blood or whatever and just run everywhere to his room or whatever.
So what did you do on this occasion?
We literally took the paper towel, that's what I just told you about the toe, and put in between.
So it was in between his toes is where the injury
No,
was?
it was like wrapped here.
Okay.
We had it wrapped. And I don't remember if we got a Band-Aid, to be honest. What?
So that doesn't sound like a big injury.
Well, it wasn't, I mean, it was blood. There was no big injury. I left it on the wood because I said, I'm not going to clean his fine African wood.
What did it look like on the wood? Drops, streaks?
Well, what I did originally was I was trying to take water to do it, but then I realized if I put cleaner, then that wouldn't do anything but cause the wood to damage, because Albert always wanted to build things with all the wood that we bought. And if I use those pieces of wood and all that stuff, you know.
Did you ever use that shop vac to clean up anything out there?
No, I never used the shop vac. The shop vac was never, I couldn't even like move anything with the shop. Anything that would have been used with the shop vac would have been Albert, other than the times that we brought it, which would have been weeks ago, and we did spring cleaning or fall cleaning around the house, in the corners. So that would have been the shop vac. There was nothing I ever did and vacuumed up something with a shop vac.
Right,
like,
that helps me. I'm
you
just
know,
asking.
like any of that.
Right.
There none of that ever happened.
So the burns on the arms weren't that bad. The cut on the toe or the bottom of the foot wasn't that
And
bad.
we still were able to go hiking. He was able to still go
Right.
hiking. It was bleeding on the board.
But not after that, not over the house, that sort of thing.
Well, he had the piece of paper and went down to his room.
Yeah.
Like wrapped around his foot. So I mean, if anything, there could have been drops of blood or something. No.
What about the wound to the head that you talked to Al about?
So Albert was like trying to get me to say whatever, because I'm sure you guys are having to do that. I just have to do Zoom. So Albert was trying to get me to say that, like talk to him about, you know, like or you know, whatever. So I threw out some stories to Albert because he was making me so upset, just like everyone not understanding that intervention. And there's someone intervening in this. And that's where people didn't understand and weren't saying things. So I just started rambling stuff to Albert. And I even said to you guys, hey, I know you're listening. You know, and it was just to be whatever.
But do you know what that sounds like, though, to a dad who's the thing of kid? And then you say, and a previous head wound happened to where it was blood running down his face and that sort of thing. And it, you know, had to bandage it up. And
well, I don't remember saying anything about bandaging up.
I think you said Quincy Brown tried to bandage it up.
Oh, because he was making me mad about something. Yeah. I was going to say, I don't remember me saying I did that.
So he did suffer a head wound. We know.
Head?
Yes. Head or neck.
Okay.
And that is what caused the blood there. And so even if you choose not to tell us where Gannon is today because you're too nervous or whatever else, we would like to know where that was on him. So if we find him on our own, if you've given me the clues to go find him, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Where was that wound?
Gannon is alive.
He's alive, fine, but where was that wound? Was it his neck or his head?
I don't know anything about a neck or head.
Well, you had to clean up the wall. You went ahead.
That was not. That is not even from what you're talking about. There had nothing to do with anything from Saturday, Sunday, and whatever. That had nothing to do with any.
How could it not?
It did
there
not.
was a lot of blood.
It did
And
not.
You're going to have to explain that.
Sir, it did not.
Well, just tell me how.
It did not. I promise
But
you.
you're not going to tell me how. So where we can help you with
You're not going to help me.
How would I not help you? How are you going to get up, Letitcia, on the stand after telling all these stories, which we're going to ask you about, and then say, I can explain all that, and it's some party that I never told law enforcement to go chase? If Gannon is alive, we have an 11-year-old kid somewhere being held against his will, and you're not telling us. You might as well have done this yourself. That's why I'm saying.
Let me hold you again. I'm right there.
Welcome back, Phil.
put that
Which
there.
one?
Hey,
So I've paused it at 2 hours, 8 minutes and 55 seconds. What did she write down in your notebook?
I just remembered the first part, that the head wound was on Saturday.
You remember it saying, and had nothing to do with this?
Words to that effect, yes.
What was your take on that? That instead of saying it on the camera, she wanted to write it down in your notebook?
Well, whether it's by now, whether it's the argument that she didn't want to talk about, the burns, and even calling Gannon in as absent, you know, I wasn't pushing her. I would give her the opportunity to talk, and then she would not talk, so I would move on. And now that we're to the blood and what happened in the room, I think it was too difficult for her to say it out loud with the head wound.
When she's going over the wound to the head, and then she actually says she just started throwing out stories because Al was making me mad. You remember that
I do.
portion? What were your thoughts on that particular part of the interview?
Well, that was consistent with what she was telling Al on the phone calls. And Al would continue to push her like, we need to find Gannon. And then she would say, what about our relationship? So she would move from finding out what happened to Gannon to her feelings. And that's what she was doing here again.
Is this also an example of her blaming others for her behavior?
Yes.
Did you ask her about blood being found in the back of her Volkswagen Tiguan?
Yes, I did.
Okay, we're going to play that portion next. And Judge, just as I'm watching the time, is there a time that you want me to shoot for a break?
3:10,
Okay,
something like that.
I'll just watch the clock on that.
All right.
This next section picks up from here
Yeah,
and
good luck
goes
with that
to
one.
2 hours, 10 minutes and 57 seconds.
About the blood in the back of the Tiguan.
Tiguan?
Mm-hmm.
The only blood would have been in the back of Tiguan when we opened the car up. In the car, we were sitting there to do his foot. There's nothing to do with it.
There's too much to be.
No,
just a toe.
no. No, sir. That is absolutely not true. That was where we were sitting on the back of the car when we were unloading the stuff. We were sitting in the back of the car. There is no, no, sir. Mm-mm.
There's plenty in the garage. So.
But there was nothing in the garage. There was plenty of times that everybody worked in the garage. Had nothing to do with.
Not everybody. Gannon's not working in the garage and bleeding all over the place.
There was nothing about bleeding all over the place in the garage that had to do with anything. I'm telling you, what you're asking me is completely, totally different than anything has to do with.
Do you know what this looks like? Say you're telling me the truth. Again, please don't care what I think. Say you're telling me the truth right now. That Saturday had nothing to do with him disappearing and being gone for over a month. Do you know what that looks like for you?
It looks like I am in the middle of a situation and I need help getting out.
But you're not willing to tell me how to help you. So now you're saying that Gannon had a really bad head wound on Saturday.
No, I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
The head thing was Saturday, and the amount of blood there?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying what you're talking about completely different than what you're saying.
Correct. Yeah, but this doesn't look any better for you because now you haven't told Al that he has a head wound. You haven't called the hospital.
It wasn't like that. It was
Well,
not.
then you have to tell me. I mean, you don't have to do anything, but
It's not what it was like, sir. It's not. It had nothing to do with me. It's not what it was like, sir. Okay.
So in that particular portion where you're asking about the blood on the Tiguan, had you been made aware of when she showed up to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office for an interview and the condition of her car?
Yes,
What information did you know about that?
but the car had been washed.
Did you ask her if someone else injured Gannon during this
Yes.
interview? Okay. We're going to jump to that portion. It picks up here and goes through 2 hours and 20 minutes and 06 seconds.
Someone else injured him on Saturday.
Ardo, don't
That's
turn
an
into a
easy question.
pumpkin.
You don't even have to tell me a name. Did someone else injure him on Saturday?
Agreed. Please don't pumpkin.
Friend. Because I didn't have friends.
Oh, good to see you're alive, Croc. Philip, are you happy? You have story time with Tisha?
Yes, Opal.
That's
I'm
where
yes, Opal. I'm
this
still
is going to
alive.
be whatever, because you're going to take. You're not going to take my version and my side.
Hi, Lady Sky.
If you help us, I will take whatever version you tell me, and I will actually prove it. That's all I do. Is I don't chase. I am wrong most of the time.
Do you have a way to pull up apps? Do you have a way to pull up the stuff on apps? Do you have that?
We can do that while you're here. Yes.
Okay. Well, I know I'm saying you said you have this.
Yes, we have ways to pull up apps.
Okay.
What app?
How do you have ways to pull up apps?
We have techno people.
Pulls up to
I'm
his
not a
stuff
tech
again.
person, but we have plenty of tech people that are super smart to do it.
What are we, Patty?
You
What
tell me what to do.
story
we can
number are
do
we
that
on?
While we're talking, take a break. You can go to the restroom.
You know what? I
whatever.
lost
We can
count.
solve this thing right now.
Yeah,
But there seems to be more stories
Why can I just
than than
Then we can
Lifetime,
talk about it.
Netflix,
Yeah, but come
Hulu,
on, there's people here.
and
What do you want
Warner
me-
Brothers
what you
combined.
want to do, and I will have
I
you.
want to
Yeah,
talk to
she's
you.
working on a major
tell you
library
about
about now.
leading up to anything. I want to talk to you because I want you to find.
Yeah, the
Gannon, and I
pregnant
believe it on my
lady with the
heart
baby,
you will
the
help us.
belly full of
Not like
money.
you,
I will help you.
Yeah,
not
that
try
was a
to
good
say,
one.
"Oh, you're telling the story and throw me somewhere."
forget
Okay.
Or
Quincy.
is he alive?
I understand. Let me finish this, and I'll
Sorry.
answer your question. I understand what
Quincy,
you're saying
don't make
about
me call.
federal versus law.
Why are we still sitting on the
whatever.
floor in the
Okay?
corner?
The first thing I'm going to want to talk to you is that
Better
I
on the
don't
floor
want
than on the couch.
anything said before. So
Well, I
because
said
I
earlier, if
provide
she
you
pees on the floor,
100%
I'm out.
truth to help you.
That'll work. This is the first time we're talking, and it's for a reason. You haven't talked to the feds yet.
Right. So if I can, I don't want to be sitting here with all these people watching because I want you to listen at exactly what happened and go from there. Okay.
Okay.
And that's
Well,
not.
yeah,
I know
know
you're
what
trained to do this and interrogate people and all this.
Or
I want
going
nothing
to
more.
actually be
Nothing
willing to
more. And for Gannon to be okay. That's all I want. I promise you. That's all I
Gannon is
want.
not okay, and you already know
Yeah.
that.
And I will take whatever resources, whatever help you want me to go do, even if it means take myself in the middle of somewhere where someone wants me to go to get him. Make sure he's okay. I would do it. Because I love Gannon.
You know he's dead.
And I love the ground that everybody walks on. Albert, Harley, Lena, Gannon. That is my family.
You are trying. Oh, I see what she's doing. She's playing
In
the
the end,
displaced mommy
You might
thing.
think you got whatever about this and forensics and whatever. And I'm not
Again,
arguing any of that. Very smart to know that you're a smart man. You're not stupid. But I need
No,
the
no,
help,
no, no, you're stupid,
resources,
Letitcia.
to not be attacked anymore. To know something on the stupid app was a suicide. Okay?
Ow!
Someone in.
So I'm not. I just,
I know. I get it. So
I can give you the link again.
I'm representing law enforcement in Colorado. Okay. And
Hold on.
if you tell me something, even though, we've started a recording now, whatever else, and if you say we won't talk unless we turn off the recording, that can happen. I'm going to pull in all those resources.
no, I want you to pull in resources. I'm not denying you to say pull in the resources. I'm looking at you from mother to a father. I have been scared.
You are screwing with resources because you know he's dead.
I
Oh,
You're leading them on a goose chase.
sorry.
Random
Yes,
people,
I
intervention,
apologize.
or all these things. If there wouldn't have been,
I could
I wouldn't have done that.
sworn I turned that
I
into a
wouldn't have
permanent.
done that.
Yeah, I missed
Could have easily just been like, hey, if there was truly what you guys have thought about, I don't think you intentionally done
No,
it.
no, I'm okay. It's just that
Common sense, well enough to know.
invite
Pick the phone and say it.
that
Not
invite
stupid.
expired, and I'm
Might
silly
be
for not having been paying
freaking
attention.
out because I don't know how to get this help, but I'm not stupid. Okay, and that's looking you dead in the eye to tell you I did not hurt Gannon at all.
You did, and you are stupid.
Swear to you. So if you're willing to give me the opportunity to talk to you, I don't want to be like watched by people. I don't want to be
This
whatever.
is a separate recorder. This is mine.
Right, and so does the Monroeville channel.
Yeah, they do.
But I need the help.
You'll get the help.
Debbie, that was me yelling. I sat on a Rubik's Cube. Had a small person stuffed between couch cushions.
That's not it. I just don't when it came at me as an attack, okay, because that's what originally happened, okay, and I get it. They have to do their job. And guess what? They're probably parents too, right? So they have to do their job, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I get that part. You can ask me about any of these, whatever. I'm sure it was something I saw somewhere, and I don't never look up anything about some stepchild. I've looked up how I haven't got help.
Okay, there we go.
And how I wanted help, and how I
There
wanted
you go, Caroline.
to
We
be
got it.
the person that they always were. Well, I didn't even want him to go home. I
It's
didn't
a
even want
permanent
him to
like
have
the
to
one I
go
was
to
doing
there
earlier
at
was
all.
expired
At
after
all.
like a week.
Because I had to see the pain and agony.
No, Debbie, it was me.
Worry. So
I plopped down on the couch,
based upon
and my
whatever.
hip and butt cheek landed squarely on a Rubik's Cube.
We don't only look at
Children are a
we look
menace.
at the entire neighborhood. We go through.
Yeah, that's actually that's
we
almost
go.
as good as
Everybody's
the
lives have
G4
turned
as the
upside
G4 and
down.
the Legos.
And I'll tell you right now, if any of this is since then,
I still
of course,
step
I
on
look at what
Legos.
people said. If people said something about the FBI, I Google
But
FBI.
again, you worry too much about what we think. If you will get us there, we can protect you.
Okay, so then I talk to you, and I don't talk to Monroeville Beach Police Department and all these other people. I talk to you, and I explain to you. Okay, because you're already saying you are charging me with something.
It's already been
Okay,
charged.
that's what I'm saying. You're already saying that. Okay, so how do I know that when I give you this here information?
But that's what this recording does. It protects you because I've already told you we will do this. We used to not record things, but we do now. And the only people sitting in there is the district attorney and some of the El Paso people. Myrtle Beach has nothing to do with this. They helped us find you.
Right.
So they have to be involved in this.
I understand it. There's nothing against Myrtle Beach.
Myrtle Beach is not in on it.
Okay, well,
If someone else took Gannon,
everyone
we can
else is
find
in
it.
here. I don't like that. I want to be able to have an emotional, raw conversation.
Let's do it now.
I can't.
I mean, we can't go anywhere. Where do you want to go?
Because I know people are saying
Nobody's sitting there.
okay, someone's watching from there.
They are in the other room. It's the
Okay.
district attorney. Do you want me to tell them they can't watch?
No, I want to talk to someone in a raw, real conversation that you can see truly in my heart the situation. That's what I want.
That's what this is.
So it's not.
Oh, well, you don't understand my
Who
talent.
is it? The district attorney from Colorado?
Yes.
Yeah.
My
see?
siblings used to put single block Legos, like the one tiny, super thin, little single block Legos, and they would hide one somewhere in the house, under a table, under a chair, behind something, and they would take bets on how long before I stepped on it.
From wherever you said you have them.
Before I do that,
So in this portion of the interview, starts out with you asking her about, did somebody else injure Gannon? And then she went on the discussion about apps. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
And you asked her to give the name of the app. And then it led to that long tangent. Was that another distraction attempt away from potentially things that may help?
Yeah, pretty much, Debbie. Anytime anyone loses a screw, an earring back, a Lego, someone yells my name, and it's guaranteed within the first 3 seconds I'm going to step on
Did
it.
you ask her about trips that she may have
Even
made
if some
to
places
Palmer Lake
that
areas,
no one
northern El
should be
Paso
able to
County?
step on something like
We're going to watch that
under an
next, and
end
this is
table.
short. It's
Somehow
from
I will
2 hours,
find
20
it.
minutes and 10 seconds through 2 hours, 21 minutes and
They
20
literally
seconds.
take bets on it.
Let me ask you some questions, okay? Because this is our investigation.
Do your husband and kids do that too?
Yeah, everybody.
Okay.
It's like the running family joke and has been.
rental car anywhere.
My siblings would put it like under a coffee table. That there's no reason I should have been anywhere near, and something would happen. I would step on it.
Everybody was in the house. We went in Albert's truck the whole entire day, going to Come and Go and all these places. So I never drove the rental car anywhere.
Creed.
And it's already been corrected.
Thomas is singing like the Coat of Many Colors song.
Yesterday. I never even drove it anywhere because I didn't get to. So
as opposed to the deck of
whatever GPS we get from the rental car, it never was driven by me anywhere but literally up the street back. I didn't hardly drive it anywhere. So there was no rental car driven to any kind of places at all.
Except the airport.
The only time I went anywhere in the car might have been maybe 40, 50 miles. I don't know. No more than 100 miles, counting there and back. And that was just driving it through the day because I went back to get my car.
What information did you have about rental cars when you were asking that question?
We had that on the day Al returned back in town, which I believe was Tuesday. The Tiguan had been parked at the airport, and Letitcia had rented a car for that day leading into the next day. But then she'd actually came back and picked up the Tiguan Tuesday night. I don't remember or not if I had the mileage. She is correct here, and she drove it between 50 and 100 miles. I think it was about 70 miles. It came back that the rental car was driven. And like she said correctly, you could see the level of detail here. I believe she's being honest, and it probably was not driven up to Palmer Lake. So, yeah, it was factually correct what she was saying.
Were you aware of her having access to any other rental cars during the early days of this investigation?
Yes.
Like the Nissan Altima?
Yes, I believe her Tiguan was seized, and then after that, she rented the Nissan.
A relative rented the Nissan? We've got that in evidence. That's came from a different witness. But also, did you later learn that she also had access to 2 different types of rental vans?
Yes, I learned that later.
Okay. Yeah. Did you have a discussion about PetSmart/Petco that leads into a discussion about blood on the walls and on her shoes and that kind of thing?
Yes.
All right, we're going to jump to 2 hours, 24 minutes and 51 seconds and play through 2 hours and 28 minutes and 5 seconds.
Because everything that I've looked at in this case, when you see the blood spatter on the wall, you see a big pool in the corner.
Okay.
You see your shoes that we collected with Gannon's blood on the bottom of them.
Okay.
And then you point to Eduardo, who doesn't exist, or maybe he did exist, and we don't have a last name. Then you point to Quincy Brown, and then you say Uncle Matt, these names and stuff, and it's like, I've seen it before, and that was Harold. That was.
But I'm not Harold.
I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying this is my experience.
Right, I got you.
I'm not saying you are, but it didn't go well for him because his attorney got up. He's one of the best attorneys in Colorado. He cost $600,000.
Get your shirt out of the.
And he started.
Paid $600,000.
Why is there a chair in your shirt?
Wife's money.
What?
And Greg
Okay,
got
then.
up and said, "Harold is not a murderer." But he
Do
is
not
alive."
put your shirt over the
And
chair.
I was worried about when I first got the case because they asked me.
You don't wear a chair as part of your clothes.
Oh,
And
shit.
Harold's just getting more confident and whatever else. Please don't say this issue. I'm just telling you
Eric
my
thinks the
experience
rabbits
because
took
Harold
away.
told all these different stories. But when you start out with your defense attorney saying, my client is a liar, he's just making up crap.
Mhm.
That's to the victim's family on how
Right.
Tony died. That's to his friends at church. And all of them got up and testified. These are the different ways Tony died.
Again, it's not good.
But he might be today. You don't know that if someone is willing, if this, whether it's related or not, the head thing, if someone's willing to hold a kid for 30 days, how are they not willing to kill him?
Can I ask you something, or can I say something?
Yes.
Even if the scenario would have been me just going to go talk to the lady here and telling them, hey, this is what happened. This is who did it. I know that he
What are you doing?
hurt by someone. You know what?
Bring it over
question you
here.
Say to me, who was this person? And all I'd say to you was, oh, well, can you help me figure it out from this app? Can you help me figure it out from this? You know
Here.
what you would say to me? Oh, yeah, sure. Right? That's exactly what you would
Jesus.
say to me. So finding the, unless I can take you directly to where Gannon is, safe and sound, that is the only way that you're going to be like, oh, okay, she was the truth about it.
So this person
Yeah,
is telling you
Danny.
that he's safe.
The
So that's
parent
the only
Tourette's
thing.
is real.
I've even asked y'all, or I say y'all.
It's not Eduardo, it's Egg. E-G-G.
I get it.
Hey, please help. Why is it?
Eggwardo.
Please. You're not understanding. Like, I have begged that completely. Like, day in and day out. Begged it. Begged it to let
I
me.
still don't understand.
So in this discussion where you're trying to find information about how could there be blood in these places and on walls and Eduardo and Quincy and all that kind of thing, is this consistent approach from her in that she then doesn't want to give you any answers?
Yes.
When either in the recorded consensual phone calls with Mr. Stout or this interview, did she ever give you any explanation like, you know what, I just woke up and Gannon was hurt and I don't know what happened?
No.
She ever say that she blacked out and Gannon was just gone and didn't know what happened?
She said once that her head was hit and she was unconscious during part of this period, but not that she didn't know what happened.
Okay. Did she ever say she woke up in some other place and didn't know what happened?
No, Roy, this is the FBI interview once they picked her up in
There's been a
South
couple of
Carolina.
references now where she's wanting to go off camera and she does it here again as well. Some
She
point
keeps
does one of
asking
the
to go off
DAs
camera
that was with
and
you out in
talk
South Carolina
someplace
actually
that's
come into
not
the room,
recorded, and they
have a
refuse.
discussion with her about going off camera?
Yes.
Was that Martha McKinney?
Yes, it was.
Who was the other DA that was with you out in South Carolina? Do you remember?
I don't.
Was it the young lady sitting here with us, Angelina Gratiano?
Hi.
She look familiar?
Yes, she does.
I'm going to jump to that section. So jumping to 2 hours, 34 minutes and 20 seconds through 2 hours, 44 minutes and 54 seconds.
Do not slander my child's favorite curse phrase, Thomas.
And before I jump, as I'm typing in that timestamp to get to that exact point, is it shortly after this where you actually leave the room for a little while and have a discussion about, can we do this off camera thing?
Yes.
And when you did that, was that leaving her in the room, the defendant in that same room by herself for some period of time?
Correct.
Did she do anything unusual inside the room during that time?
I recall.
Starts talking in Spanish or anything like that?
No.
Okay. So we're at 2:34:20 and I'm going to play through 2:44:54.
It's about like 20 minutes.
Yeah, it is, Judge.
And Mr. Gruesing, you can step down.
Thank you.
This judge is like 20 minutes of staring at Letitcia.
Well, the whole thing, like I told you before, Judge, is
Well, let me rephrase let me give you some guidance. I think if it's going to be longer than about 10 minutes, Mr. Gruesing can step down.
oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I can just make notes of when they're going to be longer like that. And then this should get us to about 3:10, Judge. So Well, maybe we can take the break right after this one.
I'm with the district attorney about this.
Just so you know, I looked behind there. This place is under construction. There's no one back. I can walk you back there if you want to look.
Oh no, I believe you. I just talking about all these people watching.
Yeah, and Martha's been watching
Yeah, I have. Yeah. John said you wanted to talk to me.
about protection.
So I don't have any trust in anyone. Obviously, I know I've told him that I said things to Albert because I was not whatever. But how do I know that I'm gonna get help? Like, because
Why does your rock have a Band-Aid on it?
But I need the help to figure out.
It fell down and went boom.
How we're gonna get through.
Let me read you what she wrote. Or I'll just show it to you.
And I know Saturday. I probably.
I had things Saturday and nothing to do with it. So we do have your phone, and we have gone through, like, these are keystrokes.
Right. I'm talking
So,
about like when you download it.
Did you have a different phone?
Your
besides
pet
the one
rock
that was
needed a Band-Aid.
Did you have another phone? Like the second
Okay.
phone?
Yeah. No. It's the same phone.
Oh,
The same, yeah. No, not the same phone. You guys have the.
Yes, your pet rock has a Band-Aid. I
Okay.
see that.
But at this time.
And a yoga mat.
Yeah, I'm saying that's the same.
Your pet rock is doing yoga.
But
Okay.
you didn't have a second one that this app might be on.
No. I only have this one.
So, and let me explain Martha, my understanding of what Letitia's asking is, how does she know, since I've said, if there's a bad guy or guys out there that did this to Gannon, that she can tell us where these guys are.
The imagination.
And she's concerned for not only her
The micro Loki got a pet rock and then got a whole bunch of them because it needed a family. And now one of the pet rocks has a yoga mat and another pet rock has a Band-Aid.
Everyone else.
Okay then. Yeah, no, we got the whole.
And how do I know that you guys aren't just trying to be like whatever? If I walk you through anything or can help you with anything, I don't want to be just thrown somewhere, like being like, okay, well, you didn't tell me this, and I want to be able to help you and work together because I'm sure you have kids or grandkids or whatever.
Honey, I don't think the pet rock can do yoga.
Wholehearted, and I'm just tired of being like the person chased instead of being able to have someone that actually have compassion.
It can do sitting pose.
She literally, Patty, she literally busted out the yoga mat for her American Girl doll and has the pet rock with a Band-Aid on a yoga mat.
Could protect your entire family. And they, if Gannon's alive, they. Okay.
Why do you have a box
I
of
can't make
rocks?
any promises, right? Because obviously there's a lot of information that you have that we don't. Okay. So there aren't any promises. I can't come in here and
This
promise you
episode of
anything
Loki
regarding
Losing Her Mind brought to you
or-
by The
or
Pet Rock.
The arrest warrant or your involvement. But I can tell you what the number one priority is.
Right.
And it's to find Gannon.
Right.
And so if you were talking to some small law enforcement agency and they said, sure, we'll protect you, I mean, I can see how you would be suspicious of that.
Well, I didn't. You guys are the lead
Hi, Roy.
agency. That's why I was asking.
It might be me or Croco or Loki
And
talking
so
as
if
well.
there was a time for you to feel like that you could protect
That reporter, we can.
Because I know you have yours. That's what I'm saying.
As a backup.
So, if you want the recording turned off, you need to tell us really explicitly that that's your choice. Because the recordings have been put into law so that there's not a debate where he says you said one thing and you said I didn't, right? So it's to protect the person being interviewed.
Right.
But if it's something that you
It's not that I'm trying to. I just don't. It's just I wanted to have like a conversation with him, just him, and try to explain to him in complete detail about everything because I do want this. I want to help to the next level to find out where he is. I really do. You guys have looked. You went to GPSs and all this, but you haven't found Gannon because you're coming after me. And I understand you're going to say, well, this is what we have to go on, and I respect that totally. But it was the first time I ever get to sit down with people that actually to say, okay, this is what happened. This is what I know. Please help me. Because then I feel like if I don't, I easily would be like, hey, just give me an attorney and call it a day. I really want. So do you think I want to waste time if I got resources when that's all I've asked for? This is what I know. Please help me. Because then I feel like if I don't, I easily would be like, hey, just give me an attorney and call it a day. I really want. So do you think I want to waste time if I got resources when that's all I've asked for? I don't want to waste time.
And if there's a chance, it can be saved. Everybody wants that information. But the only people who can save them are the FBI. I don't want you to think that this is being broadcast to the whole world.
Right.
You know, there's
But it
another
will be.
DA with me. There's no pathetic person.
Right.
And they're the ones, the reason that we do that also is I might miss something, and I probably do. And so then I can go talk to them and say, what am I missing?
We'll find you
And then
your own.
also it protects you, because if I make a promise that I can't do it with the FBI, then Martha gets to hear it. And then she would knock on the door.
But as soon as I give you information, what's going to happen is someone's going to say, well, you were involved with this person. You were cheating with this person. You were doing this. I'm just giving you scenarios.
But that's a lot better situation than you're in right
But
now.
what if I wasn't? That's my thing. And that's where the burden of proof, I can't depend my life on the burden of proof to be involved with just someone thinking that I'm just a bad person. I did not hurt Gannon. Okay.
There aren't any promises I can make you right now. I can tell you that we're looking for the truth. And it seemed to me from listening to it that you had information, but I can't make you any promises.
But what I'm saying is, if you're saying to me, I have information, you're going to come and say, well, you should have given this information when I did nothing but attack.
But
That's what I'm saying.
You
see what I'm saying?
You can't armchair quarterback yourself, though. You know what I'm saying? You can't look into the future and say, well, we're going to say this because you said that. If what Martha and I are saying are true, and that our only focus is Gannon, we don't care who leads us there, we just need Gannon, then you are protecting yourself by telling us this. If you never give us this information, then you don't protect yourself. And then we have one person to prosecute for Gannon.
When our focus is who took him and who hurt him, not with when people came forward with information.
How do I know that? Because that's my biggest thing. I know you're saying that, but like whatever I can do to help, I can help you. But I'm saying, how do I know that if, let's just say it's a, whatever, I tell you a specific person, okay? Let's just say that, okay? Then my thing is, well, your thing is going to be like, well, you held this information from me and I'm having to utilize my resources, okay? And do all those things, not understanding that maybe sometimes there are people who are afraid of any other things going on.
Every day in my work, there are people who report things later than some people think they should. Every day. And we try to focus on the violent crime. And we certainly try to focus on the kids. I know that you want assurances and you want me to be able to say, you know, I will or won't do this. And I can't make you promises because I'm in the dark, right? It would be foolish for me to make you promises, but I have people who late report sex assault all the time. We have people who come forward years later. Our interest is in the truth about the crime. This is really all the conversation I have. And I know that you wanted to have a frank conversation with them where you could really tell them. When you're leaving and step out.
But you're still going back to
Would you like
Let's turn it off. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll turn it off.
How do I know that? Not that I don't want you to know anything. I want to be able to like really talk to them. Know that I can sincerely see in your heart, you're going to help me.
I can bring you back there and you can see us turn it off. But the truth is, I could just turn it back on again.
I know.
I mean, there's a point where no one can verify everything you want.
Well, plus, that's her life. she has to tell the truth, just like I to you, when you don't want her to listen to you. You kind of have to look at logic here.
Okay.
I don't think Martha would throw away.
I don't want you to know. I want you to have all the information. That's
Well,
it.
So are you okay with the reporting continuing? We just won't be monitoring.
No, I didn't. He said that we
You
wouldn't.
wanted to turn off?
He said I could just talk to him.
Okay. So we're just gonna turn off the recording and that's your choice. That's what you want, right?
Yes.
And so he controls the turning it off from here, or are they?
So you'll have to ask.
Okay, I'll have
find
to.
someone.
And so it's just gonna get turned off.
Okay.
And then once it's done, then I'll come back out and we'll turn it back on.
And it'll be a conversation between the two of you, and it'll be like the way law enforcement.
All right.
Anything else for me?
No.
I'm gonna go get him, turn it off.
That's not going to happen. You know that, right?
So that's
She's
that portion.
smarter
Judge. Do you
than
wanna take a
everybody
break now
else.
Or go a little bit more.
Let's go a little bit longer.
Okay. Mr. Bruce.
Okay. Okay, yeah, let's go a little bit longer.
Some point, did you have a discussion with the defendant during this interview where you're talking about ransom?
Yes,
Why was that part of the discussion?
she had brought that up. I think it was on February 15th that Quincy Brown was demanding a ransom. And also, since we were talking about a group possibly having Gannon, I couldn't see another reason why someone would have him. He would still be alive without them asking for something in demand.
But why bring it up in that particular interview? Why confront her with that?
Just to change tactics a little bit and see if she will move somewhere else, really.
Okay. In that portion of the discussion, were you also talking to her about in ransom cases, kids don't actually turn out to be okay?
Yeah, and maybe I'd worked one ransom case, if that. We don't see that very often. Normally our rule is the 24-hour rule, the 48-hour rule. The further away you get from an abduction, the less likely the child is going to survive. And so now we were at over a month.
Does that same hold true for a missing kid? So the longer you get away from the point that a kid goes missing, the chances of survival go down as well?
Correct.
Did the defendant bring up who she describes as an FBI agent named Barbara?
Yes.
What was your take on that portion of the discussion?
I did not know a Barbara who was involved, and I asked the Colorado Springs office if there was a Barbara working in the case, and they said no as well.
Okay. The next section, Judge, that I want to get into is about a 10-minute video. Do you want me to go into that, play it, and then?
Let's do that.
Okay. So preceding that, she's already sort of challenged you on, because you asked the question a particular way, that shows that she couldn't trust you as it relates to Quincy being in Mexico. Do you remember that part?
Yes.
Does she bring that up again about that's why I have a problem with trust?
Yes.
All right. And so I'm going to jump to 2 hours and 49 minutes and 1 second. So this is a 10-minute section, Judge. And then if we're going to go directly to break, maybe you can come down.
That's fine. You can step down. Thank you, sir.
Danny, I just yelled at her for having a chair up her shirt, and you're saying that one makes more sense. Give her micro Loki. Ain't nothing gonna make sense to anybody.
All the messages that were just sitting there. And so I took that message and I forwarded it to people and I sent it to Albert. And I said, hey, I said, can you get someone to like look into this? I said it could be just people, you know, sending random messages, or it could be creepers, you know, like people, whatever, being stupid, or it could be just in general, you know, the actual person. And so no one ever said anything to me about it. Then I get the Snapchat. Okay, so that's
Letitcia, there's an 11-year-old kid. Again, we have to go back there. 11-year-old kid, injuries, in the house.
I think they have
Now
to
we
ask
know
for the
that
death penalty there.
taken, and
You
you
have
don't come to law
to
enforcement
state it
and
within
say,
60 days.
a law enforcement
but no,
person.
there's
I've
no
been,
Barbara. I mean, how did you get in from, except through your friend? You had
She
Amber
said-
from the FBI.
right, but she said that she worked with the FBI and she was going to send information. She said that she worked with Amber. I swear to you, if you call Amy, you can get the number from her to find out what Barbara, who the Barbara lady is. And she was actually emailing her today.
But if you told them back then and you trusted them with that information,
This is why
why are you not today? When
because no one has helped. I tried since February 5th. The 5th. Today's March. That's why you see I had such a problem with trust. It's because
I was there when you were talking to Amber.
When did that
That
when
was your
did that
chance.
start existing?
And
through
that's-
Amber.
Yeah, that's the
Right.
legit
So
FBI.
then, is that what happened when I was talking to Amber? I got a message back from the attorney. He said not to talk to you guys because you guys, A, weren't the lead agency or something like that. And then B, not to say anything else unless he was present. That was when I was trying to talk to Amber.
But why wasn't that with Barbara then?
Because I gave it to my friend Amy, who had this relationship with Barbara, like trying to check on her.
But see, and again, this sounds like a lot of your calls
Mhm.
to where you're pointing fingers in different directions, but never giving specific things.
Right, I gave
Right
it.
now, I mean, if Gannon is somewhere and you can get us there, and he sent proof of life or a picture of Gannon or whatever else, it makes no sense for some man to have an
That's not-
11-year-old child.
It wasn't that. It was because we thought it was someone playing games. And if someone was playing games, we were trying to say that that person would have been like obstructing or whatever. That was the whole point. Not somebody had him and they were like, here, come get it. My point was that we thought it was someone, hey, here's someone playing games. Could you find out who this person is?
Yeah, but do you see where that's going? And all your talks with Al. Those are distractions. Those take up time.
Yeah.
And Gannon's over here. Somewhere.
Yeah.
And you are misleading law enforcement.
No, I didn't mislead them.
Well, you're misleading anybody who would report to us
No, I didn't mislead any of them. Who did I mislead?
with all these other stories.
That was to Albert. I wasn't misleading law
But you knew we were in the room. You
Yeah,
just
because
said that.
I wouldn't have said stuff like that if I was trying to mislead. I was just being whatever to Albert because he was making me upset. That's all.
The dad of a kid is not finding his son.
Because I'm
Because-
also the stepmother who helped him get the kids, and he wouldn't have gotten them without me. So yes, he wouldn't have.
You're willing to do that to Al. So.
No, I already had apologized to him and said that was awful for saying that to him out of anger. I had already done that.
Hello, Credence and Mikey. And she doesn't know how to do anything other than play games. She's not even very good at them.
How in the world would he suffer a head wound on Saturday that required?
I didn't say it was a head wound that required
head
anything. I said
thing?
the head thing you're talking about when I said something to Albert. I said the head thing you're talking about. That's what I said.
So the bike accident thing?
You already trying the bike?
No, the head thing talking to Albert.
Never mind. I'll just wait until you are ready to talk to me with from beginning to the end. Because I already said that is completely irrelevant to anything of what you're talking about. Completely irrelevant. I told Albert something else that was just story, just to be whatever to him. And it was wrong, and I already had apologized
So
to
the
Albert.
things that you told Albert were that he was peeling these burns. Was that happening?
I'm not going to answer any more questions because you're asking me about things telling Albert out of being upset. There was nothing happening that I was telling Albert. Nothing. I was literally just saying that to Albert because I was upset for him not standing by me and was figuring this out. This had nothing to do with me wanting to purposefully do whatever or tell you guys anything. That was not what it was. It was me being upset with Albert.
Let me go back to a kid missing is about as bad as it gets.
Oh, yeah.
I had a bank robbery 15 years ago to where a female went in the bank, she robbed the bank, she got the money, she came back to the car, and she drove away.
Mm-hmm.
She was prosecuted for that. There were guys in the car with guns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but she could have gone into the bank, said, lock those doors. Those guys are making me do this.
Right.
You know, yours now, we have 30 some days of Gannon missing, and you haven't talked to one law enforcement officer to say, I know where he is, and you say it.
I never did not try to talk to you guys. I never did not. No one ever, when felt like I was getting like a completely like bam parted by Paso. That's
Opal, I do not blame you.
like have a conversation like you did. No one ever did.
And you don't feel comfortable talking to El Paso at all.
It's not that I don't feel comfortable talking to them. I just feel like from point A to point B, they have taken this approach, and you made even a comment about Lake and about this.
Right.
Because that's the approach that they've taken, as if it's a person who is not alive. And that bothers me because I don't want.
Well, we're actually the ones that told them that. And that's
Opal, you can always go watch the orthopedic surgeon and anime.
And for the amount of time that he's been missing, he is most likely dead.
But what I'm saying is, as a parent, is that maybe because you're like used to saying that or something, but is that something like as a parent you would want to hear?
No. But would you rather hear a lie? Would you rather hear statistically he's probably alive? When it's about I would say it's less than a 1% chance at this point.
But why?
Him being 11, they would have asked for something.
But why?
Kidnappings don't happen without a demand or without it being a parental deal.
Parental deal or a demand.
Yeah.
So you're saying that nothing else, nobody intervenes ever. Ever.
I've seen one at a time. And again, I've worked violent crime in Denver for 20 years, a little over. And I saw one kid wander down the street. He had autism. And this was up in Brighton. And a guy took him in the house. He had him for a day. The guy was mentally disabled as well. So we had two things happening at once. We had a kid with autism who just started wandering. And then we had a developmentally delayed adult who was just playing video games with him for 24 hours. But we ended up, the public said, there. And I remember knocking on the door. He had made little blankets for the kid in there. The kid was playing video games and nothing bad had happened.
Right.
That's the exception. I've been to where kids have been dismembered, 10-year-olds.
That's awesome.
And from the blood in the house, that's what I'm thinking happened. I'm not saying he just got
Did you just say that's awesome?
There's enough blood in there.
That's awful.
We don't think he's forgotten.
How?
At least I'd like to think that's what she said.
Like, possibly say that when you clearly began walking, leaving on Monday. See, that's
Leaving on Monday at 10. Yes.
right.
Correct.
Right. Walking. Okay.
But he comes back.
Walking.
Correct.
Okay. Walking.
Not walking well.
Totally fine. Stomach hurts. With like this. Yes.
Yeah, but he's back at 2.
Back at 2. Okay. If that's what you say, then then this whole thing is like even pointless to even say anything, because if you're saying back at 2, but then you're also saying something about going legs and here and there and whatever, and it's like none of it is even making sense. It doesn't even make sense.
So between the two Petco trips is when he disappeared then.
It doesn't make sense to me
Letitcia.
to say.
So let me tell you. I've been working for 14 years with a guy named Scott Kimball. He's our informant that went around killing the girls. You remember me telling you about him before?
Oh, yeah.
When we first started. Not our best day, because I have dads out there who still wonder if their daughters are alive. Scott taught me one thing very well. There's only 2 people that can tell a story when someone either goes missing. Because one of these girls, Jennifer, is still missing. Like I said, we're pretty sure she's dead because it's been 14 years since anybody's seen her. But Scott told me, John, only 2 people can testify of what happened between me and Jennifer. And that's me, and that's Jennifer. And you're never going to find her.
He said that to you?
He did.
Wow.
So I've got to answer to his dad for the rest of my life. And I'll probably be answering to his dad after I retire because dad has my cell phone. Dad calls me on her birthday, on the day she went missing, on Father's Day.
How was he able to say that to you?
Because he's like, there's no other witnesses. So when I take a guess, and that's a guess that he came back home, that's because people that looked on the video said he probably did, or, you know, I don't have the information you have. And I hear you do that to Al by saying, oh, so that's what you think. Well, none of us know. You know.
Because I have.
That's 3 hours. Oh, wait a minute. Did I stop at a minute too early? I think I did. My eyes are getting bad. We got one more minute.
All right.
That way. If I don't be that way, then no one's going to help me. I didn't hurt Gannon. I didn't.
That's fine, but right now you're the only one that was with me.
But I didn't hurt Gannon.
I would agree,
How are you
Creed.
going to get past these charges without help? How does that work?
Without help?
Without you telling me. Like, again, it'd be like someone, I told you the story about Jennifer. If somebody knew where Jennifer was, and they're not telling me or Bob Markham, the
I
dad,
didn't say I knew where Gannon was.
you said you know he's okay.
No, I said as a parent, I'm never going to sit here and say, look at you and say, he's not okay. That's not what I'm going to do because I didn't do this. So why would I look at you and say that? Like I'm dead looking at you in the eye saying, I would never as a parent. Say,
She's an entire damn box of Fruit Loops.
Because I love Gannon. I did not hurt Gannon.
I told.
All right, now it's really 3 hours, 1 minute and 35 seconds.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we won't take our afternoon break until 3:35. If I can have, hold on just a minute. Okay, we're good. We're going to take our afternoon break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room and say 3:35, we should be able to start right on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. All rise for the jury, please.
Well, we've got what looks like 20 minutes. What do you want to do?
You can throw up a game or whatever, and I will relocate to my laptop so I'm not
Email
on my
be seated.
phone.
Record should reflect the jury having left the courtroom. With that, court will be in recess until 3:35.
Give me a second, because we played Quiplash, Murder Party, and then Quiplash. So we're gonna. How about some trivia, folks? If there are objections, we will do something else. Okay. Anybody?
The room code is KSNO.
Well, Chet does live. I was wondering. Okay. Hey, Denny. I'll shake your coat off to stay a while there, buddy. I am trying not to do the parenting. The parenting Tourette's here.
Philip, you need meatballs. The Wawa meatballs are the best.
Aha. You joining in, Loki?
No, Loki's relocating to her laptop.
That's right, I remember. All right.
made it. Let's see how badly I can lose this time around.
I'll join you.
Oh, good. Look, we're on a shelf together.
You with the hair. Can we go that way, please? Thank you. I understand that you like to usually you want to sit here and dance, but it's bugging me. Yes, you are in, Debbie. Come on, Felt. Jump in. See if we can get Carolyn too.
Every man's worst question that they have to ask, what that a woman asks. Are you in?
Oh, ow.
Nobody wants to hear that.
No, nobody wants to hear that, but we got to get this game started here pretty quick.
Come on, people, let's roll. Philip, going to Wawa.
I don't know what Wawa is, but
Danny, Debbie, me, and you, Squirrel. It looks like it's just the 4 of us.
ooh.
Creed might be around. E.E. Caroline, we'll call. Credence and Mikey, hello. We know Alpal Dragon's over watching anime. He's not going to be here.
Yeah, it's because that's because it's getting to him.
It's getting to me too.
It's getting to all of us, but that's not here nor there, I suppose. All right. Looks like it's going to be a foursome with you three ladies and me.
Your wildest dreams are coming true, Croco.
Oh no, that is a whole lot of effort all at once. Who hit the skip?
My suggestion is earplugs.
To a tutorial-like getaway at the Trivia Murder Party. First question. Where did Cirque du Soleil begin all their weird circus stuff? Use your device to
Cirque du Soleil? Circus of the Sun?
I'm just gonna throw out a guess because that's just all.
That's just
The correct answer is
Of course.
Where all the weird shit comes from.
the rest of you. It's time.
I guess we should say we are sorry.
Including high-end authoritarian governments. Ooh, pegs.
Well, at least with pegs, we've got a pretty good chance of winning.
The death zones. Someone needs to pick which slots are death
Strictly a
zones.
game of chance.
Hey, you. Pick the landing spots that kill.
I don't know how many spots she gets. Probably just one.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Let the games begin. Pick a spot to drop from. I made this board in shop class.
I'm hanging out with
We're
Daniel.
all safe. And we're all safe.
No one died. No one died.
Colby, go. No, nobody died. Shoot.
Going up, regardless of what your score is. Let's keep moving. Dang it. The contractor made our death note too small. Thanks a lot, home advisor. Where can I find a tiny crocodile?
Washington.
I have no idea.
It's one of two. Ralph Lauren has a polo pony.
Lacoste.
And it's Izod Lacoste, and I couldn't remember which part of it was which one had the crocodile. If it was a croco squirrel, we knew what it was.
Okay, this one is more of an experience.
Like a gift.
Pick a box and keep what's inside. Family stuff is weird, huh?
Hey, Amanda. You're running a tad behind. Come on.
Hey, Amanda.
Wait. I picked one. Ooh.
Sorry, Debbie.
You're gonna have to.
Questions a lot faster now to keep from blowing up. Don't think of it as an unfair burden. Think of it as an extremely unfair burden. Let's try another one. Where was Irish Spring soap first introduced?
So did I, Debbie.
Who picked this?
Nobody.
Everyone is wrong. Follow me.
Well, that makes no sense at all.
I hope you like magic tricks. Pick a space in this box to hide yourself. Some spots are better than others, but don't overthink it.
Somebody took my spot.
I hate it when that happens. Choose another spot.
Without looking, I'll just stab into this thing. Stab, stab. Oh, what's the point?
I got your spot.
Roar. We've all managed to avoid dying so far. I'm impressed.
When one player is left alive, we'll go to the final round. Next question.
Watch us all die this time.
If you hit the dead center on a dartboard, how many points is it worth?
Yep, Debbie got blowed up.
Yep.
Can I just take a second to say that I'm glad that bomb exploded? Okay, moving on. Who picked this?
Oop, I'm gonna die.
One of you is still
You said,
alive.
what did you say, 100?
Time for consequences.
I had to get one right this time. Yeesh.
Yeah.
This one lets you protect yourself with the password.
Oh dear.
Enter a real four-letter word with your device. Make it hard to guess. If your password gets cracked, you die.
There you go. Y'all have fun with that one.
Password. As a team, guess the password on your device.
Well, there's three of us
You
to
get a
try.
clue if your guess has a letter in the right spot. If anyone figures out the password before time runs out, I will reward you all. This is a team effort, so share clues out loud with each other. Ooh, you got hacked, son.
Ooh, somebody got me.
I don't know who it was.
All right, was it Debbie?
Probably.
Who got me? Somebody says my husband. Yep, Debbie's husband.
Danny and I are tied. The only question is, of course, which one of us dies first.
Let's keep moving.
Okay.
What does PS stand for?
Hey, I might get one right.
You got one right early. I thought.
This.
Me. Oh, all four.
That's annoying.
We all got it right. Squirrel, it's down to
Everybody got
you
it
and
right.
Danny.
Try another one. How old is the moon?
As an approximation.
I have no idea. I don't even know when its birthday is.
This.
Oh, we all got it right again.
You all need to be taught a lesson.
Uh-oh. We're screwed. Much, yes, rules. Oh, Jace. I hate this.
Follow as many rules as you can before time runs out. Everyone else is playing too. If any of them correctly follow more rules than you,
If anyone does better than you, you die. I always love that.
it has already begun. The rules are on your device now. Sometimes I worry that I say the word rules too much during this game. Rules, rules, rules. Yeah, maybe I'm overthinking it. Almost out of rules time.
Damn. I died.
Think the rules. Wait, no.
Squirrel died. Damn, Danny. Good job.
I got zapped.
Only one of you is still alive.
3,300. I'm in dead last place. Wow. That's crazy.
And and it started so well.
Glad to see you're the one to make it here
But I'm
alive.
still dead.
You're the one to escape.
I know times when 3,300 is the leader of the pack.
Your first category. Onions. Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit.
Not sure about one of those.
I want to say that's right.
Let's see the right answers.
They're all onions.
Dungeons and Dragons abilities.
Easy.
Time is almost up.
I have no empathy. I have no compassion. You have no... Oh, there we go. I got one of them wrong.
Debbie's played a D&D game.
I don't
Even
play
one
D&D.
Mark Twain characters.
I admit I haven't read everything by Twain, but
None of them.
Danny's kicking ass.
Monsters mentioned in the song, The Monster Mash.
I know it's easier.
I think. None of the above.
Don't look behind you.
I'm not worried about that part. We're all kicking ass comparatively.
Yeah.
Victoria's Secret Raw Collection.
Probably two.
Time is almost up.
Nope,
Yes,
just
it is
one.
So close. Lunchables.
The fuck? When did that happen? I've never seen any of those.
Necktie knots.
Oh, that. I have no idea. I'm just clicking.
I'm screwed. It doesn't matter. Oof. Debbie's gonna get their head of me.
Smell your life force. Celebrity perfumes.
Fuck it. I have no idea.
Time is almost up.
But again, guessing.
Of course, Debbie got them all, and
Still some yummy life force.
and smacked to Danny.
Where do you think you're going? If you want to break through that barrier, you'll need a perfect answer to this question. And that includes the third answer choice now, too.
What the hell is a bonobo?
You have to get all the right answers to escape.
See ya. A
The
bonobo
hell
is
is a
a relative of the, it is split off from chimpanzee.
Chimpanzee. It is one
Okay.
branch off if you look at phylogenics.
So it is a freaking primate.
Yep.
Got it.
Just like humans are.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
had the humans.
under
I
the
just didn't know what a
taxonomy, it is a bonobo is. It's actually a baboon, technically.
No,
I
it's
didn't know
actually
what it was.
Well, it's a cross between a bit like baboon
bonobo
orangutan.
from chimpanzee lineage, chimpanzee human lineage is slightly before.
Ultimately, it's a primate, and I got it wrong. Okay, got it. I won't forget again.
All of those were primates. The difference is the marmoset's a new world monkey as opposed to the other three, as opposed to the other two, which were apes. I studied. Okay.
I consider
All
myself squirreled by the squirrel.
Schooled by the squirrel. Yep. Okay. Well, okay, squirrel. Boop. Boop. How long have we got left? Oh, they're back. Well, the courtroom cameras are on. Yeah. Just in time for slot cam. Damn it.
If I forget it. Yeah.
If you want to learn lots and lots and
Thank
lots
you, may I
about
be
primates,
seated?
I recommend a channel called
Recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letitcia Stout. Record should reflect return to the courtroom. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Aaron. We'll just need the screens turned back on again.
There, Thomas.
Thank you, Judge. In that last section, and also in the section where the other DA was in the room, appears that defendant used misdirection again. Again, was that fairly common throughout this whole thing?
Yes, and she was very effective at doing it when we brought the district attorney in, and she couldn't promise Letitcia something. That was yet just another obstacle that we had to overcome to get to the questions we were asking.
Similar to the idea that if she would put conditions out there that maybe even be difficult for you to meet.
Yeah, the witness protection, the DEA involving other federal agencies. You know, she had a very organized way of thinking about how I might not be able to do the things she's asking, and thus she might not have to answer the questions.
When the misdirection would be employed by the defendant, was it around specific points of interest in the story of what happened to Gannon?
Yes.
Such as what?
Well, right now we were trying to figure out who had him to get at the identity of that. And that was where we were focused. And then instead of giving a name, she would give conditions. But looking back at the phone calls, she would do the same thing with Al. It was a condition of their relationship status first before she would give the location of Gannon.
Do you remember her making a statement right after what we just watched where she says, "I'm not the one"?
Yes.
And you then go
What
through
is all over this?
description of extradition to Colorado and being in jail.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to play that next, and that starts at 3 hours, 1 minute, 41 seconds through 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 33 seconds.
Oh, it's a
I'll
short
just play
clip.
it
Thank you.
directly from here, actually, because it's only 6 seconds later.
And most of these happen. They happen in the house with parents who love their
I
kids.
get what you're saying. Okay. I understand. I appreciate what you're saying. I appreciate all the work and time and dedication you put into all of these things to have this. But I am not the one.
But then if you're not the one, you're going, so do you know what happens from here?
What?
You go to a local holding cell.
Okay.
They hold you for 24 up to 2 weeks until you get extradited back to Colorado.
Okay.
You're in jail, Letitcia. And unless you tell me that somebody else did this, you're the only one that did it.
No, I didn't do it.
But I'm telling you,
But I didn't.
but that's what would be horrible, is if someone else did this and you're going to let them skate because you're scared.
Not letting someone skate.
What could you possibly be scared of at this point?
I'm not letting
Debbie,
you
they
come
know
through and
he
let
is
someone
dead.
skate. If I could take you
She
to
was
the person right now,
arrested on
why
murder.
do you think I would need resources?
You don't need resources. Right now, what you need is that if someone took my son,
Yeah.
and I know who it is, am I going to go to jail for the rest of my life because someone else took my son?
No, absolutely not.
No. And would I be afraid of my own protection going to jail when I could be free and that person could go to jail?
Yeah,
That
but
doesn't
she
make any
didn't sit
sense.
there. Even if I walked you to the person, she just sit there and said, "Oh, I can't make any promises."
You can't make promises. What's it better? To go to jail for the rest of your life and hope that we find the person, or to point us to a person? If I'm in your position, it makes no sense.
Right.
What could you be scared of at this point? Reprisals?
No,
The only reason they care at this point, she's already been indicted by a
then you would
grand
have found
jury
some of this already if you would
for
have had the
murder,
resources.
is they're
That's
trying to
what
figure out where the body is.
So stopping it at 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 33 seconds.
Based on the amount of blood
After you
they
explained the
found, they know he's
extradition, you
deceased.
said
They
you're the only
know
one that
she
knows.
had him and nobody's seen him for
Did
a
she
month.
then use misdirection again to get you off topic and move you away from trying to press her?
Yes.
What about what's your impression of that very end where what scares me from her perspective is you would have found this if you had the resources. What's your take on that?
It's what I explained to her earlier, that she's expecting me to know answers to the questions that only she has the answers to.
Is she also, in a sense, challenging whether you even have the ability as an FBI agency to provide her the things that she's putting down as conditions?
Yes.
Did you confront her by saying right after this, her story makes no sense?
I did.
So I'm going to jump to that section. It's 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 49 seconds. And it goes through 3 hours, 4 minutes, and 59 seconds.
So your story makes no sense. And what it goes back to now is that you can't take responsibility for what happened to Gannon.
I didn't do anything to Gannon, sir.
You can't insert someone else in here unless you're going to tell me who it is.
Okay, I didn't do anything to Gannon.
That's fine. But then you would tell me who it is if
I
it's
didn't
someone
do
else.
anything to Gannon.
Did he do it to himself?
Okay. I didn't do anything to
I'm
Gannon.
not asking you if you did.
I
I'm
didn't do
asking
anything to Gannon.
did Gannon do it to himself?
Do what to himself?
The head injury, the neck injury, whatever that was that caused that pool of blood down by the bottom of its bed. You know that the sheets and all that stuff, the blood seeped down in.
And what now?
The blood seeped down
In
that through that
sheets?
corner.
Sheets?
Through the sheets into the mattress.
I have no idea what you're even talking about.
You cleaned it up off the wall.
So wait.
There's, you know where the head of his
I
bed
don't-
was.
I don't know anything about blood and sheets, okay? I did not take any sheets and clean them.
You told Al on the phone you cleaned up the wall.
So now paused at 3 hours, 4 minutes, and 59 seconds. You start to confront her about the head injury and the blood and all that sort of thing. Did she use misdirection there again, directing away from the head injury?
Yes.
What was significant about that to you?
By this point, none of my questioning was effective with her. So every time we would go to one of these and she would misdirect, the significance just was that I was going to have to change course yet again.
Again, was this happening as you're trying to dive into what actually happened to Gannon, but then she diverts over to the sheets?
Yes.
What's happening here where someone's come in and said something to you and then you're getting up to leave?
So Letitcia had requested to talk to me off camera, and the police department could not turn the camera off. So they had decided to get us a separate room, and myself and Special Agent Cohen were going to speak with Letitcia off camera in this other room.
And so is there a period of time where the room is just empty while you're off with the defendant in some other room?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to talk about that. And so I'm going to play it until both of you are out of the room, and then we'll pause it again.
Okay. And Letitcia, for your request, you can leave that recorder in there, and we're going to a room that doesn't record. Are you sure you don't need to go to the restroom?
I'm good.
You need anything to eat? Take your water with you just in case. Okay. Great.
So before we get into this off-camera discussion that you had with the defendant, that little portion where she was inside the room by just herself, did you see anything in there that caused you concern as to her mental faculties?
No.
Did she appear to be acting normal to you?
Yes.
Okay. This off-camera discussion, let's talk about first just the process that was undertaken here. Who was involved with it, first of all?
Well, Myrtle Beach arranged for us to have another room to talk with her in. I believe chairs were already put out. It was a lot bigger room than this one, from what I recall. And myself, I introduced, or I guess Special Agent Cohen introduced himself, and we just sat in the middle of the room to see what she had to say.
And when you say Special Agent Cohen, you're talking about the guy sitting here?
That guy, yes.
That guy? Should we call him that guy from now on? How long would you say that portion of your interaction with the defendant lasted?
I recall about 30 or 40 minutes, maybe.
Was she talking to you in that room much the same way we've been seeing in this recorded interview?
Yes.
Can you give the jury some idea as to what that means?
It was more of needing protection that I recall. The primary things I remember from this was that this person or people that she was saying was responsible for Gannon might have been associated with an app that was on her phone, and that Al had wanted Letitcia to participate in a threesome, and this person that was part of the threesome might be the person responsible for Gannon's disappearance.
When you say these people, is she pointing her finger away from herself saying these people, or is she saying these people that are inside of herself?
No, it's another person, and why I say people is when she's talking to me, it sounded like a group. So I'm leaving that just kind of open, but she was referring to this threesome as like it was another female who was involved, that if we find who's in this app, we might find the person who abducted Gannon.
And when you're saying app, you're talking about, was she saying an app on a phone?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we're talking about these other people, just to be very clear, is she saying that these other personalities that are inside of her own self,
No.
other persons or personalities?
No.
Okay. Did she describe in that portion of your interview, this off camera, a different way in which Gannon suffered a head injury?
Yes.
What was that?
I believe it was the pushing
Another
the
freaking
beds
story.
together.
Okay. Did she describe
Because
that
of
as
course.
occurring on Saturday night? So that would be January 25th.
Yes.
Do you remember her giving you any description as to her looking at and assessing that injury?
Yes. Letitcia said she looked at the injury, assessed it, and said it wasn't very egregious.
Did she include specifically that it didn't even need stitches?
Yes.
Did she give a description as to where on the head that injury occurred?
I don't recall at this point.
Okay. If you saw your report, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on just a second. 11/7/219. No, I'm not seeing it in this particular report, so let me come back to that in just a moment. Did she talk to you about taking a SIM card from her phone?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
Yeah, I don't remember that either. Sorry.
Okay. Well, that one is definitely in this report that I've got in my hand right now. Before I get to that though, were you aware from the investigation that her cell phone was seized by El Paso County Sheriff's Office on January 29th when she tried to leave the sheriff's office during her interview?
Yes.
Do you know, or are you aware of cell phones having SIM cards that are in them?
Correct.
And so her indication that she still had a SIM card from that phone, would that be factually possible?
It should not be.
Okay. I'm going to show you again, this is 7218. I'm sorry, 7219. SIM card sections here. This is pagination 11-7220, page 3 of 4. Look at that when you're done.
Okay.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
What did she say about the SIM card?
She said that it was the SIM card she had previously, but she had placed it in her friend's phone.
Okay. Did she describe getting a bunch of messages then at that time?
Yes.
Was this another distraction in your mind?
Yes, it was nothing that we thought was possible. I don't even know if the investigation was able to verify it or not, because that happened after my involvement.
Okay. And then going back to that head injury issue that we were talking about earlier, where I asked if it would refresh your memory to see the report. I just didn't pick up this one page. It's 117218. May I approach and have him review that page? Or...
Okay, go ahead.
This is the last paragraph on this page. Thanks.
Okay.
Did that refresh your memory?
It did.
Where did she describe that head injury that was caused by pushing the beds together occurring on Gannon's head?
She said it was a gash in his left temple.
Did she also give a full assessment of other injuries during this portion?
No.
Okay. Was there some discussion here about Angel and Petco?
Yes.
What do you remember her saying about that?
Well, we discussed Angel later, back on camera, but I remember Angel coming up as a result of this app and the threesome that happened. As Angel was a female who may have been involved in Gannon's disappearance.
And this Angel is potentially the one that the defendant was suggesting might have been contacted for the threesome issue?
Correct.
Shortly after that portion of the discussion, do you come back on camera with the defendant?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to retrieve that page of the report from you. And jump to the next time that you're in the room, which is 3 hours, 13 minutes, and 25 seconds. Is this immediately after you get out of that separate room that's not recorded, do you then discuss Angel on camera?
Yes.
Is that what we're about to watch here?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to play 3 hours, 13 minutes, and 25 seconds through 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 41 seconds. Judge, this is about a 12-minute gap of time. So maybe you want Mr. Gruesing to step down.
You all right? For the district attorney, for this protection thing that Angel We have to know last name, all that stuff, how you met her. I mean, I know you say that at and whenever that has to be identified. Angel.
I would say just reach out, maybe.
Can you describe her?
Yeah.
What does she look like?
She actually got her.
Yeah.
Like, you know, she's definitely.
But where all have you met her? When did she come to your house? You say in September? And then who all did she babysit? Uh-huh. Okay.
We had a bunch of quite a few people that were here.
So these messages that are coming through your phone, the threats or whatever are they coming from her?
So we can get on the YouTube.
What is her Snapchat name?
I would need to have my phone.
But do you remember? Did it have her name in it? Was it a numbers?
That's why I asked for help, but he's not doing that.
To take you back that we talked about.
I don't. If I'm not going to get any help, then I would have to get help. I trusted you.
Well, we went in there.
I know.
And I don't know, Letitcia, if it's just the way you're used to communicating over a long period of time, but when you're asked a question, you don't really answer. You kind of go in a little circle. So if I said where did you last see Gannon? And then you say, well, it's supposed to drop off,
Yeah.
So we're just used to asking you a question and then you tell us an answer. It's just,
I just don't. I've always
So that's just how you've always done for like the last, 5-10 years.
I mean, most of the time, new to my phone. Like,
It's gonna look bad.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm talking about.
It's not even gonna look like that. Here's what it's gonna look like is that you were the last one again, and nothing on this angel thing we can't authenticate any of that. When you say it's all off camera, like with the black Impala in the parking lot, we have cameras for that whole place and we don't see you meet with anybody.
Well, can you show me that so that I can show you what direction?
But you would know where it is. Where did you
said
meet?
what direction? Because I'm not really. That you're talking about what direction? Because where it would be at, then maybe you could pull if you wanted to pull a camera off another place. I mean, there's lots of places you could pull the camera off of. That's all I'm asking for. That's offering help.
Yeah, it's well, but Gannon goes into this car. I mean, this is the person that you trust,
I do.
right?
That's the thing. What am I supposed to do?
So then why would you go home and say that he's here, that he's now gone away? You're meeting.
I never said he was here, not gone.
Well, that he was at the house. Yeah, but do you see where I'm going with that? Why would you make up that story to law enforcement? That he was going to a friend's house?
Because her nephew was a friend. I mean, I don't understand how that's a problem.
Angel's nephew was a friend. Oh, that's right, that they had played together. But did she live in your area?
Mm-hmm.
Where did she live?
Mm-hmm. thing is, I'm like constantly, like stuff will come through, you know, people sending stuff, saying stuff.
But the people, are they different people from Angel? I mean, are they acting on her behalf? Because that doesn't sound like a friend to me.
Obviously, if they're not helping with your child, they're not helping. But how do you think that makes them trusting people? If he doesn't make them look like they're irresponsible, not trusting people, trusting someone.
Do you know who tells the story from here on out? Your story?
I ask for help.
But do you know who tells the story? How this works out from here?
You to could have opened
If there is an angel, well, just like we found Quincy Brown right away, we can find Angel. But if there's not an angel, that's the last story you're going to tell law enforcement about Gannon.
Sure.
Well, but I mean, we'll get your warrants for the threes thing, whatever else. We'll go interview this angel, and if it's like what I think Quincy Brown is, then Angel's just going to. I will help you.
Okay. I tried to get your help. When I gave you the wrong information, you tried to.
But I think I can help you. How is that? But
just like they did.
I'm happy to chase down anything
You did just like they did.
Letitcia, and I can. But I think that Al left you alone because he's gone to Alaska for so long, and then he's on this trip, and you're left raising Gannon, and something bad happens. I don't know if it's your fault or Gannon's, it doesn't really matter. And you panic, and you ask, was I the person talking for Al? Yes, I was. But I think the closest you came was talking about his head injury, and then because you asked Al,
I would have, like,
no. If someone took your son, you would have called.
I did call.
You should never call the police.
Yes, I did. I called the police.
Petco, right when he was taken.
No, that's not taken. He was supposed to be playing. Like, as soon as he wasn't home, I did.
But you were supposed to meet her, what, the next morning?
No, I called immediately when at 6 o'clock at the time he was supposed to be home. I called the police. I did.
And then what did you tell him?
You already know what I told them.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense.
Why doesn't? Yes.
Because I told you, I have talked to a lot of people that are sitting in the same chair you are right now. And I've seen them, and I'm sorry if it offends you if I say story, but that's the only way you're coping with this right now.
Coping?
Yes.
Yeah.
We all cope.
Okay. Sure.
We do. I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying that you're unwilling to come to the truth because it's going to be painful.
I gave you the truth. I didn't hurt you. That's the truth.
So the last truth you want to tell me,
You're
just
not
to
going to
make
say
sure,
anything else, though.
is the angel story.
I'm not going to say anything else, though, because you didn't help me.
I will help you if you will tell me one concrete way to find Gannon.
Okay.
Letitcia,
You're not trying to help me.
yes I am.
I'm not trying to help me.
You can be a hero here. You can,
I'm far from a hero.
but you can
Because
be
I'm
one.
a parent.
You're a
who
parent.
did
who
not
was-
hurt a child.
You're a parent who was left behind to deal with his stepson and stepkid.
It's not a problem.
No, it's a problem when something like this happens in the house.
It's not a problem to take care of our children.
Then what happens?
That's not a problem. That's not a problem at all. Like, for you to say that to someone, it's hurtful. That's what's hurtful. It's not a problem to take care of children.
It's not a problem to take care of children, but bad things happen in the house all the time.
No.
Yes.
No. I mean, John, no. No.
Do you want me to walk through where all the blood was, or do you know it already?
Listen, sir, I don't.
Yeah.
I know for a fact that I did not hurt him.
How is the bottom of your shoe have
And
Gannon's
as
blood?
long as I can live with that and know that God knows I did not hurt Gannon, then I'm okay with that.
Well, you can convince yourself of that all day.
Okay,
But,
sir, that's not helping me, sir.
but is there a way for me to help you? Even if
Okay.
you're trying to convince yourself it didn't happen,
Okay.
is there some way for you to say through a third party?
Whatever you think. I don't know what else to tell you, but I did not hurt him. Did not.
Then you won't tell me who did.
Would not.
All that blood would not be in the house if Angel just
I would-
met him in a Petco.
Like that's far beyond what you're even talking about.
What is far beyond?
There's like many of times we've had blood in our house.
Do you remember the spray that was on the wall?
I mean, goodness gracious.
I've seen the markers from the spray. The spray went from the bed all the way up here. Well, you had to clean it up.
Smear?
No, it's not a smear.
Whatever.
It's a spray.
All right, sir. I don't know what you're talking about. Spray. I don't know what that means.
It's called spatter.
I don't know anything about that.
So it comes from aspirated. You're going to hear all this anyway, so I'll tell you. It comes from aspirated blood.
Okay.
You know what that means?
No.
It means that he didn't accidentally do it.
Okay. Okay. Whatever. Sir.
So that's what we were waiting on for the warrants, because somebody struck Gannon in the bed.
No. If someone struck Gannon in the bed,
That's
thank
what happened.
God we were all drugged then. If that's what you're saying happened.
That's what the blood.
God, we were all drugged.
Well, then can you tell me how that blood got on the wall?
Sir.
That's Gannon's blood on the wall.
Okay, well, I guess, sir, if you think you have all the answers, then
You're making me guess.
I'm not.
You've got the answers.
I'm not making
Letitcia.
you guess, sir. I'm going to be respectful to you because
Letitcia.
you offered to help me. You didn't help me, so I'm just going to sit here.
Mr. Russo. So we've got it paused at 3 hours, 25 minutes and 41 seconds. Mr. Grusing, this continuation of the discussion about Angel, was there any indication in the investigation that somebody by the name of Angel was involved in Gannon's disappearance?
No.
At the beginning, when you asked her for her being the defendant for a description of Angel, what did she say?
She said that Angel looks a lot like herself.
Do you remember the defendant saying that she had no motive to do this?
Yes.
Interesting.
We're going to play that next. It's 3 hours, 26 minutes through 3 hours, 34 minutes. So about 8 minutes, Judge. I don't know if you want him to stay up for 8 minutes or not, on the stand or not.
Give me just a minute.
Okay.
Ooh, I had to reread that twice, man. That was funny.
You can.
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that show in a long time.
Stay there for the 8 minutes.
I'll go.
He's got a step skull, I think. I've got it 3 hours, 26 minutes and 0 seconds. So having skipped roughly 19 seconds, and then we're going to play through 3 hours, 34 minutes.
If someone presents us with evidence, then we just follow the evidence.
Okay.
Right now, you're the last person with
Okay.
Gannon.
And I don't do bad things to people. I don't.
I don't think you do bad things to people.
I don't do bad things to anyone, and I didn't do anything bad to Gannon.
I think something bad happened to Gannon, and I don't know of a way to get you to tell me about it.
Okay.
I tried through Al to get you to tell me about it. We've tried here.
Okay.
You came, and I think you have a defense mechanism. And I think your defense mechanism was, you need to go into another room, you tell us.
No, that was not no defense mechanism. I trusted you to talk to you because I thought you would
If you
help.
trusted me to talk to me, you would tell me where Gannon is right now. You know where he last was, and it wasn't at the pet
Okay.
code.
Okay.
But see, you can't make me guess. That's
I'm
not fair to me.
Why would I
It's not
keep
fair to
talking
Gannon.
if you're not going to help me?
You tell me how to help you.
I already did. I already did tell you. I told you how you could help. And
Nobody holds a kid like that.
okay, if that's what you think.
No, I'm just saying,
Okay.
if the
Sir.
sun comes up in the morning, it goes down at night every
Okay.
day. We have
Sir.
worked hundreds of these things.
That's what you think. Okay. Me talking to you is not going to do anything else, because all you're going to do is go think that you're going to get me to say something that I did that I didn't do.
That is not what I
Because I did not do anything to Gannon. Why would I hurt our child? I had everything in the world. Why? I have no motive. None. Don't have the first motive. Everything I wanted in my life, I had it. Why? Doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't.
Because you want to cover your own ass at this point.
Sir, I don't even know what you're talking about. All I can tell you is, I don't know. No reason to. In fact, to go on the record, I had a way better relationship with Gannon than I did with Lana. Way better. So much alike. We always like the same things. We always have problems with our stomach. We always do all these things.
Do you know that there's almost a correlation sometimes between how much you get along with someone and how bad things happen in the house? I'm telling you that.
I don't. Well, maybe bad things happen in your house.
They happen in the house a lot more than they do out in public.
Maybe bad things happen in your house. But
would it help if we showed you pictures of what we saw on the and by the bed? When you say nothing bad happened, you can't get around.
How's it going to be when we show you the crime scene pictures with the blue star of like the amount of blood that was equivalent to like more than half his blood volume?
On the concrete.
Okay. And
that is not from a little gash like that.
Okay, and then what? And then you showed this to him, or how did he see this?
He had to come get stuff out of the house. I wasn't even there that day.
After you allowed people to stay in this house for a week.
I did not allow anybody to do anything.
Someone did.
Right, that's not my call.
Okay. So
what I'm saying though is the wounds that you're describing to him, even when you're saying it doesn't.
Sir, I'm gonna tell you now.
When you say the head thing was Saturday.
What I'm gonna tell you now is people were inside of a home living, and it was not me. So maybe you can talk to whoever allowed people to live in the home. Okay? Whatever you're saying that was done extra or whatever, maybe you can talk to those people who were allowed to stay in a home during this supposedly. Okay? That's what I think. Maybe you can talk to people who were.
You're saying that the injury again happened.
I'm not saying anything except I know you're telling me this stuff. And you're saying this about, how bad these were and these things were. All I can tell you is maybe you can talk to the people that were allowed to stay in the home during this time.
Overkill is not the word, Amanda.
Evidence. People that were allowed to stay in the home and people that were allowed to walk in and out of here, supposedly. Okay?
So Gannon was in, all these wounds happened after he went.
I'm not saying anything other than, sir, you are telling me, you are on record and telling me that Albert went inside somewhere that you were supposed to have as a supposed crime scene.
Wasn't there for that. If you want to get an answer for you about who was with him.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm saying for you as a professional, you would have allowed that supposedly?
If he has to go get stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure that's
as long as the scene had been processed.
Okay, processed, sure. Okay. I'm sure that's how
do that.
I'm sure that's how it works in this country. Doesn't it sound a little bit weird to you?
If the scene has been processed, no. I had a girl that was burned alive in a house in Bailey. The
scene was processed supposedly when people were still there day 1, day 2, day 3, and the scene was processed. Day 4, day 5, day 6, and the scene was processed.
You're saying that people were going in and out of the house, civilians, while they were processing the scene.
I'm asking you that because apparently you said the scene was processed, and then you want me to talk to you when I know that how shady that whole situation is. And you want me to give you answers for how shady that is. So you need to tell me in the scene that was processed, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, there was nobody going in and out. There was people living there.
Right.
Okay.
When they thought Gannon was still alive.
Okay. Living there. Okay. But you're saying the scene is processed.
Amanda, he was
not you,
long since dead.
Surely were there It's all on camera that there was crime scene people there while people were living there.
Of course, because they didn't know the severity of the scene. They
Okay.
just thought Gannon was ran away, like you said,
Okay.
to go see a
So
neighbor.
the point is, how am I supposed to put my trust or faith?
She's not trying to
anywhere
criticism, Danny. She's just trying to
when that
deflect
was going on?
and interrupt their line of questioning
So you're
because she
trying to
thinks
put
she can
faith in
misdirect them.
Or you
No, I'm
gave
talking
them-
to you. I'm
Well,
talking
she's
to
proven
you.
very good at it
If
so
you would have
far.
told police the very first night that he was taken forcibly, everything would have been different.
She isn't as good as it as she thinks she
Okay, I
is.
said exactly what I
Because
said.
the problem
Forget
is,
and come back at 6 o'clock.
when you look at the
You would
autopsy
have said other
results,
people have him. and
all
they
of
should
these
not have him.
hypotheticals that she throws out have actual injuries that
control the
line
way
up
that
with
law
them
enforcement
that
responds.
only the person that
So
inflicted
now
them
it's
would
my
have known.
fault. They
Yes, by
had
saying he's
people
walking away
in
to
there,
play with a friend.
had people in there doing a supposed crime scene, and now you have all this stuff after you let people live there. And now you want to look at me and say something. Sir, I did not hurt Gannon. Okay?
Okay, well, who did?
Did not.
Who did?
Did not. Just like all
Why
of
are
the
you,
other things.
why are you telling me you did not? I don't care if you did or not.
I'm just telling you. Yes, you do
No, I
care.
don't.
You're a father. You care.
I care about Gannon. I don't care if you did it or not.
Sir, I
We just
didn't.
really
Okay?
want
But
to
you're
know
saying
where
you
it
did
got
it,
off.
but that doesn't help us find you.
Okay, well,
But
I
she
didn't
already
do
knows there's a body
didn't do
involved.
anything.
She's
I
not
would
going to
not.
get
No motive. No
I'm
reason
not asking you about
to
no
hurt
other reason.
a
why
child.
is
No
she
reason.
still
Who did?
No
talking.
reason.
So we paused it at 3 hours, 34 minutes, Mr. Grissom.
Sweet, really? Please tell me she's going to stop from here. Make the hurting
I'd like
stop.
to tell you that, but she doesn't.
Mr. Grissing, at the beginning, you talked to or made us about a defense mechanism going into the other room. What was the purpose of you saying that?
Well, defense mechanism or misdirection. I was trying to, hone in on what happened that day. And neither I nor Special Agent Cohen found her story about Angel to be credible.
One would think not.
This tangent that we just witnessed happening where you're trying to get her to give who hurt Gannon, right? That challenge of that. And then she's talking about the scene instead. What was your impression of that?
It was yet another attempt to knock me off my line of questioning, another misdirection. As you can see, she's very effective at doing it. And I was telling her that the whole reason that law enforcement responded like they did was based on her initial report. But as she continues to talk over me and saying that because of the way she created Gannon just being at a friend's house, now that is a problem. It's yet another big hurdle that I've got to overcome to get to what happened to Gannon.
In that last clip that we played where it's the discussion about Angel, in some respects, did she actually revert back to Gannon is with a friend and didn't come home on time?
Yes.
So reverting back to the very original story that she
Yes,
told the
right.
police
She's
on
very much
January
that way.
27th.
Right.
That statement that she makes in this particular portion, she likes Gannon way more than Lena. You remember that?
Yes.
I find that
When you went through those searches with her earlier in the interview, did you find any, or did you recount any searches, I should say, to the defendant about involving stepdaughters or Lena specifically?
No.
In fact, you read to her some of those searches. One of them, I don't like my stepson.
Correct.
I don't like my stepson. Should I get a divorce?
Yes.
Wow.
Did you ask her?
I told you there was a whole bunch of
Quincy
premeditation.
and Eduardo and the mountains?
I did.
Oh,
What were you trying to get
jeez.
to there?
Well,
I
as
told
can
you
see
all
with
the
this
researchers that show
story,
it was
didn't take her long to get
premeditated.
off of Angel and then divert to other people being in the house. And I wanted to just address the other stories yet again. And again, where we are at this point is we're still trying to find clues about where Gannon is. And I had already explained to her that I think the closest she came to describing Gannon's injuries was when she spoke about Quincy Brown. So I decided to go back there and give that a try.
What do you mean by that? That the closest she was to describing Gannon's true injuries was when she was talking about Quincy Brown. Tell me what you're talking about.
Well, I never saw the full autopsy of what happened to Gannon. I only heard about it secondhand. But when she was describing the head, the hands,
Because
the
Debbie,
knees, and
she's
blood
not
pouring, that's the
all
most
there.
descriptive. She had come with us, with us meaning investigative team, even including
But
here.
I don't know how much that
So that was
actually.
the most descriptive as far as any potential injuries that
No,
she was willing
she
to tell the
specifically
investigation.
said it was Eduardo.
So we're at 3 hours, 34 minutes, and 50 seconds. We're going to play a 5-minute clip.
She's just dumb.
3 hours, 39 minutes, and 50 seconds.
Roy Brown, she thinks she can manipulate better than she actually can.
You've tried Eduardo in the house. You've tried Quincy Brown up in the mountains. Now you've tried Angel.
I never say that about a mountain.
Yes, you did. You were supposed to ride a bike up there in the mountains with Quincy Brown. But
I never told you that.
You said you knew I was in the room.
I didn't say I knew you. I didn't even know who you were.
FBI.
Never know who you were. I didn't never say FBI either. Not what I said.
Law enforcement.
No, I said I know someone is listening.
That ought to be us.
No, it could be anybody. Exactly. There's no point of arguing that. You're not going to help me.
I think you could control this story by. Well, you are concerned about what other people think.
I've been completely respectful to you. I have talked to you. I've been respectful to you. Been kind to you. I did all these things to you because that's who I am. I was wasn't raised to be bad to people.
I don't think you're a bad person, but I think bad things happen all the time. I've seen it.
Why bad things have to happen?
Because an 11-year-old boy is not home and he's not hanging out with somebody.
Okay, sir, okay. I'm glad that you think something so bad happens all the time. I'm sorry that you have to have this food up of nothing but no compassion and all that. I'm sorry for that. I really am. But I have no reason, none, to hurt anyone in my family. None.
Define family.
She needs to get off of that high horse. This will be a long fall.
In the garage?
Or in the top of the washer or something.
People were, did you think I didn't walk around in shoes?
With Gannon's blood on the bottom?
That's got to do with
Walk around, sunshine.
I've already told you. We were outside unloading stuff. What has that got to do with anything? We are outside unloading my car. I mean, come on. That doesn't mean somebody's this bad person and done something wrong. Yeah, sir. No.
Oh.
Thing like that. But her, Gannon, innocent,
What are you doing?
loving, help me out more than any person in the household. More than Albert. More than anyone. Help me.
I think Gannon's a bad kid.
No, help me. You know how much you'll be helping me with everything, pulling everybody else's slack. Who did it? Gannon.
I think that's why this is so hard.
You're right. It's hard. You're right. It's hard because I didn't hurt you. To not have him helping me, that is hard. Very hard. Knowing that right now, sitting at home, and knowing the situation, you know what Gannon would do? He would wait on me anything I would ask him just to make sure I was okay. Anything. Oh, he would. Before even Albert would even do it. He would. If he was sitting here right now and needed anything, me to ask him to do anything, he would do it.
Of course he would.
So
He's
there's
an
no
11-year-old boy, and you were important.
reasoning, nothing. Again, nothing to hurt him in any kind of way. None. Nada.
You did say on the phone calls there was no premeditation involved. You said
I was saying to Albert, like he was if you're talking about when Albert was asking me that, I was simply saying, because you were trying to get him, or whoever was trying to get him to walk me down some pathway of whatever it may be, whatever that may be. Come on, sir. I don't wake up and be like, oh, my life changed today. That's not how it works in life. Bad people, whether you say do this or do that or do that or do this, they just do bad things to people.
It's not necessarily true.
Okay, well,
I told you good people do bad things. I've seen it.
are you a good person?
Yes.
And you do bad things?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
But if you had any key to telling us where Gannon is, you would tell it to us if you were a good person. Would you not? And
So pausing it now at 3 hours, 39 minutes and 50 seconds. At the very beginning of this, you said, if you give me another name, we'll chase that down. Have you ever tried to go back and count the number of different versions of stories this defendant gave during the pendency of this investigation?
No, I've not.
Is it too many to count?
I just haven't sat down and done it. It's
Yeah.
quite a few.
And then variations of maybe like the Quincy Brown story has different branches of that story.
Correct.
The Eduardo story has different branches on that story.
Yes.
Even he says
The
that
Gannon was playing with a friend and didn't come home. Are there different branches to that story?
Yes.
And then we get the pregnant woman with a
Because she
money in the belly
specified it was
story.
Eduardo
Different
with a
story.
G.
Right.
Why did you tell her you don't think you're a bad person? What was the purpose of that?
No child.
It's hard to get someone to talk about something bad if they think the person talking to them already thinks they're bad.
Were you hoping that that would maybe loosen her up and she would give you some information?
Well, and yeah, I think she did not intend for this, whatever the awful thing was that happened to Gannon, to happen.
That's what you were trying to get her to
Correct.
believe you were thinking?
Yes.
Okay. Were you actually thinking that?
Yeah, I didn't know how all this started as far as I was only taking my role in this investigation. I was not the case agent. My role was just to speak with Letitcia, take in as many facts as I could for these interviews. And so I was taking in what she was saying, and she was putting it back again to me with a foot injury on Saturday and now a head injury on Saturday. So we've got a progression of things happening. And I was just gathering from her what I can and passing it on to the investigative team.
When you said those things, you obviously didn't have Gannon's body had not been recovered yet.
That's correct.
Hadn't heard anything about an autopsy and the number of injuries that he had suffered.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember asking her right after this clip that we just saw about where did you last see Gannon?
Yes.
Why did you want to go down that path?
In my experience, especially if you have a close relationship with someone who has disappeared, you are clearly able to articulate the last time that you saw that person. And so far in the phone calls with Al and even with my time, she has not said what that very last sighting of him was.
Okay, and we're going to jump to that section now. 3 hours, 40 minutes and 59 seconds. And we're going to play it through 3 hours, 45 minutes and 5 seconds.
Your argument isn't going to work, Letitcia.
Arguing about what?
Your argument that somebody took him. You're not going to be able to tell that story.
Okay.
If you help us today, find out where Gannon is. If you can, because I have 100% confidence that you can tell me exactly where you last left Gannon.
Okay. Now you're accusing me.
I'm just telling you what
Okay.
the research shows, what our investigation shows.
I'm
Then
glad that you
listen.
have research that.
It will look much better for you.
I didn't do anything. So what do you want me to look better at? I didn't do
Are you
anything.
going to tell me right now that the last place you saw Gannon was really him getting into an Impala?
Sir, I'm not going to say anything because you're not trying to help me.
Finding Gannon would help you.
Oh yeah, I know. Don't
Wouldn't
you
it?
think that?
Then tell me.
Don't you think that? Don't you
I know it.
really don't think that?
So tell me where he is and let me help you.
I don't know where he is.
Where did you last see him?
So
Not,
research
sir,
attorneys are
you
dying.
Prove that you are not going to help me.
They have all died
You did.
inside and have given up
You
the
proved you were
practice
not going
of
to
law.
help
I
If you
swear.
tell me where you last saw him, I can help you. I promise you that, Letitcia. If
I don't get it. Then her Gannon. I mean, I don't know how to like write that out.
Philip,
say
you're
it
in the
differently
land
than
of
it is.
diners.
what do you want me to
You
say?
can get
You didn't hurt
breakfast
Gannon? Did you kill
24/7.
Gannon?
No,
Who?
no,
Did you put Gannon somewhere?
no.
You didn't put him in a dumpster.
Doctor. What? Sandy, that horrible thing.
Because we've been tracking your car. We've been tracking, even when your phone is off, it can be tracked.
Good, sir. I'm glad.
And so we've been going through dumpsters all
Okay.
through. Is Gannon in a dumpster?
Sir, you can go through
Just please.
whatever you
That
want
would
to go
save
through.
us.
Sir,
That would save us
I didn't do
hundreds of
anything.
days. Just
I
tell me
didn't
if he's in a
do
dumpster.
anything.
That's fine. But will you tell me if he's in a dumpster?
If I didn't do anything to him, how am I answering that question for you?
Whether it's Angel or who.
Thomas, you would be covered in red string and tinfoil. You would need McGnome to make you a gnome hat out of tinfoil to
Because
reach
we
this
want to
was
find
going.
him. I would not ask you that question
I
if
didn't
it wouldn't help us
do
find him.
anything to him. Nothing.
It would be
Didn't hurt
possible,
or kill.
just very
Nothing.
time consuming.
Again,
Like I said,
Would
you
not.
need a gnome hat,
would not.
Where's the last place you saw him?
gnome hat of tinfoil, and like 8 spools of red,
The last place you saw Gannon, which can really
you know,
help us.
yarn, and 12 packages of
If you had
thumbtacks.
nothing
Because
to do,
I've already tried to help you.
no, but if you had nothing to do, if you did not hurt, harm, anything, why would you not tell me the last place you saw him? Because it's a memory you don't want to look at.
Memory?
Yes,
Really?
I would think it's a memory.
Okay.
Gannon's been missing now for how many days? You know when you last saw him, but you won't tell the one agency that can find him.
You already said, you already basically lost my whole
That's
ability.
not a
to
true
trust.
story. That's worse than Quincy
Okay,
Brown.
all right, okay,
What about the pregnant lady with the money in her
Okay.
stomach?
sir, okay.
Letitcia, tell me the last place you saw him, and we can find Gannon, and you can, that will help you so much in this case.
Oh,
Yes, it will. What do you think is going to help you now? If I walk out of here and we haven't got a lead on how to find Gannon,
I think you're running a
all
little
you've got
short
is
on
the story of
there.
the stuff on the wall. You've got the blood. You've got blood all over the house. You've got blood on the bottom of your shoes, and you've got about 7 lies.
okay.
If you help us find Gannon, that will help you tremendously. And yet you won't tell me. Why? Yes, I will. I've just,
So we've got it now paused at the end of that section, 3 hours, 45 minutes and 5 seconds. Why'd you throw out the dumpster?
There had been searches in dumpsters. And at that point, since we had no leads, I was hoping maybe she could at least, I was being truthful there, saying, can you at least narrow our world on what we're searching at this point? Because we didn't have a lead on where Gannon was.
You were just trying to get that from her at that particular point.
Yes.
Do you remember going from that discussion into asking her about any mental health issues that she was dealing with?
Yes, I believe I asked her a second time after asking her initially.
Right. And so that's what we're going to get into next. And that's at timestamp 3 hours, 50 minutes and 20 seconds. And it lasts for almost 2 minutes. So it goes to 3 hours, 52
Well,
minutes.
you are
and 18
welcome to go
seconds.
hang out there, Debbie.
So I'm starting it at 3 hours, 50 minutes and 20 seconds.
The one, not the one.
do you know why I asked you ahead of time if you're having anxiety or depression or stuff like that?
I would be somewhat depressed if
any of those things, because to be honest with you,
I would be somewhat depressed if my kids were missing. And they've been missing for over a
You said
month.
Gannon's been seeing counselors. Have you been seeing counselors?
right, about teaching one time. Maybe she did it too because she was going to give the emotional support animal. Yeah, it was the 2 times on base, and we talked about not wanting to be in teaching anymore and all that route. Stress on the job. That was what we talked about.
You had searched a little bit on the
She wants to
suicide
be
stuff.
she wants to be the fat happy housewife, and
Was
that's
that
not
you,
what
or was that
ever
just
gonna work.
random extra?
Suicide? I don't even think.
Have you ever thought about suicide?
Who?
You.
I'm not thinking about suicide.
Look at that. What a suicidal person might say. That's what.
Yeah, because I have someone in my family before that have said that to me, and I've looked up information.
That's not you.
Oftentimes, both, Caroline.
Have things in their family go on too, you know, that you maybe want to look up and be like, oh, this is going on. They're dealing with this. No.
Okay.
So when you're asking her about any mental health issues, did she indicate basically only 2 times?
Yes.
And what was the reason that she was seeing this counselor?
Counseling on the base regarding her teaching, I believe.
Okay. When you left the room here, what were you doing?
I believe she asked if she could make a phone call, and plus I wanted to check with our team, so I wanted to see, what was going on with them.
I wanted to
Okay.
beat my
When you
head
came back in
against
the
the
room, did
wall
you start to ask her
repeatedly.
about the board that was found with blood on it?
CCW, my love, Papa.
We're gonna jump
No,
to that.
Papa, you missed nothing other than 37 other stories that made no sense. That, like, there's no amount of
We're at
tinfoil, red
3:55 and
string,
0 seconds.
and
That
alcohol that would make them
period of
make
time in
sense.
between. So when we stopped at 3:52:18 till when you're about to come back in the room at 3:55 and 0 seconds. Was she
Justifying a
just in the room
5-inch
by
tall
herself?
gnome is easier than listening to this.
Was she acting normal?
Yes.
Any concerning behavior from
Carolyn,
her?
I don't mind the small crowd thing.
Started at 3:55
I like the
and go
small
through,
chats. I like the
4
fact.
hours, 6 minutes,
Yeah,
and
I
11
want to get to
seconds, so a
1,000
little over 11
people still
minutes.
monetized. It's not a secret because I like being able to help people. But I like
So
that
I'm going to
I
ask you how many
know
steps it takes to get
my
back and forth.
beasties. I like that when, Sod was MIA for a few days, I could call him. When CCW, when we lost Papa for a few days, he could call when he needed me. Ardo, we were able to donate to his family. I like my community. Yeah, the bigger I grow the channel, in theory, the more money you make, but I like my community and having it be little and knowing everybody. I like being able to know Patty's pets' names and, McGnome and Sassy and everybody. So, yeah, if the creator's only in it for money, yeah, but I care more about my community. And just in general, I like having a community where I actually know the people.
But it is also nice that the channel can support itself.
I'm sure in time we'll get monetized and it will be able to support itself. But I'm not going to stress.
Until then, we do what we do.
We do, and I'm not going to stress out about it. And yeah, Will Call was, able to say, hey, this is what's going on, and vent to me. And I knew everything. you know.
And then, and
Remember, it's not even like a weekend thing. You know, I'm a little tiny channel of 800, and you know, yeah, I want to get to 1,000. Yeah, I want to get monetized, but I love my community and caring, and that we have a policy that we donate to the channel members' families and send flowers. And we notice when people are missing and can, you know, somebody knows an email or a phone number or whatever, and we can actually reach out and help. So yeah, one makes more money than the other, but I care more about the community.
They're not in trouble with it.
No, neither.
I mean, Ricada's channel can be brutal. A lot of the channels can be brutal. It is what you allow as a creator.
Mm-hmm.
And whether you did this or not,
It is all about what you as the channel owner and creator allow to happen.
And if I can't get past,
I choose to run my channel a certain way.
Whether I'll pass the sheriff's office. Again, I don't take anything true until I can prove it.
Don't get me.
With all the evidence that they have, the reason why it took so long is the district attorney wanted to wait and wait and wait till they made sure they could win in the court. And I've done nobody homicide before. They have more on this case than we do on most of them.
I like being able to, you know, email my members. I answer every email, text message, chat, comment, you know.
But if you have what you need, why do you keep asking?
Because our goal is to find games.
I like it.
That is the district attorney's job.
I like having a smaller channel. And you know,
poor job about half the time because I have to get.
if I have to choose money over a community, I'll choose the community before I'll choose the money.
We do have, like I told you, the blood in the house.
Oh, yeah, no, Patty knows. I tracked down Sod in hours the other night when we were worried about him.
So don't go missing, Philip. Don't go missing, Will Call. Don't go missing, Thomas.
Oh, no, I already know how to track down most of the people.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then how do you explain stuff like that and then turn around and say, but then turn around and say, I don't know.
I lived in the house with Gannon. I was Gannon's main caretaker. I wouldn't be surprised if everything I done didn't involve Gannon. Whatever.
But that Ford was from the house, and then it's up all by Highway 105.
Ford from the house. I've already explained to you about any kind of stuff that would have been from the foot. I've already told you that, and I don't know what you.
But Gannon didn't go throw it up there.
Okay, so now someone threw it up there. So now someone threw it up there.
It dropped or whatever. How did that Ford get up there?
Sure. Now you're going on about
Well,
Ford.
Letitcia,
And Albert already
Yeah,
told about
and
the
Caroline and
Ford. You were
people
there,
do.
right? And the saw.
No, Philip, I
It
have.
had nothing to do with it.
Okay.
So here's the
you
thing.
said
Yeah,
saw.
yeah. I people
Right.
support me financially.
The Ford
Guys,
is right where your T1 was.
Sure. Pick
Stop.
one.
Yeah.
People support me when they can,
We tracked it.
but we also
You could have
support.
gotten all that from me. Easily, you just log into the app. It's not a difficult thing. Like,
Right. But if you track from where your T1
But no,
went
but-
and you look at where that Ford went.
You know,
okay, so this
you
is
know, there's
why-
support that's
so-
external to YouTube, and people support us.
So now my
And
T1.
I like being able to, you know, give money back.
And now my T1.
And
Now,
yeah,
I mean,
Philip,
next
does
thing,
it
you tried
get
in the room call,
harder with
but then-
people?
No, you have
But
3 different cars.
There's
It
a room
has,
card, I
but
didn't even get to drive it.
Philip, you know,
So I mean,
Right.
I, in very rare situations, do not email back within days. Generally, it's minutes or hours. From the time I've had 100 subs to the 800 and something. I answer everything, and anything that I don't necessarily answer, I read and heart. It is more important to me.
It's clearly set in El Paso County.
I love my community. And that's more important to me. If I had thousands emailing me, I would find a way in time to email them all back. Even if it was just a one line, thanks for supporting the channel.
But I'm telling you, we have holes in our investigation.
That's awesome, Muffin Rando. That's why we love you, Muffin Rando.
I didn't even drive my car anywhere really, other than just going to meet friends.
You drove the cheap one up there.
Yeah, other than to meet friends, yes.
So who will you meet?
Alex, can you figure out?
That can be a lead we can help find Gannon with.
You guys already know all my friends, so maybe
No, we don't know those up there.
that should be the ones that you really know.
We don't know the ones up there, I guarantee you.
And like the guy said, oh, tire pressure and all this, then you would have saw where if I stopped anywhere or done whatever.
Can't you tell me though?
Sure.
Instead of
You want me to
making
do
me,
that? I've already had to tell you everything personal about our lives. You have everything personal.
I don't have what friends you saw up there on 105 where that board is.
Look, I'm not going to admit to anything.
I'm not saying you need to. I'm just saying tell me who your friends are up there and we can go talk to
And my pig line wasn't even driven that way until
them. Okay, so maybe it was
later.
How much later?
I don't even know. Before they took it.
Okay, so was the truck up there?
Truck up where?
Up that 105 area.
I was already sister. I
But
was going to Castle where he said this.
But is that where the board was? It was in the back
Sir,
of
I
the
don't know
truck.
where the board was at because I don't know. I really don't know. That's you're asking me a question that I really don't know.
So we have a board up there where you were driving.
Okay.
With Gannon's blood on it.
Okay.
With your DNA on it.
Okay. So
So
my DNA, which would be what?
skin stuff.
Okay, my skin cells, which I lived in a home, if that's what you're
Correct.
telling me.
Yeah.
And I've already told you that there was all this wood in the garage.
Yeah, but you never told me that you took a piece out of the truck and flung it up there. Put it, just flung it. And again, Letitcia, I think you get mad when I say a verb or something, whether you placed it, flung it, dropped it, hit it, I don't know. But all I know is that our FBI evidence response team recovered it.
Okay. Did you check everybody else in the house?
As far as for their DNA?
No, not the DNA to see if they put it there. Because you remember, these are the people that were in the house when I wasn't there. Did you check all them?
The people in the house.
Yeah, did you check the people in the house?
You mean the crime scene people?
No, I mean the people that I'm sorry, phrase that because you don't like you that allowed to stay there when all this stuff you're talking about would have been there. Okay?
Correct.
Did you check all these people?
As far as their DNA?
No. Did you check to see if any of them did this?
Drove and threw that wood up there?
Did you check them?
Their GPS, their phone.
No. Did you check them? Because that is complete, doesn't matter. You need to tell me you checked Veronica's GPS and her phone?
Judge, that's now paused at 4 hours, 6 minutes and 11 seconds, and it's 4:49.
Is this a good place for break?
It is, Judge.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will have our weekend break. Sorry. We will have our weekend, easy for me to say, we will have our weekend break. Again, you must not communicate with others or among yourselves about the trial as it is going on. You must not do any independent investigation or research about the case. You must not discuss the case among yourselves in any way during the course of the trial. You may not discuss the case among yourselves until after you have heard all of the evidence and you begin to deliberate on a verdict. That'll be after the closing and instructions and all of that. In fairness, you must keep an open mind throughout the trial, and you should reach your decision only during your deliberations at the end of the trial. Do not permit anyone else to discuss the case with you or near you. If anyone, including one of your fellow jurors, attempts to do so, report that fact immediately. Do not talk with any witnesses or with the defendant or with the attorneys in the case. You cannot talk to them and they cannot talk to you, even casually. You are permitted, however, to explain to family, friends, and employers that you are on a jury and inform them of how long the trial will last. You cannot say anything else about any aspect of your experience until you are released from jury service. Do not communicate about the case with anyone else in any way, including in person, by telephone, cell phone, computer, the internet, or any internet service. This means you must not email, text, instant message, tweet, blog, or post any information about this case or about your experience as a juror on this case on any website, listserv, chat room, blog, or website. You must not read, review, or accept any communications in any form from anyone regarding this case or cases like this. This applies whether you are here, at home, or anywhere else. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or on the internet, or listen to any radio or television broadcasts about the trial. The law even prohibits you from consulting a dictionary to clarify terms that may be used in this case. With that, have a good weekend. Enjoy the weekend. I don't think it's going to be as nice as it was last weekend, but it's Colorado. Just love it. Embrace it. So we'll see you on Monday morning, 9 o'clock. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Let's go through the the exhibit list for a moment. I have exhibits 1 through 43. Oh, nope, sorry. 1 through, yeah, that's right. 1 through 43. 46, through 103, 105,
Yes, we will call. Thankfully,
198,
and all right.
201 through 211, 220.
Stop you. We don't have
Yep.
206 in.
Hold on. I'm sorry, 206 was, no, 206 was, it is in. It was introduced through Mr. Stout and then was brought in through actually Harley Hunt, I think.
That sounds about right.
So let's go, let's see, 206 to 211, 220, 222 through 224.